Juno was mad, he knew he'd been had, so he shot at the sun with a gun. Shot at the sun with a gun. Shot at his wily one, only friend.
In the gallows or the ghetto, in the town or the meadow, in the billows, even over the sun, every end of a time is another begun. You understand mechanical hands, or the ruler of everything. Ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything in the end. Do you like how I dance? I got draconian pants.
Consequential enough to slip you into a trance.
Do you like how I walk? Do you like how I talk? Do you like how my face disintegrates? I have a wonderful wife, I have a powerful job. She criticizes me for being egocentric. You practice your mannerisms into the wall. If this mirror were clear, I'd be standing so tall.
I saw you stop her over clovers on the side of the hill.
I was observing the birds.
I've been you, I know you, your facade is a scam.
You know you're making me cry, this is the way that I am. I've been living a lie, a metamorphical scheme.
Detective undercover brotherhood objective obscene.
Oh no, no, oh yeah.
The end, no, you know, must be never really comprehended. You can't, but when you try to pretend to understand, you resemble a fool, but you're only a man, so give it up and smile.
You understand mechanical hands, or the ruler of everything. Ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything. In the end, without looking down, gliding around like a bumbling dragon, I fly, scraping my face on the sky. Oh no, no, oh yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. How y'all doing? Thank you, Mr. Shark. Much appreciated. Thanks for the pie. That is Tally Hall, ruler of everything. Someone pasted that in the Discord, and I was like, hey, I don't have a song lined up, so I might as well use that. I'm glad people are liking the new Gundam video. I actually have a new one that I need to make. Let's see. Get rid of the chroma key. Gotta, it's more TikTok stuff. This lady's like a brand manager at Xbox for some reason. It's a long one. I need to work on it. I need to take a step back from Twitter. Everything's just been so entertaining lately with all the electoral shenanigans. I got a bunch of tabs lined up. We got a bunch of locale news to get caught up on. Since I took a couple days off, I needed the break. So much editing. Let's see. Let's check first the Twitter. Start where it all ends. Anything interesting? DSP bought a PS5 Pro and he's gonna unbox it. That's today's stream. DSP being on the news kind of thanks. Yeah. I like the schedule. I like Friday, November 8th. Adjust table column. ESP, what's the adjust table column segment gonna be? Hey, Suburban High. Yeah, nice to say, everybody. PS5, like, who the fuck cares about a PS5 Pro unboxing? It's just the same as a PS5, just like a little bit more RAM or whatever. He's gonna play Dragon Age, the Veiltard, Ray. Just a reminder, running the Extra Life charity all month. If I hit the $200 goal, I'll stream the finale of Batman VR. If I don't hit it soon, I'll have to come up with a new goal because I want to finish that game. But if we hit the goal, I'll do it on stream. Might be fun. Who knows? Saturday day off because giving DSP more money means that he'll stream less. Because good job, Dentheads. Hey, just give him more money. Oh no, he's streaming less. Guess you deserve it. Sunday, more Life is Strange, Black Ops, final episode of DSP versus the Internet, and a bunch of to be continued. Yeah, he's playing Dragon Age because allegedly someone bought it for him. So if someone buys it for him, then he can just play it, and if he doesn't like it, he'll just rage quit, and the person who bought it for him can get fucked. You're screwed. Dummy. DSP is retweeting clips of that being said. Okay. I thought he didn't care about the tractors, but of course, everything always goes out the window. I'm literally the only content creator that didn't do an election night special, good or bad. But he did though, because he did. He literally just did. And that's it. That's it for the Twitter. Nothing new. Really. Yeah, I thought it's so weird. Like, allegedly someone bought him the game, but he was already planning on doing the EA subscription thing. In order to play for like $17 a month or something.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
So we got Rev, we got some news about Chibi. We got Cryptic Web Chronicles talking about the Patrick Tomlinson meltdown on election night. We got World of T-Shirts news.
You ever thought about what?
We got Comicsgate, How to Kill a Movement. So some EVS drama. And here's the video, the Gundam video I made. But I already showed you guys a pretty good preview of it. It's making a lot of views for some reason. I can see why Gundam is eager for me to make another video about TikTok shenanigans, because it says like almost 200k views in less than 24 hours. It's a really, really good metric. But what would I know? I just make the videos. I don't know what's popular. Okay, Chibi. How about Patrick? Let's get the political stuff out of the way first, so we can ignore politics for a while. So I can use Twitter less. I think that's why it's taking me so long to make these videos, is that I'm just doom scrolling on Twitter. Twitter has that weird, like, ADD trigger algorithm figured out. People with my condition have issues on Twitter, which is probably why it's so fucking weird and crazy. Yeah, we did see that. You making money off my name. Wait, off your name? Are you Phil? No. Yeah, Gundam streamed with Fertanga the other day, looking at various election night meltdowns. Yeah, you should stream more. I agree. All right, let's see what Patrick has to say.
We will make America great again.
Disclaimer, this video is my opinion. It may contain inaccurate information. I'm just telling the story how I remember it. Remember, these are not real people.
And welcome to Cryptic Web Chronicles. Today, we'll be diving into the emotional meltdown that lol cow and failed author Patrick S. Tomlinson is currently experiencing in response to the 2024 election results.
No.
As you're likely already aware, Patrick is extremely obese and is also heavily obsessed with American politics. Since around 2015, the self-labeled political firebrand has tweeted in support of left-leaning politicians and policies on a daily basis, originally gaining notoriety as a hardcore Hillary Clinton fanboy and 2016 election truther. Tomlinson appears so obsessed
How
with the
dare you
post-Trump,
question the legitimacy
many
of
even theorize his
elections?
ultimate goal
We only did that
is to land a
in the
gig
election
as a
before
social
that
media
and the one after.
propagandist for the Democratic Party. However, it seems that Patrick spends his days writing his tweets without compensation, allowing the negative attention they generate to not only take a toll on his marriage, but seemingly ruin his life entirely. Moreover, the irreparable damage done to his reputation over the past several years has made any such opportunity highly unlikely. For example, internet trolls uncovered Patrick's criminal history after he gained a large amount of attention online in 2020. They found that in 2011, Tomlinson was arrested for threatening to murder his own wife and newborn baby daughter. Patrick would later lose all custody of his daughter in the ensuing divorce. In addition to his criminal past, trolls uncovered a series
keep
of
in
photos
mind, this
of
is
Patrick
the guy
and his
who
then-wife
says
at
he's
a
morally
party prior to their
superior to
divorce.
everybody who
In these photos,
voted in their own
Patrick's
best
wife is
interest.
seen sitting on another man's lap, while Patrick looks on in apparent confusion. Shockingly, it was later revealed that his wife had an affair with this man while she was still married to Patrick and pregnant with his daughter. She began a relationship with him immediately after divorcing Patrick, and the two eventually married. In a final blow to Patrick, this same man would go on to raise his own daughter, adding to the series of deeply humiliating events he has faced. In addition to this series of utter embarrassments, the outcomes of the 2016 and later the 2024 elections only further wounded Patrick's ego, intensifying the strain on his psychological stability. Since then, the combination of relentless trolling, political turmoil, and the public exposure of his deepest embarrassments and fears seems to have transformed Patrick into an almost unrecognizable creature. The night before the election, Tomlinson tweeted, "Throughout the 20th century, there were only two ways rising fascism was defeated. Ballots if we were early enough, bullets if we weren't.
God.
There's no door number 3. Tomorrow,
He thinks he's
vote, or things will get
so
so
much
much
gravitas.
worse, so fast." This tweet clearly suggests that Patrick was already preparing himself mentally to reject the election results if they didn't align with his views, even hinting that violence against fellow Americans might be necessary. As expected, the following
What a
night,
tough guy.
as the election results began to come in, Patrick's response only intensified, with his tone growing increasingly hysterical. Within minutes, this self-proclaimed tough guy devolved into a panicked, whining little girl, frantically crying out on social media to anyone who'd pay him attention. When the Associated Press announced Florida had voted to reject adding abortion rights to their state constitution, Tomlinson would lash out at the AP as if they had control over the results. It won by 14 points. Learn how to write a fucking headline. However, the headline was correct. The measure did not pass, as several other outlets have now confirmed. Whenever mutual follower and Twitter buddy Paranoid Factoid shared breaking election updates, Tomlinson once again lashed out in anger. Still, we're likely losing Georgia and North Carolina, which makes Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania mandatory. No, we aren't.
Okay.
When he later remarked the New York Times election maps showed Georgia and North Carolina were voting for Trump, Patrick started getting pissier. Fuck the New York Times map. Jesus, man. Upon seeing the results, Tomlinson quickly morphed into a sulking child, throwing a tantrum about the steady stream of losses. When
Try
more
talking
bad
to
news
people who don't
started
agree with
rolling
you
in,
politically.
Patrick began trying to cope with
Become
the
a lot
results.
less polarized.
PA and WI haven't even started reporting mail-in ballots yet, and she's already winning just on day of votes. Chill, someone would quickly reply, contradicting Patrick. What are you talking about? PA is long reporting mail vote. Tantrum Tomlinson would angrily snap back. No, child.
No, child.
It wasn't. Another person would simply reply,
Why is everyone
yes,
a child
they
to
have.
you?
Tomlinson would again bitterly write back,
No, child.
no, child.
No,
They haven't. He would go on to do
No,
this
child.
to numerous
No,
other
child.
people
No,
who
child.
corrected him,
Child.
hiding and denying the
Child.
reality of what he
Child.
was seeing unfold.
Child.
As you can
I think
see,
he's obsessed with
things
children.
were going great for
AI
Patrick
was offended.
already. So it
think
was
he
at
might
this
be a little
point
obsessed.
that he broke out the conspiracy theories and delusional ramblings. Polling places in black majority precincts in Georgia are staying open because the United States is currently under a terrorist attack from Russia, interfering with our elections to install their asset back in the White House. It's an overt act of war.
War!
When the full truth finally comes out, it will be confirmed Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election,
How?
had Jeffrey Epstein killed, sold or traded
Killed
state secrets to Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia,
Staged the
staged the
assassination
Butler,
attempt.
Pennsylvania assassination
Wow.
attempt.
It's so
Mark it.
crazy. What the fuck?
Upon seeing the results steeply turning in Trump's
He had
favor,
a blood
Tomlinson would
packet
begin losing
attached
hope
to his
as
ear,
he
and
swallowed
it
the
blew up
black
at the
pill
right
with a
time. That
copious amount
the
of
exact time
booze.
a bullet flew past it. But it was a fake bullet. It was
Now the
CGI.
truth will never come out.
Okay. No.
America will be unrecognizable 4 years from now. The experiment is over. We didn't even make it 250 years. By now, Patrick was drunk, and his blood pressure was through the roof. At this point, let the rage flow, replying to Lindsey Graham, "Fuck you,
Fuck you, traitor.
traitor."
You're a traitor.
And of course, the trolls needed to be tended to as well. A troll would quote Patrick's
Enjoy
fat
prison.
titted vote selfie, writing America it's time to ... lose weight. Enjoy prison, Tomlinson
How
would
dare
clap
you
back
tell
in
me to
anger.
lose weight?
Another
Arrest that
troll
man.
would write, "Suck a fat one at Stealthy Geek.
Nice.
You lose again. This is why your life is already over, stalker."
Enjoy
Enjoy
prison, stalker
Patrick
child.
would impotently write back, utterly defeated. The election appeared to be taking a serious toll on Patrick's mental state, as he repeatedly sent the same prison threats to a troll sharing gay porn images of Rick on Twitter. Naturally, this led to the images appearing on Patrick's own feed, where all his followers could see them. Clearly a brilliant move on Patrick's part. Patrick would prison stalker a few more trolls before, as some
Enjoy
online have
prison.
alleged, he passed out
What the
drunk.
fuck? How am I going
However,
to prison?
the next morning, as the reality set in that Donald Trump had won the election
I think
and
this
would
guy
be
might
our
have
president
autism.
for the next 4 years, Tomlinson
He's really
began to
obsessed with
muster up
just
his
that
coping
one
mechanisms
rebuttal.
as best as he could. "I'm taking a day to center, maybe the whole week.
Oh no.
Get your feelings out.
Cry, scream, punch
something.
It's
Binge
okay.
a comfort
Try
show.
not to punch your wife.
Whatever you gotta do. Because after that, we need to start organizing for the midterms. The 26th Senate map is much more favorable to
this
Democrats.
is Patrick S. Tomlinson.
If I had to guess,
This fat fuck.
Patrick probably cried a lot due to the election. He probably farted several times as well.
Sad fart.
He also apparently began to suggest voter fraud was the reason Trump won, as many had expected him to. The country didn't lurch right. Trump is on pace to get fewer votes than he did in 2020. He added no new voters to his cause, despite a larger electorate. He lost support. What happened was 15 million Democrats just disappeared.
Yes, of course. That sounds like it makes sense. Can't be that
It's
the last one they were
2025.
all just
Trump won.
random
He
ballots.
turns the military inward.
Inward.
15 million people are rounded up in concentration camps.
Fuck yeah.
Crops rot in the fields.
15 million
Kitchens
people.
empty. Hotel beds unmade. How long until Trump puts his prisoners back to work as slaves? Who wants to bet this was always the plan?
Yes. Of course. They
Retweeting
they
this,
lie to each other and
unable
then
to
they get
believe
terrified
6 years
by
later,
what they told
the
each
same
other.
filter has fallen over my vision again. Take your time working through your emotions. Be kind to yourself. Reach out to your people. Then, after you've
Have no
rested,
people.
get ready to fight like hell itself.
See you
See you
soon.
The most alarming thing to me about living through an illegitimate proto-fascist coup of American democracy is how mundane it is.
Yes, people
I still have to pay rent
voted
on time.
to
There's still baseball on TV. But
end
everything is
democracy.
wrong, like an Instagram filter over every second of every day.
Ugh.
This fat, hysterical imbecile can't help but drown everything he writes in hyperbole, just as everything he eats is drowned in ranch dressing and grease. As you can see, Patrick is taking this election well, and I'm sure his behavior will remain stable in the months to come.
Of course.
However, that's all for tonight.
Oh,
And thank you for watching.
we got that out of the way.
This has been Cryptic Web Chronicles. Good night, and God bless America.
We don't have to get super political, because it is all cringe at the end of the day. But yeah, people need to really be careful whenever they're talking about, you're going to lose your... all the farmers are going to go away. Nobody's going to make your hotel beds. It's like, you really sound like you see these people as like a permanent slave class. Might want to dial it back a little bit. How about Johnny Somalia, trapped in Korea?
Here.
Apparently, there's been an update on this. He pretended to apologize, so they're going easy on him.
So today we're going to do another round of topic parkour, quickly covering various topics that I don't want to slip through the cracks as we deal with the usual giant load of potential video topics that we've been covering recently. So let's begin with an update on Johnny Somali. So Johnny Somali has been dealing with a lot over the past couple of weeks in Korea, and now he is facing up to 10 years in jail. Now you can see the enthusiasm behind Johnny Somali's downfall, right? This tweet from Dexerto covering this has over 300,000 likes, nearly 22 million views in just one day. Now, of course, the most recent updates about Johnny I covered in my previous video from a few days ago. Essentially, he's been in South Korea for a couple of weeks, and he's been doing his normal nuisance streaming, but he crossed the line into basically way further than he ever thought he could have when he started going around and groping and kissing comfort women's statues. That caused a lot of Korean streamers to get very upset, track him down, basically rough him up every time he goes outside, eventually getting so bad Johnny Somali wants to leave the country. He is prohibited from doing so by the police because they're investigating him for multiple charges we'll talk about in just a second. And then he's basically forced into hiding, but then makes the mistake of challenging these streamers to come and find him, and within 24 hours, they come and find him, and one streamer in particular hits him in the face as he's leaving the place he was staying, and he's bloodied and dazed from it. And really at that point, Johnny Somali is running scared. And things get even worse when you start looking at the specific charges that he is facing right now and how serious Korea takes, in particular, drug-related offenses. Even I didn't know this. So South Korea is very strict when it comes to drug use. Possession or use of illegal drugs can result in a sentence of up to 10 years in jail and up to a fine of around 72,000 US dollars. Meanwhile, assaults, the other charges, can carry a maximum penalty of 2 years or around $3,500 fine. So of all the shenanigans he's been doing and the social backlash and even the beatings he's been taking, I would worry a lot less about that if I was Johnny Somali than those drug-related charges. That is not for redistribution of drugs. It's not selling drugs. It's just simple possession or use. And if he is caught with that, he is facing a very, very strict sentence. And since our last video covering Johnny Somali, his latest Twitter account has been suspended. I believe this is like his third or fourth account. And also his second and even I think third YouTube channels have been banned as well. And also with Kick, his original platform, he's been banned from there for over a year at this point and clearly is not coming back. So he's in a desperate situation. I think he's doing everything he can to try to fix the mess he's facing in South Korea. And this is the step right here. Translated, of course. So it appears that Johnny Somali and Hank Yu, his friends he was causing havoc with, have apologized for the Comfort Women's statue situation. And he shaved his face and tried to basically play up that he's really sorry for everything that happens. And on the related video, he tries to act like he didn't understand the significance of what he was doing. And you can see he was in the car and going around town and visiting these Comfort Women statues with several of the YouTubers, streamers, and alike.
There we are, not using shaving our face as a way to gain
hunting
political.
him down and trying to jump him.
Asylum.
So this is a very interesting situation. You can see this is the YouTube video posted today where we're seeing these interactions where he's getting a much more welcoming presence here, and it seems like they're trying to reconcile something here, and whether or not they believe him, it's kind of hard to tell, especially with language barriers. But the top comment on this video is pinned by the uploader where it says, translate of course, Dear Korean people, please do not accept or believe Johnny's apology. He is not sincere in his apology. He did the same thing in Japan. Johnny apologized and left for Bali. As soon as he arrived in Bali, he gossiped about the Japanese and the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which I do remember the source I had for that back in the day. They've been DMCA'd by likely Johnny Somali, but he immediately, upon entering Bali, just started saying, I'm not sorry for anything that happened in Japan. And he started saying the Hiroshima and Nagasaki stuff again. So clearly when he apologizes, he's lying through his teeth. And people are making sure that these Korean streamers trying to work things out or reconcile things with him are aware that he lies through his teeth at any given moment to try to save himself, because he is in a terrible situation. And obviously the laws in Korea seem to be much more harsh than Japan. That's the big criticism of the Japanese law enforcement, who gave him what many would consider a very light sentence for all of the crap he did while he was in Japan. But in Korea, not so much. He's facing some very serious legal penalties, and also, as we've seen, pretty much anytime he goes outside, he's facing getting jumped by many different people. So let's move on to the next topic of this video. So here's the headline from That Park Place saying, Take-Two Interactive CEO admits Borderlands movie box office was disappointing, but reveals it sold more catalog. So if you're not familiar with this movie or you didn't see it based on this franchise here, this was an absolute disaster. This was one of the biggest flops in the box office in some recent memory, and it left a lot of people very disappointed and questioning why this was even created in the first place. And as soon as it came out, the CEO was seeing the very negative reception of this and basically said, please give this film a chance, literally begging people to go out and see this film because the results of it were absolutely abysmal.
Wow.
So the film eventually
The game is popular. Let's make a movie. That'll definitely. All the people who like the video game will watch the movie, even though we betray every single
about $33 million, and it was reported that the budget was $115 million. And if you know anything about how films work nowadays, you have to basically multiply that budget by several percentage points, and the real budget was around $300 million in order to break even for this film. And obviously, as you can see, it wasn't even close. But the justification here from the CEO is that it kind of brought more attention to the franchise generally. I don't know if it was worth well over $100 million loss, but anyways, I guess that's just the copium for now. But in 2024, this has been the year of the flop in the video game industry as well.
Cow.
We've seen some big and beloved franchises do very, very poorly. However, despite those flops, we have some successful games getting a sequel, and that is Hogwarts Legacy. So it's been announced a while ago that this game was going to be getting a sequel. However, it has now been announced by Warner Bros. That it is in production, and it's a high priority within the company. So this is some pretty big news. This game was a monumental success back in 2023. And of course, you must be aware of the harassment campaign surrounding this game, where people believe playing this game made you a transphobe because it's an IP that belongs to J.K. Rowling, who they believe is a transphobe. For some reason, even though there's not evidence to suggest, they believe sales of this game would support her in whatever agenda they believe she was having. And this led to a harassment campaign where streamers, gamers, and even VTubers were harassed and barraged with insults and ridiculous slander just because they dared to play this game, which apparently a lot of people play because this game sold over 30 million units and generated over $1 billion. So this was a massive success that probably would not have had as much success if it wasn't for the people screeching about it on social media and giving it free promotion. But as you can see, Warner Bros. Is acknowledging that, and they're aware of that, and they're doing everything in their power to make this a priority in terms of its production and get it out quickly. And on top of that, the only real concern that people like me have is whether or not this is going to be a live service game. That was rumored back a few months ago that they're going to make this sequel a live service game, which would be an absolute travesty, especially knowing Warner Bros. Because they're the company.
Like, I'm not a big Harry Potter person. I could not care less. But the game seems to have been pretty enjoyable, pretty well put together. And people were mad that they you couldn't ride brooms in it, so they added it later, which is a really good example of listening to your fan base.
Who helped produce Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which was a live service game, and that was a massive financial loss for them. So why would they take something that actually succeeded, like the original Hogwarts Legacy game, and then make it into a live service for the sequel.
Yeah,
If that
CP,
is
how's it
true, if
going?
that's the route they go, that is mind-boggling and a terrible choice. Now let's move on to some more game-related
this is
news.
good
So
stuff.
it appears that many games
Alyssa
journalists are having
Mercante
a
is out at
breakdown on
Kotaku.
social media, even more than normal ever since the election results. And Alyssa Mercante from Kotaku has been very upset, targeting Melanie Mack here, saying, "We knew more than half of the country has brainworms and black hearts. But they
Brainworms.
want to remind us. Come to New York and say that to my face, baby girl." So essentially
I'm
challenging
gonna punch
her to
you.
a
I'm gonna be
real-life
violent towards you, and that'll
confrontation, which is
show
very
that your
odd, especially
political
given the fact
worldview
that
is
Alyssa
wrong.
is someone who is currently, or at
Okay,
least
bitch.
alleging that she's filing a lawsuit against the YouTuber Smash JT for defamation and bullying her and all these things. But here she is on social media actively inviting fights with people, which she's done before, and those fights and those challenges have been accepted by YouTubers like Vera
what a
Dark,
hormonally
who then also made
imbalanced
basically impossible terms
freak.
to work with in order for the fight to happen. But yeah, this is
Calm
very
down,
bizarre for
lady.
someone who's saying all this, and Melanie Mack would respond basically saying she got challenged by a hobbit and she would have to literally punch down because Alyssa Mercante is 5'2", but she would go on to say that she has no interest in actually fighting her. And honestly, that's the smart decision. Why would you give someone like this the time of day?
Honestly.
It's crazy behavior. Like, oh, I don't like what.
Like, Mercante is just like this fucking ogre. This weird, like, testosterone-fueled rage baby who just, like, lifts weights in order to try and forget about how much she hates the world. Melanie Mack is like an actual, like, in shape, feminine, thin girl. She'll probably get the shit beaten out of her, to be honest.
What you say online, I'm going to fight you in real life. It's really childish, and this is the kind of behavior that games journalists try to portray gamers as, when in reality, it's just projection with them as always. Let's move on to the next topic. So you guys probably know Taiga. We've talked about him on this channel recently and the drama he's dealt with Nuxtaku, and also the very sad reality of his YouTube channel and also several Twitter accounts that have been either unfairly or suspiciously banned and without any sort of remedy at this point. And it appears that he is facing another round of ridiculous harassment where someone basically made a impersonation account trying to take his name and then was going around and saying some very disgusting things and trying to portray themselves as the official new channel for Taiga, when clearly it was not. And this is frustrating because Taiga would have to raise a lot of attention on Twitter just to get this addressed. Meanwhile, fan-related channels that are just uploading clips of his streams and things like that from Twitch are getting banned left and right. But this person has to get an immense level of attention from social media for anything to happen to their account where they're maliciously trying to defame Taiga. Now, of course, what's even more frustrating is the fact that they are banned on YouTube. It makes it really hard to report these things for impersonation or anything like that because their main channel doesn't exist. So this person is getting away with it, or at least they were. And of course, we had some good results for once. It appears from my angle here that this channel has been taken down, which was the right move. But the fact that it took so much mobilization for this to happen is really annoying, and just another example of the YouTube system being broken in many different ways. But here's one more story I want to cover for today. So there's been a lot of drama on Twitch. So basically, there is this whole push about what constitutes extreme content or extreme comments that could get you in trouble. This is in the wake of the Asmongold ban, and in wake of that, people have been saying, well, what about these other people who are saying really extreme stuff or doing extreme stuff, like Hassan Piker, for example. That's the main example people use for all of his crazy comments, platforming terrorists, showing terrorist propaganda on stream, things like that. And there's been absolute silence from Twitch. However, they decided in their infinite wisdom to add a content classification label and adding a new content category focused on politics and debated issues. And this comes after a lot of people, including some US officials and advertisers, allegedly trying to go after Twitch and ask them, why are you allowing content like that to exist on your platform, referring to some of the extreme comments made by people like Hassan Piker. And if you look at this category, it's even more ridiculous because you don't even have to label your streams that. It says verbatim. We want to make it clear that you don't need to label your stream if you're talking about your lived experience. Whatever that means. And shocker, none of the people who are being targeted by this rule are using it. And why would they? Because it's only going to restrict their content or the potential advertisers that might show up on their stream. So another weird move by Twitch. But for now, that is the latest round of topic parkour. Lots of topics, so as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I do want to follow up with the Mercanti being outed, because that's some good news. Rumor is she's gonna go work for Sweet Baby. That's the rumor. Is it this one?
Hey, what's up, guys? Up
Hey, what's
here.
up?
So at this point, I think it's very obvious that in the gaming scene, whether it's with journalists, developers, what have you, there is definitely this defiant attitude towards DEI and also wokeness, where pretty much they will double down on this stuff no matter the cost to their sanity or their career potentially. And we saw a recent story that lines up with that, where a former Sweet Baby Inc. consultant would go out and say, basically, I don't care if supporting DEI is going to hurt the optics of my projects. I'm still going to do it anyways because that's what I want to do, and I want to spread my message that way. And that sort of rhetoric and the doubling down on things as the landscape around them is changing is reflected by the last 24 hours, where a lot of journalists and developers in the gaming scene have had some pretty epic meltdowns, including some violent rhetoric and even veiled threats against political opponents. And that is a result of the United States presidential election. I don't care if you're happy about Trump winning, if you're not happy, or you're just completely indifferent. I just think the reaction to this from the gaming scene is very representative of something we've been seeing for a while. Americans and people across the world are just tired of wokeness being injected into everything, and the games journalists and the developers looking at these observations, they just don't care. They just keep doubling down on their beliefs, even if everything is changing around them. And you expect the kind of meltdowns, as you'll see from the already very large compilation of people freaking out over the election results. But you can expect those same freakouts from games journalists as well, beginning with Jake Steinberg here. So they would freak out on Blue Sky and post this article in reaction to their anger about the election results, saying, anyways, I wrote a piece yesterday about how anti-woke gamers are basically Nazis. Yes, calling everyone who disagrees with you politically a Nazi is something that is not really working out for some people now, isn't it? But anyways, he is not having a good time over the past 24 hours. In fact, he has gone private on his Twitter account, and that was after he made this tweet and got some backlash for it, saying, politics used to require a certain amount of tolerance for shit being boring. That barrier is gone. News is just entertainment. Conservative political engagement happens in video game hate campaigns. The audience includes our most selfish now. Sick. And after that got some blowback, they would retreat to Blue Sky, which is really a gold mine when it comes to content, because a lot of people have been operating on Blue Sky completely unchecked. This is a pretty new app. It's just a Twitter alternative. And a lot of people in the gaming industry, especially woke people, they're just openly posting whatever they want because they don't think anyone's actually checking. So in this case, after a long series of posts expressing their anger about the election results, they then posted that article that where they're claiming that gamers or anti-woke gamers are basically Nazis. And then I guess he would just copy and paste the tweet he made because it was such a banger. And look at that, 5 likes. It was definitely worth doing all of that. But anyways, he would be posted about by Mark Kern here, who's a veteran of the industry. And of course, that would lead to him saying, Grum's signal boosted me from behind a block, so my mentions on the other side are predictably full of Nazis. Yep, once again, anyone who disagrees with me or criticizes me is a Nazi, according to people like this. However, we would get some additional headlines from the gaming industry with some pretty unhinged reactions to this election. So you can see from that Park Place, Mass Effect writer says, am trying hard to restrain the vicious need to lash out at other people following the election results. So if you go to that article there, you can see they also went to Blue Sky and they're posting some pretty unhinged stuff, beginning with this post right here saying, have reached the point in this game where the first night shrieks and wails and sober is no longer acceptable. Tomorrow is a new day, but to get there, it's ZZZ Quill time. Unsponsored F this shit. I'm emotionally unavailable for the next 5 hours. Sleep aid of choice. I guess more NyQuil or ZQuil, whatever it's called. And then they say, if you can, whatever you need, try to get some sleep, even if it's scattered cat naps. Your brain needs to function, energy to function, and it will want to function. I don't know what they're trying to say, but it basically sounds like they're using NyQuil to get themselves to sleep, like they need to be tranquilized because they're so upset about what happened. But this is the more interesting Blue Sky post where they say, "Am trying hard to restrain the vicious need to lash out at other people. I am too furious, too spiteful, too exhausted, too flattened, too scared. And yet I am incandescent with a rage that has only this damaged body and mind to house it." Yeah, like I said, I think people are a little too comfortable on Blue Sky posting some of the most unhinged stuff. This is something that they would claim gamers would post. Like, this is their idea of what gamers look like in their minds. And of course, it's always projection, and it's just some weird sharing of violent rhetoric going on in their mind. But believe it or not, folks, we would have another writer from that studio getting in trouble. So Dragon Age The Veilguard lead writer Patrick Weeks melts down after Donald Trump wins the election. So here is another person we've actually talked about before. This is one of the lead writers at Veilguard here, and he is very upset, but taking a more, let's say, less direct approach to everything, where he's just reposting other things people are saying, but they're pretty unhinged. So this post here that he reposted says, Lawrence O'Donnell talking about how the Electoral College is a massive voter suppression technique, and it enrages me that we're still being controlled by white effing enslavers centuries later, all while people refuse to even murmur the words white supremacist. I don't think you guys have any issue murmuring the words white supremacist. But anyways, these effing enslavers who support the Electoral College. The only issue with this post is not only did the Republican Party win the Electoral College, they also won the popular votes. So their complaint here is rendered completely moot. But anyways, there's some more posts here saying the Harris campaign has been warning about this for days now, but it bears saying again, Trump will probably try to declare victory tonight. Do not fall for it and denounce it loudly. Well, literally just about 20 minutes ago before recording this, she conceded and gave up her run. So again, rendered completely moot. And here's another one talking about some of the breakdowns of the population and also talking about how Harris ran a smart campaign. And then this last one talking
super
about
smart.
encouraging
You took
people
$2
to
billion
not
and you turned it
in
into
advance,
$20
basically
million
trying to say,
of debt.
Don't give in to whatever they're trying to do. And yeah, it's a lot of fear-mongering and hysteria being shared by this writer over at the Veilguard. And not too surprising, but there's some more action going on in the gaming scene.
It's like the way they're trying to explain away the loss, to be like, Harris didn't even run a woke campaign. It's like, well, first off, she had pronouns in her bio on Twitter. Secondly, her running mate, his nickname is Tampon Tim. Do you know why he's called Tampon Tim? It's not just some clever alliteration. It's because in his school district, where he was the governor, he pushed to have tampon machines put in men's bathrooms. That's like some of the wokest shit you could ever imagine. No, we don't need to take a step back from wokeness. That's not the reason we lost. It's like, okay, keep losing.
Who was the...
It's like, no, it wasn't the wokeness. It was all the racism. It's like, if America is so racism, how did Obama win handily twice? If Americans are so sexist, why did we support Sarah Palin?
Lead developer on the original World of Warcraft classic, he would say this: Activision Blizzard devs are melting down after the election. About half the office is losing their minds.
We did nothing wrong. We
People
did
are
everything
crying,
correct.
Panicking, leaving work early. Trans people are talking about buying guns. People are passing out crisis support line numbers. It's complete chaos. And that at the time was a rumor, just from his observations and his connections at Activision Blizzard. But yeah, this sort of a reaction in a work environment is literally insane. Right. And on top of that, you get confirmation from Mark Kern. Here's some of the dialogue, the leaks of some devs talking about some very unhinged things, saying it must be working on blank, making me more violent, but I have never been more tempted to buy a gun. And also saying, after all, an armed minority is harder to oppress. So again, another string of violent thoughts from these people who are a part of the industry. And it's just not really that surprising. And Mark Kern will also bring up this sort of dialogue about what he thinks people are going to do in the industry. And I do agree. I think seeing what's happening with the United States and also just with really cultures across the world rejecting wokeness and all that, I don't think the results of this election is going to make any of these people in the industry change their ways. In fact, I think they're going to double down even harder and allow their political rhetoric to bleed into their work even more than it already is. I have a very strong feeling that's how things are going to go. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. Obviously, a lot to talk about today, so I appreciate you guys if you want to leave your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. Okay, we got plenty of content to get through. We got the Chibi, we got World of T-Shirts, Comicsgate, and that's about it. Chibi, World of T-Shirts, Comicsgate. Let's see, let's put it up to the spin wheel to decide. The wise spin wheel. Let's see. Chibi, Weirdosburg, World of T-Shirts, or Comicsgate. Okay, decide. Decide for me. I'm indecisive. Did you see some of the DOJ are tweeting out USA is Nazi Germany on code? Whoa, Chibi, okay. Let's see.
Never grow. He will never change. If any,
Rewind.
Adam will never grow. He will never change. If anything, if he does change, it will certainly be for the worst.
Oh my god, this guy.
How's that?
I would really
Sad.
prefer if you would be quiet.
I would really prefer if
Chibi
you'd be quiet.
Oriquana is a 35-year-old man from Michigan. During this documentary, I'll be referring to him solely as Chibi. To the masses, Chibi gained his fame in one of
He
the
hates
most
that name, by the way.
notorious internet memes
It's
of
funny.
the mid-2010s. But his history of internet infamy doesn't start there. Chibi's story is far broader and more interesting than most realize. And unlike most other lolcows, Chibi has very little troll interference in his life, making him one of the few remaining natural lolcows out there. By himself, Chibi has managed to get kicked out of therapy, have his co-workers join his Kiwi forums, and share all of his most embarrassing moments. He's even sending illicit, unwanted photographs to unsuspecting Discord users. And I must say this, don't go trying to seek out Chibi. He
Yeah,
loves
leave him
attention.
alone.
He's been known to quickly attach to people and refuse to leave them alone. And what he may send you, I don't think you want in your life. So let's begin at some of the earliest known history of Chibi. His entire teenage life, Chibi fell in love with the growing trend on YouTube, the rise of Let's Plays, particularly people who focused on Nintendo games. And Chibi, as an avid Nintendo fan, decided to give it a shot himself, having his mom buy him a Dazzle card, and soon enough, he began doing Let's Plays himself. Most of the Let's Plays have been lost to history, but Chibi must have gained a large enough following to catch the attention of one of the biggest YouTubers doing Let's Plays, Nintendo Capri Sun.
Oh, I know something that broke through something earlier, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this feels weird.
And what do you know? Folks, I'm already dead.
And I'm small. And, I'll just wait for you to get back.
Ice Brothers are not my friend.
Stinkin' stupid, stinkin' stupid. Or do they say you can't be
Pepperoni and cock sandwich.
Oh, I should have used a mushroom, I guess. Then we could get 3 in return instead of losing these lives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Dude, he's been farting like a freaking racehorse all day.
I've never...
Ever since I
don't think in my life I've ever farted this
Ever since I introduced him to baby spinach.
Yeah, like I put some on a turkey sandwich.
Oh, no.
His colon's
and
been
like,
cleaner
wow. Just pooping up a storm.
Yeah.
It's pooping up a storm. So guys, this morning, for the first time, I had some of that Weight Watchers oatmeal. Or that weight control oatmeal that Quaker makes.
Oh, yeah.
But somebody on the internet said that it was really gross, so I was like, not expecting much. And to be honest, it didn't taste too bad.
Derailed conversation.
It tasted like oatmeal mixed with meat.
What?
Like, I don't know if it was possible to extract the flavor of meat into a juice. It kind of tasted like there was, because I know there was protein in it, so I don't know.
I could tell you how meat tastes like in a juice, but it'd probably not be appropriate.
What?
Dude! Man, that's it. Get out of my house.
Oh, come on! Of course not.
What in the world?
You don't care about my feelings. This relationship is over!
I'm not sure how their friendship started. Most assume
I don't
Nintendo
even know what that
Capri Sun
means.
left a comment
I
or a
can tell you
message,
how meat
and
tastes in
Chibi
a
quickly
juice, but
attached
that would be
himself to it
inappropriate.
and refused to let
Okay.
it go.
Is that just you saying you're gay?
Playing games together isn't the only thing
I know,
Chibi and
he
Nintendo
is.
Capri Sun did. Apparently,
He does
they were
claim
good
to
enough
be
friends for Nintendo Capri Sun
bi,
to
but
pay for
got
Chibi a
issues.
flight to his house and spend a few nights, and it seems like they were having a decent time. But it wasn't long until Nintendo Capri Sun was given some unfortunate news about his friend Chibi. You see, Let's Plays wasn't the only thing that Chibi was doing in his free time on the internet. He was engaged in 2 separate relationships with minors. He even made multiple Facebook posts detailing the drama that ensued. One of the more telling posts made by Chibi is that his father was
I'm gay, and
furious
that's okay. I
at him
don't
for
have
his
to lie.
actions, but he still couldn't figure out why. So he decided his best solution was to pretend he was going to Minecraft himself into another world if he wasn't left alone. To nobody's surprise, these were just ploys to get his parents and the internet to back off and let him proceed with his nefarious affairs.
19 or 20 years old and I was dating people that were 16. Yeah, it's wrong and I should not have done it. Did I know better at the time? No.
He claims he was just 20. He's lied about fucking everything else. Why would he be truthful about his age at the time? He claims he was just 20. Which, if that was true, you're still in your 20s and a 16-year-old girl. And him saying, I didn't know better at the time, you were in your 20s, Adam. Someone mentioned last year that he got catfished by someone he thought was 19, but was actually 16. But he was in his 30s at the time. And it's like, neither of those ages is even remotely appropriate for someone his age.
So, first off, I know this shit's wrong, and I've moved on personally.
I've moved
but
on. But
because of what's happened,
so should
because
you.
of how people
Common
interpret the
locale
situation
thing.
differently,
I've moved on.
it's going to follow me, and it's probably going to
no
follow
one else
me
has
to my
to.
grave. I mean, that kind of thing is extremely frowned upon, especially in today's society, and for very good reason. And doing something like that in today's day and age is considered a massive red flag and not something that's easily forgotten or swept under the rug. And it doesn't matter how many years will pass. So, to answer your question, in short, I hope to one day, I obviously people
hope that one day,
won't ever forget what happened.
Sure.
And it's basically much like every other wrong that I've committed. But I can at least acknowledge that that is not the person that I am anymore. I mean, it's fairly well known now that, and we already answered that earlier, that I used to date people under 18 when I was 19 or 20 years old. And I didn't think it was a problem back then because the age of consent in our state is 16 years. And all of my in-person sexual interactions have been consensual. But this still follows me to this day and gives people pause and the wrong idea about me almost all of the time. And given how much other things have happened with me, it's not really surprising that people want to keep their distance. And out of a lesser regret, I do regret not being more patient when it comes to trying to fit in and make friends and seeking validation right away by going to extremes.
Was there sexual contact with people who were under the age of 18 during this time when you were like 19 or 20?
Yes, there were.
Okay. I figured while the iron is hot, might as well ask that question because I'm sure a lot of people in the chat were kind of thinking the same thing I did. It was like, wait a minute, hold on.
But I can at least confirm that the anything that I've ever done was always with consent. I've never ever done something without consent, especially in person. That is something that is a rigid standard that I hold myself to, and I hold myself accountable for that.
It was later uncovered that this was only the tip of the iceberg because apparently there were several other younger people involved with Chibi around this time. One of them ended up posting their allegations to Kiwi Farms. In the messages you can see that Chibi is trying to talk to a young girl out of her relationship. They spent months talking about cosplay, playing Mario Party, all the activities you would expect from Chibi. But after a while, Chibi started to grow more and more interested in her. Chibi began texting her multiple times a day, most of the time simple highs and hellos, but when the girl wouldn't show him attention, he would quickly go into one of his pity parties. You see, when Chibi isn't receiving the attention he feels he deserves, he'll begin to trauma dump to whoever he is talking to, typically complaining about how nobody likes him and how he wishes people would give him a chance. Even though he's talking to someone, and the last thing they probably want to hear about is someone's easy to solve problems. And let's not forget, Chibi is a grown man around 25 at the time he's sending these messages, and he's trying to get advice from a 17-year-old girl while being creepy. The forum user also alleges that Chibi sent her messages on Skype, and what could have innocent Chibi told this girl? After the girl had taken longer than 5 minutes to message Chibi back, he became furious, thinking she was going to abandon him like all his other friends have in the past. So Chibi told her he was planning on coming to the hotel she was currently staying at, ask for a key, and come to her room. The threats must have been viable enough for the girl's family to keep her on a buddy system for the rest of the year. Chibi's creepy nature is often swept under the rug, as most see him as a cringe guy who's harmless. But not even a year ago, Chibi was still trying similar things, so nobody can blame Nintendo Capri's son. He did the right thing and cut all ties with what he thought was just a goofy, weird friend.
On that night, I was under the impression that my friend and I were actually on a date together, since she had been messaging me about how she was being abused and lied to by the person that she was currently with. We had talked like a night or two before on Instagram Messenger, and she was basically venting to me about how awful this person was. And I told her, if this person's so awful, why are you still with him? I mean, just, sometimes you just have to put your foot down and say enough's enough. And I think a day or so later, I convinced her to tell him how she really felt. And she had actually told me that she had broke things off, just ended up showing up anyway. And then when he got there, she basically told me, do you mind if he takes me home instead? So not only did she lie to me, but she also made me feel like crap because I was under the impression that it was just going to be us there tonight. And she wanted him now to take her home. So it was just like, all right, so where does that leave me? I'm just third wheeling over here. So at that point, I felt really betrayed, and I lied to, and essentially just kind of left right then and there. And eventually I made it back, and then I immediately left for home. But what I didn't realize is I think she must have stored a bunch of her stuff. I think like a makeup bag or something. I don't know exactly what was in it, but she left something in my glove box. And a couple days later, she wrote me saying that she left her stuff in there. And I think a couple days after that, I met her, and I think I also left some stuff with her too. So I think she gave me, I think it was like my cosplay makeup or something, and then I gave her her bag.
So this person says, I believed he was a nice person, and time and time again, he'd say that he was rejected by other girls, that everyone treated him poorly. We went to Necto together once. Necto is a nightclub in Detroit. All while we knew we were going as friends. I told him several times before we went to hang out. The guy I was seeing at the time showed up to Necto, and Adam legit left the nightclub immediately with all my belongings in his car he drove. He refused to give me my wallet back until I spoke to him about that night, saying I treated him just as badly as the girls he's tried to get with, and that I'm the worst one. I felt so deeply uncomfortable and disgusted by him after this, and truly believed what everyone else has said about him. He told me all these horror stories about what he went through, but after how he treated me, knowing I didn't do anything wrong, and that he wouldn't give me my belongings back, I don't know, I would just feel safe if he wasn't allowed at Colossal Con.
After his fallout with Nintendo Capri Sun, Chibi needed someone else to attach to and tell all of his problems to. This is where he met Big Al. On one fateful day in college, Big Al decided to make possibly the worst decision of his entire life. He sees a lone Chibi drawing by himself. Feeling bad for the guy, he decides to walk up and see what the Cheapster was drawing. It turns out it was a YouTube poop Chibi had saw earlier in the morning, and somehow this blossomed into the best friendship Chibi has ever had. Chibi's father, Dick White, passed away at a relatively young age.
Dick White.
This left Chibi heartbroken. Big Al was trying to distance himself
Imagine
at
being
the time,
named
but
Dick
felt an
White.
urge to rekindle his friendship with Chibi to try and console him during a hard time in his life. Going to the funeral, multiple of Chibi's family members hugged and thanked Al for being the one true friend Chibi has ever had. Big Al was ignited with a new urge to be Chibi's friend and really try and change his life. But just about as quickly as that feeling came, it went, when during the funeral, Chibi proceeded to take a stand and sing an anime song with an anime music video playing on a projector in the background. As tasteless and cringeworthy as you could imagine this being, it gets so much worse when you realize one of Dick White's final wishes to Chibi was to quit playing Nintendo games and watching anime and go get a life so he didn't put so much stress on his mother. Needless to say, that would never happen.
At his dad's funeral, above his dad's corpse, with his dad's corpse in the room, he sang a fucking anime song as his tribute to his dad. Of all the cringy shit that Adam has done, you would think he would deny that. You would think that he would absolutely swear up and down, no, Big Al's fucking lying. He's lying through his teeth. I never would do that. In fact, every person that I've told that story to told me, you're full of shit, Al. That didn't happen. But it did, and Adam confirmed it. When his dad died, I went to the funeral, and his stepmom, pulled me aside and said, listen, he doesn't really have anybody. You are his only friend. You are the best friend that he's ever had. Please, look after him, take care of him, right? And I made a promise to his stepmom that I would. Spending all that time trying to do Adam right, and then seeing him pull this shit, it's fucking infuriating.
Did you actually sing an anime music video song at your dad's funeral?
So a lot of people say that I did. I did not actually sing it at my dad's funeral. So what happened was I made a video of myself basically karaoke singing a song. It was from
so he didn't sing it, he played a video of it.
And the name of the song is called Last Regrets. It is the opening song to that anime. It is a very sad song. And I set it up that had basically a black background, and I had the lyrics pop in on screen every now and then. Basically what it was part me singing the song and part a sort of a slideshow of pictures and memories taken from my dad's life. But I did not actually sing in person at either
so it was a video of him
or the
singing.
funeral
Big
itself.
difference.
I had that video and I showed it to his friends and loved ones at the funeral home itself.
After the funeral was over, Big Al drove off and on occasion tried to assist Chibi with jobs, extra money, and even a place to stay when Chibi was having trouble with his mom. But Chibi's refusal to stop being creepy, attaching to random e-girls, left Al no choice but to cut all ties with his former best friend. But this isn't the end of Al and Chibi's story. Chibi is going to make it far, far worse, just like he does with everything else.
I'm probably the closest friend Adam has ever had. One of my biggest regrets is being your friend. especially seeing the shit that you keep doing. And the sad thing is, if you just kept it in your pants for once in your fucking life, like me and all of your other friends at the time tried telling you, the worst thing you would be known for is being a shitty speedrunner who cheats. Like I said in my post, when he needed a ride, I gave him a ride. When he needed money, I gave him money and expected none in return. If he was hungry, I fed him and bought him food. If he needed a place to crash, my door was open. I got in trouble for it plenty of times. But he's a friend, and you help you help your friends who are in need. I even offered him a job at the kitchen that I worked in at the time. Red flags were popping up from my boss. I even drove him out of my way to a job interview to a city that was an hour away from where I lived. And again, I didn't ask for gas money. I didn't ask for compensation. I did it out of the goodness of my heart because, hey, he was my friend. That's when I learned about that from Mr. Medicare's stream about Adam. That was the one where somebody called Adam's house to tell his mom that he was a 16-year-old girl and sending pictures of his to her. And at first he denied it, but then he said, "Yeah, I did it," because he's an idiot. That when I found out about that, I decided I'm done with him. What the f-? And then I started spreading stories that only I would know about him.
I hope a random fat guy doesn't come and attack me for no apparent reason.
What the fuck? Where'd the audio go? I hope some random fat guy doesn't attack me for no reason. You can see he's wearing a dog collar. Oh no!
Oh, you're grabbing my nuts! You're grabbing my nuts! No homo!
And don't think Chibi was just able to ruin multiple friendships. He has a history of ruining just about everything he touches. One such event was a video he posted of him cosplaying as Elle. The footage is lost to time, but in the background you see what he looked like. This was to announce a Death Note anime convention. People had already told Chibi to keep his mouth shut about it, but he refused to listen, and the damage was already done. The entire event was doxxed, and multiple participants began to get messed with online.
OsakaCon was a convention that was being planned with you and your friends, but has been canned due to an apparent video you made in your youth involving an Elle cosplay and some admittedly cringe acting. Is there regret to this day involving this incident?
Okay, first off, admittedly cringe? No. It would be completely cringe. Make sure you get that right. Second...
It's not a contradiction.
I mean, not too many people know that one. That's like going like super meta, like that's going like super like back in the day. Like if you're like a vintage,
just answer the question,
or a vintage. I don't know what would you say for that? Whatever. I was thinking of a word, I couldn't think of it. But yeah, absolutely. I would say those were definitely my cringiest years, to be honest, because I was still finding out a lot about myself and trying to find my place. Why I decided to shoot that video with a poorly styled Elle wig, marker on my eyes, and wearing pajama pants while in my basement was anyone's guess.
Yours?
Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what went through my mind when I posted that. I cannot even attribute that to any of the above issues that I have listed. That was just really stupid, cringe behavior that I just could have avoided entirely had I thought for 1 second longer.
This was nothing new to Chibi. He had already had his fair share of internet scrutiny, but that was all okay. He had protection against these kind of problems. Like Chris Chan has his medallion, World of T-Shirts has his hat. Chibi once had a dog collar given to him by his grandfather, but I don't think I can do it justice explaining it to you. I'll let Chibi handle this one.
Alright. There's been an issue that's
like a
been
red
brought
boy.
to my attention recently.
It's like he cut his hair with its
a lot of
play
people have asked
scissors.
me this, and I'm just getting really, really sick and tired of hearing it. Why do you wear a dog collar?
Why you wear a dog collar? What a stupid question.
If you're thinking I belong to somebody, that I'm somebody's slave, no, I'm not. The reason why I wear it is because I like to wear it.
Because I liked you, that's why.
I tell you the other reason, the real reason why I like to wear it, but seeing as though you guys are so misunderstanding, I don't know if I could tell you guys. Because the real reason why I wear it transcends all that you might understand. And if you guys don't believe me, or if you guys think I'm an idiot, you know
That's
what,
fine.
just go ahead and push the unsubscribe button. But here's the real reason.
God, it was so much weirder back
Now,
then. Was
story
it just like a
behind this,
medication issue?
Pendant right here. My grandfather got it for me a few years ago when we were down in Florida. I've treasured it ever since. And I realized that whenever I took this off, I felt really faint. And I usually would lose consciousness. This happened every time I took this off. So that is why I did this. This right here is not an actual collar. It is something off of a trench coat. But that's the closest thing that I could find that I can wear.
Huh?
But the real reason why I always have this on and I never take it off is because of that. It's pretty much the source of my
pass out without
it's the
it.
source of my energy.
So now we're where it all started. To many people,
so
this is where
weird.
their knowledge of Chibi begins and ends. The infamous SGDQ Tomba 2 run. But the embarrassment doesn't begin here. Earlier in the week, Chibi was live streaming, gleefully telling his small following that he was going to SGDQ, but he was nervous. Not about the flight there, been away from his mom who coddles him to this day. It was because he knew it was time for him to be a man. He had a crush on another speedrunner named Kazooie, and Chibi was going to profess his love for her once and for all. There was just one big problem. Chibi was scared to death to do this, and Kazooie also had many other speedrunners trying to catch her attention.
I have a crush on Kazooie. And I am hoping to ask her out at SGDQ on a date.
Damn, man.
My face is very red now. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, what'd I do? What'd I say? Why'd I do that? Why'd I say that? Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's like,
oh my god.
Is it like
did I
just
say
for the
that? Why did I do
content?
that? Stupid. Really stupid of me. Strata, please. Strata, please. Shit. Nope. I really did not want to say it out loud.
oh my god.
So Chibi arrives at the SGDQ and his mission begins. He sets out to find all of the parties, and by Al's account, begged every person he knew to let them into their party because it was his birthday and many people relented. But Chibi wasn't done begging, since at the time SGDQ was a smaller event and had a birthday rule, where if it was your birthday during the event, you could sit on a few couches during the runs. A nice gesture, but they underestimated Chibi's ability to, well, Chibi. And I also think this rule has been revoked after the I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet moment, though I don't think this one exists anymore. But what many people don't know, Chibi was also on the Bubsy the Cat run, where he was also cringeworthy, but this run fell into obscurity after Chibi showed the world his true abilities as a lolcow.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I thought you said you didn't know. Okay, I thought you said you didn't know what it's from. Yeah, okay. Yeah, instead of...
Dude, this game is like full of puns.
Yeah. The aliens have come down to take the yarn from everybody, I guess.
He's pretty sure Bubsy's faster than Sonic.
Can we get a race? Can we set up a race?
Oh, definitely. SRL?
Like a new donation incentive? Yeah.
And so you want to slow down here on these goals.
They're called Woolies.
Yeah. All right, so now we're in the theme park area. It's pretty chill.
By Caveman's account, as soon as he saw Chibi approaching the couch, he instantly hated him. And it didn't help matters that Caveman is a very odd person to say the least in his own right, and combining Chibi into the equation only could equal bad. Most people don't realize Chibi and Caveman were sitting together for around an hour before the I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet moment had taken place. And it was filled with Chibi grinding every single nerve down Caveman had. Chibi was even getting on the other couch guest nerves, talking during critical moments and making offhanded remarks that really shouldn't have happened since Chibi knew nothing of the game and truly had no business being there. After Caveman told Chibi to be quiet, they sit there for almost another hour longer as Chibi tried to figure out what to do. Honestly, it would have looked bad, but someone should have escorted him out of there. It could have saved them some face, because Chibi unknowingly at the time set the reputation for Games Done Quick events as super cringe fest. This was like the very beginning of it.
What would you say you're best known for?
So, being brutally honest, I'm known for a lot of infamous reasons most people probably already know. And the most well-known, definitely being the I'd really prefer if you would be quiet guy. In fact, I still hear that line almost 10 years to this day.
Evil swine have returned. Well, that's a good start.
Well, I mean, it's more a plot than Bubsy has.
So, alright, good. What I'm wearing pajama pants
alright,
for
good.
this comfy game.
It's weird, I always usually wear pajama pants, but I would say I wear jeans today.
Yeah, you're not dressed for the occasion.
I'm not.
Yeah, me neither.
Neither.
I recommend all viewers to go get a nice cup of joe, perhaps a bagel.
Dude, I love bagels.
Just sit back and enjoy some breakfast tomba.
Asiago cheese bagel? Yummy.
I believe you.
The character design of this game kind of reminds me of Adventure Island.
Alright.
Alright.
So there goes the crab basket. We need to get the crab basket to get crabs.
The situation with getting crabs is a good thing.
Is a good thing?
Yeah.
My name is Toomba the Mighty.
He doesn't actually talk though, so he would never say that in any situation.
He makes grunts. That's kind of like talking.
You could pretend he does.
I have fast pants.
We get turbo pants later.
Now you're just making me excited.
Yeah, I don't think you're ready for that.
I don't think I am. I think I need some time to prepare my body.
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
From what I understand, his name was Chibi, which is an excellent name for a man. I told him to be quiet because he was a and I didn't ask for him to be on the couch, and he just invited himself on and sat shoulder length to me so I couldn't move my elbows and just would not shut the fuck up. Did anyone see him actually doing those jumping jacks? Like, Jesus Christ, at least do good proper jumping jacks.
But I'll donate another $10 if Green Hoodie Guy does 10 jumping jacks.
Alright, so this is like the coolest part of the game in my opinion. Like, the time is frozen, so this is just pretty much the point of no return. Like, the first thing you see... Alright, well, we got this
jumping
going on, first of all.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yay.
Great job, guy I don't know.
Thanks, guys. You just gave me my exercise for the week.
Chibi wants to fight me IRL? I don't think he wants to do that.
Yay!
He was on the couch from Bubsy till Spyro 2. Like, that was just his time. Nope, I didn't flip him off, I didn't suplex him, I didn't do anything. I just wanted him to leave me alone after the stream. He didn't get it. Like, he tried to approach me like 3 more times. Like, get out of here, guy. What are you doing? They called Chibi that guy. Chibi was that guy. Am I really a meme? Have I attained meme status? Stash bro. Way back in the day, I was thinking about stash cam, just like exclusive mustache cam, but I couldn't get it to set up right.
But this wouldn't be the end of Chibi's awkward night. Afterwards, Chibi knew this was going to be the moment that he can never live down. But in the birthday spirit, he was able to put that to the side of his head as his true goals of the event began to take place. You see, as previously mentioned, Chibi was trying to get with Kazooie. He even brought protection in case he was successful, and Chibi knew which party she was at, so he proceeded to go to the party, and to avoid thinking about his building nerves and not so spectacular events from the morning before, Chibi began to drink heavily to the point he was loudly challenging random speedrunners to wrestle him for Kazooie's love, which a few speedrunners gladly accepted his offer. They wanted that Kazooie love too. Which led to Chibi getting embarrassed in the middle of the party, getting pinned multiple times, and to make it even worse, while Chibi was wrestling for Kazooie's love, he didn't realize she snuck out with some other guy. In fact, he thought he just lost her. So the next evening, a hungover Chibi had to think of a new plan to get his love from Kazooie. So he bought some sort of expensive gift and promised to give it to her, on stream of all places, before they left to go home. Chibi was shocked when Kazooie came on stream with the guy she ran off with the night previously. So not only did Chibi manage to cement himself in lolcow history, but the girl he came to the event for ended up snuggling up to some other guy, which you can see Chibi literally convulsing on the inside. After Chibi's infamous moment, he blew up in internet fame, well, to an extent. There was a small but dedicated group of people who knew they found a gold mine in Chibi. They began testing the waters to see if they could find anything about him. Unsurprisingly, they found Chibi had left a plethora of personal info scattered across the internet, leading to him and his mom, mainly his mom, to deal with all of the incoming trolling.
Hold on, let me just do this one. You need to, like, not do super backspin.
Give me just a second. What?
You need to get off of it. 2 people now showed up.
Why didn't you mute the mic?
Breads. You need to shut this down. They see that you're on there. These kids see that you're on there, and they're pulling the same shit again.
Okay, so...
Is there any way you can contact Facebook and tell them to block this bullshit?
Call Facebook and tell them to block our number.
To call Google, Facebook,
Call
something.
Google.
Email them, whatever.
Email them.
Tell them that they put your name and phone number on
Tell
there.
them to remove the phone number off that internet. Tell them to delete it. Like,
because I asked them, I said, what number did they call from? And they said they called from this number. Thank God Dad isn't here.
oh my god. Oh.
Because now I hear the phone beeping up there like someone's been calling in here too.
Oh no.
So I can just hardly wait. He was pissed. The guy from Passport was really pissed. You know what? You're gonna have to call that policeman back again. That phone number on that card he gave you, and tell him that they're doing it again to you.
Oh dear. What's happening?
I gotta go.
Alrighty, dude.
Because, people are...
Yeah.
People just...
Yeah, I understand.
We'll talk about it after. As soon as I went live, I guess they started ordering pizzas, and like 2 or 3 pizza places have now tried delivering pizzas to us.
Dude, that sucks.
It sucks.
So it got a little bit worse than it did before.
Oh shit, dude. That's pretty serious. We'll talk about it like after.
Yeah.
What you gotta do, dude, I understand. We'll try this again like another time.
Yeah.
Is Melody still here?
Oh.
Alright, what you gotta do, dude?
Sorry, guys.
We can just end the race. We don't have to like complete it.
Yeah. Dow Dimmadome?
Yep.
Now Domino's Pizza's coming.
Great lie there.
Alright.
Oh no!
Well, don't you feel foolish?
Tell them to go
As
away.
you can see, no matter what is happening to his mom, as long as it doesn't affect Chibi's ability to play Mario, it doesn't really matter to him. He doesn't try to take the time to call the pizza shops to inform them not to deliver. He lets his elderly mom, who thinks Chibi, of all people, can personally call Google and get this all to stop. Chibi may be Chibi, but there was room to make this situation better. But he does what he does best. Let this all play out on live stream, let it all build up and explode in his face later on. And really, this wasn't anything special. One of the more infamous moments was when Chibi's mom interrupted his gameplay session to inform Chibi it doesn't matter how good the game is, his bed sheets aren't a toilet. You would think any person with a hint of shame would realize they need to mute their mic, get off stream, and change their life. But he proceeded to play on as if nothing had happened. It's kind of a pattern in his cycle to get embarrassed playing a game and just go on as if nothing has ever happened, let his pity party out, hope people sympathize with him. When they don't, he goes into hiding. That's basically the TLDR of Chibi's cycle.
It's not happening. Why do you keep insisting on it?
Help!
I'm so sick of going over and over this shit with you.
So am I.
Then why aren't you listening to me?
Because I have a life to live. And
I
I'm
have a
living it.
life to live,
No,
and I am living
gonna
it.
unplug it if you get a smart mouth on you. Don't give me that crap.
I'm not giving you any crap at all.
Yeah, you are. I told you, this isn't happening all night long.
It's not all night long.
What?
It's not all night long. It's not even close.
3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I don't see
Dad made me promise, told me to make sure this wasn't happening all hours of the night.
Yeah,
And
it is.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. 3 o'clock in the morning is all hours of the night.
Okay. Not the worst, but not the best.
Are you swearing down here?
My God.
This is gonna go off. It is,
It's like if this is the run, if this is the speed run that you're gonna submit, why would you want
won't
it
be off until about
just
another 2 hours
just
from now, 'cause
stop?
I'm in the middle of a speed run.
I'm in the middle of a speed run. If it goes well, this footage will be immortalized in the history of Paper Mario.
It's only 1 o'clock.
Wouldn't that be cool?
And this is the weekend.
That way, whenever anyone looks at the speed run, they'll see us arguing with each other.
we talked about this shit, about you being on it all night long.
I'm not being on it all night.
I think the run has been ruined, Adam. I think it's time to
Everything runs together for you.
No, actually it doesn't.
just do random Q&A.
Why do you have to put me in these
Yeah, we got time.
predicaments?
You're the one putting me in the
No.
predicament.
Yeah, I am. And I'm gonna unplug
You're the one
this
playing
in
Paper
about 2
Mario all
seconds.
night. I'm living my life. You're the one being cringe, Mom.
Quit threatening these kids. Just go ahead and do it. I threaten it. You don't think that I'm really gonna do it, and I will. I told you I want your sheets changed today.
They weren't dirty.
Now they're getting yellow. You got food and your sheets.
God.
I'm telling you, Adam, I'm gonna plug this. I swear
I'm
I am.
gonna cut down that internet.
Right now, compromiser, I'm unplugging it.
2 hours is all I can give you.
3 o'clock in the morning is not acceptable. That's too late. You're down here too long doing this crap.
I mean, the mom is being kind of cringe too,
I mean it.
to be fair.
I'm unplugging
These
it.
both are.
Give me a compromise.
But you can see where his
That's the
personality
best I can
came from.
compromise. To guarantee that once the speedrun's over, I'm done streaming.
And what's gonna stop you from doing it tomorrow night, or the next night, or the next night?
Nothing.
Because I have work on Sunday, number one.
Oh, then that's gonna stop you. If you have work at 3 o'clock, that's gonna stop you from being on it all night tomorrow night.
Yeah, it will.
Adam, this isn't happening every night. I'm getting really tired of this. You promised me you were gonna that things were gonna be different around here.
You're the one making a big deal out of 3 a.m.
You know, you for a couple of days, you know, then they get better, and then all of a sudden goes back to the same old shit again.
This isn't even anywhere close to the same old shit.
Woo, woo, wah! Woo, ah! 2 o'clock, I'm unplugging this.
I'm gonna go as fast as I can, but I can't make any guarantees. I already pay for the internet. And yeah, I could offer to pay the electricity bill. Oh boy, here she comes again.
Not only was Chibi getting embarrassed by his own mom on stream, he was doing a pretty good job of it himself. Chibi, not being the best speedrunner, was really eating at him mentally, knowing that if he could get to the #1 spot of a game, that he would gain the recognition and no longer be the "I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet" guy. So he would begin trying to test to see if he could get away with implementing cheats into his gameplay, hoping that the viewers wouldn't catch on. Something Chibi should have really thought about is that most of the people in speedrunner chats tend to speedrun that game. So in the middle of his run, Chibi managed to get a frame-perfect trick that's almost impossible, causing another speedrunner to investigate this situation. This sent Chibi into a meltdown, knowing that his entire credibility as a speedrunner would be ruined. He quickly admitted to cheating, but claimed that this was only a test run, even though that was never mentioned before, and he was seeming to take the run serious beforehand. And as you all know, if Chibi didn't get caught and received a time that landed him on the speedrunning leaderboards, he would have accepted it no problem. I mean, he was an hour behind anyhow, so this just makes the situation even more ridiculous. He had no chance of getting a good time, but still got caught cheating and ruined his reputation. The only real success Chibi has ever had with speedrunning was taking claim to a world record in the Untitled Goose Game. I'm sure you guys were surprised to hear that. I know I was during my research for this video. But it'll make more sense when you realize that Chibi was one of the first 10 or so runners of Untitled Goose Game. He held the title for a short amount of time, not long at all, until his time was beaten by over 30 seconds, which is a lot for speedruns. For his single most cherished accomplishment in speedrunning, you would think that Chibi would try his hardest to regain his throne, but he wasn't willing to put in the work to make it happen, and to this day, the Untitled Goose Game is one of the more popular speedruns in the SGDQ and AGDQs, and still has a decent amount of people watching on Twitch to this day. The dream that was always so far away from him was actually right in his face, and due to laziness, it passed him by.
Alright, here we are. I like that jump! One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No way.
No way. I did it. Totally, for real, authentically. No way. Cool. You guys see that? Something doesn't seem right about that. I am accusing you of cheating, and so I will analyze this later and conclude with more information later. Uh-oh.
Alright, here we are. I like that jump!
I like that jump!
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7,
He really thought he'd get away with it. Okay, you got me. I lied. I'm admitting to it. They were both fake. You really don't want to tempt speedrunning autists because they'll be very...
the cheating incident, which was me trying to
very analytical.
Gain other people's approval and acceptance by forcing my way into a community and trying to be good at a game I was clearly not good at.
I was trying to attempt a frame perfect trick and got called out because I was using a levitation hack. And then after that, I tried to cover it up by saying, I didn't want to mess it up, so that's why I did the cheat, which even if that were true, even if I did pull it off the first time successfully and I cheated the second time, that's absolutely zero justification for doing it in the first place. And that is probably the number one reason why I am very much disliked in the speedrunning community, because of that event.
Because he cheated.
The main underlying reason why I did
cheating
that,
is like the worst
again,
thing you can do.
I am not justifying this by any means.
Speedrunner. They take that shit very seriously.
To feel like I was, I really, really loved the game. I loved the 1,000-Year Door. I loved that game to death. And honestly, the community is absolutely amazing. Like, the things that they have done for that game.
After this controversy, Chibi was needing to find a new game to speedrun because the Paper Mario community had ousted him after trying many different games that always led to him melting down over people not assisting him. He finally found a home in the SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning community.
Of course.
A game with very few active players and a person who has held the world record for years. That person's name is Shift. It's just not a place to achieve what Chibi wants, a world record that'll make him one of the more popular streamers. But nonetheless, Chibi was not going to stop until he is at least top 3 in the community. This would cause Chibi to beg people in the SpongeBob Discord to help him play their game. But little did Chibi know, the SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord was infiltrated by trolls, so he would get messed with the majority of the time, and the only thing he ever really accomplished in that community was to be a hassle to anyone seriously running the game.
On the run, by the way, flips are flippin' fun.
If you come into this chat one more time, I am actually going to ban you from this Discord.
I play Army Men games. Do a flip. You got this. I believe in you.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now.
Oh, you're playing SpongeBob. Never mind. I'm sorry. Do a sick flip by the end of 2016, and you'll get a world record.
Oh.
Do a flip.
Okay.
It'll be epic.
Please stop.
A world record.
Never saw this before.
Do a flip.
Okay.
It'll be epic.
Please stop.
I love Army Men.
Please, really, just stop.
Why can't you have fun with this?
Wow, I
getting so upset.
Don't know what to say about that.
Wow.
That was incredibly stupid.
I don't know what's going on with my Discord, and it's completely bugged. I don't get it.
Okay. So, any idea what I'm doing wrong here? Jesus Christ, was that really that hard?
He did a flip.
That's it, I'm taking this game out and breaking it in half. I'm fucking done.
I remember that a while ago. He was playing the game and a lot of people couldn't stand him or something. Or like they found the clip of him like cheating in TTYD. I can't remember what that was about, but that was a long time ago, dude. That was like 6 or 7 years ago. I think the deal with that was like, if I remember correctly, the game was about to be on GDQ, and there were some people who thought that it would like give the game a bad reputation if like he was running it or something. It was just like stupid. I mean, like, to be fair, at that time, like he was actually like trying to like stop like being that way and getting involved in like weird shit. But I think he just like recently fucked up again like within the last year, so I guess that's all out the window. Like, I don't care about drama anymore. I'm tired.
This caused him to be ostracized by the community and really most other popular speedrunning games, and the cheating didn't help. This crushed his confidence, but not his dreams. Even though Chibi has managed to hold a world record before and befriend some of the biggest Let's Players, Chibi felt he needed to learn how to stream again, so he decided he would start paying an online streaming coach around $100 a month to critique his streams. The streaming coach found Chibi the most difficult customer she had ever worked for, claiming Chibi would spend most of the session complaining about his life and basically turning his Twitch streaming coach into a makeshift therapist. Slowly, the coach began missing more and more appearances. Chibi would still pay her on time every month, even paying her when he decided to take a 9-month break from streaming. However, when he was making a comeback, he wanted to continue the sessions that he never stopped paying for. Before his manager cut all contacts altogether, pocketing about $1,000 of Chibi's money, and never spoke to him again. After this, Chibi has only made minor attempts to break back into speedrunning, but that normally consists of him playing weird categories that almost nobody else runs or watches.
Yeah, he does a lot of
games such as
Kingdom
Mario
Hearts
Golf or Kingdom
randomizers.
Hearts, and the categories he plays takes hours to complete a single run. I'm talking like 12 straight hours of pure gameplay. So he gains little skill or improvement since 99% of the runs end in a reset anyways. But this does little to stop him from trying and begging people in Discords to help him out again and again. Just another trait of Chibi's.
Hope you guys are lovely. I'm scared out of my wits because I know what's gonna happen, and I might as well just come forward and address the elephant in the room. I have not streamed for the better half of 6-7 months, maybe, I don't know, somewhere around there. And coming to the decision to stream today took a lot of guts, because I know exactly what doing this would cause, and I know what's probably, or not probably, what definitely is going to happen. There will be an attack tonight. I guarantee there will be an attack tonight. People will be in here. They will try to spread hate. They will try to spread depravity in the chat however they can.
Chibi hates depravity. That's why he sends dick pics to people.
All of my strength to not let it bother me anymore. I've had a very messed up past.
Oh no.
And I acknowledge that. It's always going to stick with me no matter what I do, where I go, where I advance in my career. And that's fine. I'm not gonna run away from it anymore. That's why I'm doing this today. I'm confronting everything head on. I'm facing my worst fears, my inner demons, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever they are.
I'm finally going to put everything to rest.
Chibi once even tried to have his own speedrunning marathon. He was sad that if he showed his face at a Games Done Quick, he'd be quickly ostracized like normal and be left all by himself, enjoying other people's speedrunning, which for Chibi is a big no-no. He wants to be the center of attention at all times. So running a speedrunning charity would be easy. He speedruns and isn't afraid to lose money. Little did Chibi know, getting multiple speedrunners together and asking them to behave isn't the easiest thing to do, especially when you carry about as much respect as Chibi does in that community. Virtually none. The stream would immediately get off to a bad start from audio problems, runners being late, and a plethora of other problems. But that wouldn't be anywhere close to the biggest deal they faced after what Chibi had did. While trying to fix some issues on the stream, he accidentally leaked the stream passcode, allowing random viewers to take control over. And with the comments being filled with Chibi's trolls, they quickly seized the opportunity and began streaming X-rated content for almost an hour while being promoted on the front page of Twitch. Actually, that sounds about normal. When Chibi gained control back, unlike most people who would have gave up, Chibi pushed forward and raised very little for charity and somehow didn't catch the hammer from Twitch, but he was happy with the outcome. But his happiness wouldn't last long. In just a few short weeks, Chibi was upset at the lack of growth he received, so he had to cook up another plan. Taking inspiration from OnlyFans models of all people, Chibi decided to drop a nude video of himself. He would pretend a troll found the video and posted it, but his plan was revealed when Chibi made a lost Twitter post linking a site said to contain his nudes, only for the link to direct people to his Twitch. And even though Chibi was pulling out some of the most desperate tactics I have ever heard of, he had no idea what true attention was. Not until PewDiePie would react to Chibi in the infamous "I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet" clip. PewDiePie's reaction would end up having more views than the initial clip itself, sending Chibi into a panic, leaving multiple posts on PewDiePie's video, claiming that any future problems he receives will be PewDiePie's fault, not realizing that he just fed all of the trolls who were actively messing with him a huge amount of ammo. Trolls begin to call Chibi, claiming that they were the bros, something PewDiePie used to call his fans. He might even still do it, and they were going to finish what their leader started. And still to this day, Chibi somewhat blames PewDiePie for his notoriety and the multiple meltdowns that happened around that time.
But Adam posted a twit longer, and as a Me Too thing, I posted several stories about stuff that's happened to him. One of them was the PewDiePie thing, because PewDiePie did a video about him at that speedrunning event. You know, basically brought Adam back into the limelight, and made him once again made him a meme. And as a result, PewDiePie's fans sent Adam a ton of hate mail, you know, threats and hate mail, and Adam wasn't taking it very well. Another story that Adam posted was about how someone
the one and only PewDiePie, I'm not kidding here, the legend himself, he actually made a video regarding the incident from SGDQ 2014. Wow. Let me be clear, let me be frank here. I am not looking for attention. I am not looking for pity. I am not looking for sympathy. This is not what this video is about. This video is just kind of coming straight out and saying, hey, this is this is my side of the story. It's been 3 years. Let's take a retrospective look at what's happened. So since the couch really wasn't being occupied by anybody really else after that, both me and Saboom just kind of stayed where we were. We just kind of figured, get. I'm not actually sure if Saboom knew Caveman either. And as you guys could plainly tell, we had absolutely zero chemistry. I mean, it was not working. And me being my happy-go-lucky stupid self, I did not pick up on any of the cues he was throwing out, like, his kind of looking at me sort of funny and responding to me in kind of a way that normal people would take as, hey, you really need to stop talking now. Forward to the moment of truth, where he actually could not stand anymore, and he just flat out said, I would really prefer if you would be quiet. And then I just shut down. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, this whole thing has come for full circle. But yeah, no, I was really mad at first. I really wanted to stand up for myself in a way, and I just kind of felt like this was unnecessary, that
it would start, harassment again. The biggest thing that I really sought to do, and this is basically me in a nutshell. I just try to find some place that I actually feel appreciated and that I belong.
Go to church.
Because growing up, I was,
of course he won't, because
100% that outcast that had zero friends, zero social interactivity. Am coming out of my shell, and I'm going back to SGDQ. The only other time I've been to a GDQ was that time. The time that I got told to be quiet. And that pretty much ruined my whole event, because I just felt like I was shot down. And on all days, my birthday, like that's the fucking worst. Like, that's the day that you're supposed to feel like, yeah, it's my birthday. I'm on top of the fucking world right now. Next thing you know, you've got somebody with actually probably upwards of 50,000 to 100,000 people watching this person call you out and just humiliate you in front of everybody. And you know what? I'm going to have a good time. I'm gonna have a great time. I'm gonna hang out with a lot of friends. I'm gonna make new friends. I'm gonna try to rekindle old friendships.
And just to show you guys that this was definitely not PewDiePie's fault and all basically Chibi's doing, Chibi is singing a song to a Nintendo director that tragically passed away. It seems that Chibi is the only person in the room who doesn't understand the cringe factor of badly singing to a man you never knew in your life. Especially when you consider that he would probably never do this for a family member again. But out of everything, none of those represent the true ability Chibi has as a lolcow. One day, for some reason, Frank Castle, yes, the boogie Frank Castle, thought he might as well give Chibi a call. Why, you might ask? Well, it was because Chibi's past relationship with minors, that we mentioned previously, wasn't a one-time thing. He was sending multiple nude photographs to who he thought was minors and random e-girls. After sending the photos,
and this is,
Chibi was confronted.
He's doing it again.
And to his surprise, they were all trolls. And he was informed they were going to leak his pics, and there was nothing he could do about it. And to their surprise, he could do something about it. He pulled the ultimate power move and leaked his own nudes to the entire internet. And just went on with his day. So Frank Castle phones Mama Cheebs and lets her know of her son's actions.
Yeah, hi. Are you Adam's mom?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am. I had some information I wanted to share you that your son has posted pictures of his penis online, and he.
So, this is him very recently.
Yesterday happened, but life goes on. We must brace ourselves for what comes next. I'm gonna keep living my life. I'm living right now.
I'm offering my DMs to all of my friends who feel scared and alone today. You don't have to bear this alone. Let me help you carry this weight. I don't care if you need to yell, rant, vent. So he's trying to get mentally ill e-girls to crawl into his DMs by offering them a shoulder to cry on. So he's just as creepy as he's ever been.
He admitted to sending them to a 17-year-old girl. Yes,
the more mentally ill, the better.
Sent pictures of his penis to an underage girl, and he posted the pictures of his penis online.
Who am I talking to?
This is Jonathan.
Hold on a minute. Adam? Did you...
What in the world is this?
No, I did not. Well, somebody's saying you did. What's going on here? I don't know, Mother.
I don't know, Mother. Mother.
Well, this person's saying that you did.
Well, some random person on the internet is saying you did it. I mean, he happened to be right, but it's a weird thing for the mother to be like, I believe you wholeheartedly.
Hey, ma'am, it sounded like we got disconnected.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. I'm really upset about what's happening here.
Ma'am, if you provide me with your email address, I'll be happy to send the pictures to you. If you want.
Who am I talking to, though?
This is Jonathan.
Ah,
okay,
yes, of course.
How did you, how are you affiliated? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out.
Well, the 17, the girl sent the pictures to me, and she said that Adam sent them to her.
Adam, some girl is 17 years old. Did you know that? There's not a 17-year-old girl. A 17-year-old girl. Do you know what this girl's name is?
Her name is Amy, but I don't know if he knew her by that name. He probably knew her by her online name, and I'm not really sure what that is. But if you have an email address, I could send some stuff to you if you'd like.
Yeah, do that, please.
Okay, what is your email?
I just want you to know something. He's got some issues. He has Asperger's, autism, and sometimes he doesn't think clearly, and he makes stupid choices and stupid decisions.
Yes, ma'am.
So please, I beg of you, don't go any further with this, and it will never, ever, ever happen again.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
He's a good kid. In fact, I'm trying to right now, even trying to get him on Social Security because he's got a
Yeah, he's really retarded, okay?
I know he could be in big trouble for doing this, and I will have a long talk with him, and I'm sick about this.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Please promise me that you won't go any further with this, because I promise you this will never, ever happen again.
Yes, ma'am. I won't. Don't worry.
And please ask her, and I promise you that she will never hear from him again either.
Yes, ma'am. Don't worry.
And it won't go any
I understand your
further,
predicament.
okay?
Don't worry. Yes, ma'am. I'll email you right now, okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And now he's online. I can read it right now. He just said at 4:43 p.m. we exchanged pictures like that. She sent me pictures too. And it's almost like he's bragging about getting pictures from this underage girl. It's very disturbing, to say the least.
Adam, you said he's online right now?
I can read what he said. Yeah, and it was 5 minutes ago. He posted it 5 minutes ago.
He's been up here talking to Social Security.
Well, he posted these.
I'm the one that texted you guys back.
Ma'am, he can post from his phone as well. He can post from his phone as well. He can post messages from his phone.
Put something on there about how she sent stuff back to you too. Did you? No.
I can read it. I can read it right now. I can send you screenshots if you'd like to.
Hold on. Okay, tell me.
We exchanged.
Tell me what you were going to say.
Want me to say it? We exchanged pictures like that. We exchanged pictures like that. She sent me pictures too, is what he said. He said, I was 18, she was 17.
Did you say that? Yeah, I did. Well, because I just...
I don't know. Chibi's kind of scared. Chibi's kind of scary to her because...
I would be more than happy to talk to her. He has a girlfriend right now that he really cares about a lot. And
she said that he had some really violent, fetishes and stuff. He wanted to have sex with men and make her watch and things like that were just very disturbing.
That's what he said to her?
Yes, ma'am.
He will not, he has not done anything like that. I mean, back then, I know he dated someone, we said, Adam, though he was 18, he had the mentality of a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
I know he used to wear the stupid collar around his dumb neck.
Yeah.
I know he used to wear a stupid fucking collar around his dumbass, stupid
Why did he
fucking
wear
neck.
that collar? I was confused.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh, okay.
What a...
It was a video game.
This guy had no chance.
A video
No, he
game
wore it
character
down around his stupid neck.
with this long coat, wear this thing around his neck or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Come on. Leave him alone. He's
Okay,
really,
gotcha.
really stupid.
If he took the collar off, he would die. And just crazy ideas.
He was a big guy, is what you're saying. I understand.
What's that?
He was a big guy.
For you.
No, he just had a lot of crazy ideas that were just a little off the wall.
Around the time of the last few videos you guys have just watched, Chibi, despite all of the controversies, was able to find an of-age girlfriend, one that found him through the internet and seemed to enjoy all of the things that Chibi did. Meeting up, Chibi fell in love with her for little other reason than an actual girl liked him. His girlfriend came with many flaws though. She had multiple mental illnesses that would cause her to lash out at Chibi over and over again, and as you could imagine, this would make Chibi very fearful and willing to do whatever he could to keep her at bay. But that was easier said than done when you're Chibi, especially when you have hundreds of trolls investigating your life 24/7. You see, during the
She's a weird
relationship,
girl, too.
Chibi went to another AGD.
You can't tell, but like her eyes are pointed in different directions.
From his last not so pleasant visit, he was seen on Twitter begging day and night to find someone to room with, claiming if they didn't, he wasted tons of money and it was basically all of his friend's fault. Even though he had a girlfriend, mind you, and she was paying for multiple of his bills and funds already, so she could have probably bunked with him. But to nobody's surprise, not a single person took Chibi up on his offer, but miraculously, he still managed to get the funds and head out to AGDQ, but still yet he refused to take him to any parties of his other friends. This bummed Chibi out, so he made another dire mistake. He began drinking as soon as he woke up to try and loosen up, but all that did was make his awkward behavior 20 times worse. Chibi proceeded to grope a random female and almost get attacked by her husband, but after the husband saw the shape and demeanor of Chibi, he quickly let it slide. However, a detail left out by Chibi. Later on, Chibi managed to talk his way into bunking with this person for the night, the guy we mentioned previously, and proceeded to talk dirty to him even though he was asked multiple times to stop. To make the night even worse, Chibi proceeded to kiss him and began apologizing about it afterwards. When the night was over, Chibi returned home and was met with these allegations. He would claim it was all mutual and quickly moved on, even though the other person says that was all false. These events would be recalled through Kiwi Farms, which Chibi's girlfriend happened to read. Not the boyfriend part, but the marriage part. And his girlfriend would no doubt confront Chibi on these allegations. The only way it could happen in Chibi's life, on live, in front of everybody. And if you thought this was the only time Chibi or her put their relationship on blast for the entire internet to see, you'd be wrong. After making up, Chibi talked his girlfriend into coming over, and being the individual he is, Chibi talked her into sealing the deal with him, if you guys catch my drift. But this wasn't a night Chibi would end up looking back on fondly. During the event, his girlfriend was crying the entire time, partially due to the fact Chibi couldn't maintain himself, causing her to feel unattractive. With tears streaming down her face, Chibi knew he had to calm her down. So Chibi informed his girlfriend it's not her fault. He just needs to wear her underwear and do it all himself.
No.
So she sat back as Chibi put on her underwear and did his business, as embarrassing as that sounds. And as you could imagine, dealing with that
How
and
do you
struggling
stay
with
on
mental
the internet?
illnesses, and also having a partner that is so heavily scrutinized wasn't good for her. And with Chibi constantly been unfaithful, whether that be being caught sending unwanted photographs or straight up flirting with
He's
trolls,
over it.
his girlfriend had
He's
enough.
over it, so
But
everyone
she
has
wasn't going
to
to live
be-
without a huge exit. Chibi knew this. After an argument over how Chibi's girlfriend doesn't have the game Splatoon, and from her perspective, she was being left out of Chibi and his friends' conversations. Fearing Chibi was losing interest in her, she began calling him non-stop for over 36 hours, while debating with Chibi's friends on what she should do to win the Cheapster's heart back. When checking his Discord, Chibi was horrified over how obsessive his girlfriend was becoming. Fearing the worst, Chibi decided that it was time for them to break up. But not able to deal with his girlfriend's hysterics and the fear she put in him, Chibi decided the best option was to get his mom to do it for him, putting her in the way of Chibi's unstable ex-girlfriend.
He got his mom
Chibi's
to
girlfriend
break up
didn't
with his
take the news
girlfriend.
so well, threatening to attack Mama Cheebs.
Mom, I need you to break
And
up with
later
my
on,
girlfriend.
She found Adam's vehicle and left a few key marks in it, even threatening to set it ablaze in a few Discord messages.
Nice.
Oh, what was this?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, so I found a form, and it's not It's not 4chan. But goddamn, it's a lot worse than 4chan. Let me tell you something.
It's Kiwi Farms.
Oh boy.
Oh
my,
boy.
and there's stuff about me on here too.
Yeah, I thought there would be.
The people from SGDQ, they're posting shit about you. Like, I'm shaking. I don't know what to do.
Oh no.
Wait, what do you mean? Like the people from SGDQ? This year?
Do you want me to read it?
This year?
Yeah. There's a quote. My mom is on the phone breaking up with my psycho girlfriend. I can't even see straight right now. My head's gonna burst. There's so much wrong with the sentence, I don't even know where to start. Is his girlfriend that he's been seeing with? Well, I found your nudes, by the way. That happened.
Not surprised.
Oh, it starts. Here we go. Chibi is at SGDQ right now, and judging from Twitter, his mere presence is creating drama. He's already been accused of awkwardly hitting on someone's girlfriend. Is it too much for me to hope he gets on the couch for a run?
So me make small talk with someone. First off, that wasn't his girlfriend. That was his wife.
The Bing Bings.
That was small talk.
Reporting from SGDQ, Cheeps is participating in a 70-star
Can you read?
race.
Oh,
has never
maybe
played
not.
the game. While everything's been getting set up, he's been trying tricks, getting some, I'll give him credit, and repeatedly been screeching loudly. It gets louder and louder. Multiple people have said they're leaving because of him specifically. I agree with others and wish he figures shit out, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, I know for a fact that wasn't one of my finer moments when I was like really super drunk at that. Well, drunk 70-star race. It actually, though, that was like kind of the whole purpose of it, was to be a drunk 70-star race.
Is he doing this as some kind of revenge from being told to be quiet? I wish I knew. He was apparently drunk. Doesn't stop the fact that he was annoying everyone. The race finished and Chibi was begging, like literally begging for Cheese to help him. Yesterday was his birthday, according to Twitter, and he was desperately seeking people out to hang it with him. I have no doubt he was drunk. Why did he sign up for speedrun a game that he never played? Did he assume that it'd be easy? He could compete with guys who knew the game? I mean, I thought SM64 was pretty easy too, even when it came out and I was young. But I still would recommend at least one 100% playthrough to familiarize yourself with which stars to go for. But
I don't feel like that's actually like bashing, but rather people just kind of telling it straight. Because that actually was very true about SGDQ, that I got drunk multiple times, and like I said, it was mainly so that I could get over my not being able to talk to people very well.
She really looks like someone who got paid $500 to be his girlfriend for the week at SGDQ.
I love how these people are actually doubting my ability to actually have a relationship with somebody.
Yikes.
It's true. It doesn't seem like he'd ever date someone who wasn't insane. Yeah, the bitch is batshit crazy. I have a privilege of being in his Discord during one of their fights. She went off on him after his mother broke up with her and posted a bunch of personal information about him in such a meaty tidbit.
I know that, yeah, I never asked for the drama, but everything that they're saying is completely true.
Mario's having fun.
I can't debate any
Woohoo!
of it.
Why do I gotta get sucked down into this, though?
Why? Why not? Why wouldn't you
This is what I
be?
was afraid of when you started dating me. This is exactly what I was afraid of.
But you did it anyway.
I don't look like a man, do I?
No, of course not. Okay, I don't know who you are, Illyria, but that was extremely rude.
What?
Said Damn, that straight friend zone shit, bro. She talking about missing her ex and being all flirty. What a blue balling, attention whoring slut. LMAO, you best get out.
Bitch, I will fight you.
I'll fight
I will
you.
Fight you.
I'll punch you.
You don't dare insult me like that.
That'll make you stop making fun of me.
You don't know the situation I'm going through. I'm on probation.
Whoa.
And I can't see my ex right now. And it's very hard.
If you're on probation, insulting someone probably isn't the best idea.
You wanted to play with your little boyfriends and girlfriends and fangirls and fanboys, so I was talking to somebody else, and then all of a sudden shit happened with Effie, and I got really upset. Can you at least message her and be like, hey,
Yeah,
are you okay?
I'll message her. That shouldn't be
People, sorry, I love him, and I have to call him right now.
Because even though he had just had his mom break up with his girlfriend for him, and she cooks his food and does his dishes, all things by Mama Cheeb's account, Chibi literally had no idea how to do all the way up into his 30s. For better or for worse, she believes he's mentally incapable of doing these tasks, which kinda shows you the coddling Mama Cheebs is known for. But with all the care Chibi was receiving from her, he thought that she was adding too much stress into his life and causing him to lose grasp on the one thing that truly mattered to him, and that was his love of speedrunning. He wasn't getting the numbers he wanted, and he could only blame his mom, just like everything else in his life. So, Chibi decided to move out with two of his gamer friends, much to his mom's dismay. It wouldn't take long for Chibi's roommates to realize they had made one of the worst mistakes of their life. As Mama Cheeb said previously, Chibi had no idea how to do any basic essentials. He began to stink up the house with all of his dirty laundry and bad hygiene. Chibi was even refusing to pick up the garbage on the floor. When confronted, he would quickly give them the same runaround he gave to his mom, that he was busy working and streaming, most likely hiding the fact of his ineptitude out of shame. And soon, this bad hygiene would catch up to him. Coming into work smelling and groggy from playing video games all night, customers and other employees began to complain about him, and after a simple mistake, they fired him, no doubt trying to wash their hands of a mistake they made in the past. When returning home, Chibi was quick to tell his roommates of what happened. Chibi must have seen the worry on their face because he explained why he wasn't worried about this at all. Without his mom and job, he was finally going to be able to become a full-time streamer. Chibi was informed he had till the end of the month to collect all of his things after he told him that. And in true lolcow fashion, Chibi, who was spited by this situation, decided he was going to get back at his roommates by calling the apartment manager, telling on them for letting him stay there without notice, most likely causing some problems for his former roommates. And yet again, another example of Chibi destroying relationships through his own anger and laziness. And, of course, yet again, Mama Cheebs was forced to take her son back in. You'd think this would improve their relationship, but things would only get much worse from here on.
Someone on Kiwi Farms coined the Chibi cycle. You know, at the top. You know, it's like the Sonic cycle, except with infinitely more autism. Does cringy shit and receives negative attention. Has a public mental breakdown for ass pats from the true and core. Yeah, you can tell this is from Kiwi Farms. Goes on break to find self. Has an epiphany about what cringy shit to do next, and then it's just over and over again.
Little did Mama Cheebs know the domino effect of this decision she just made would last for the rest of her life. You see, after Chibi's biological father passed, Chibi's mom remarried shortly after, hoping that keeping a steady male role model in her son's life would not only help them out, but keep her sane. Unfortunately for her husband, this was around the time Chibi was getting trolled non-stop. During all of the pizza phone calls, Chibi's stepdad was also dealing with this. As a man who knew nothing of the internet, he thought this was insane, and no matter how much he scolded Chibi or tried to course correct his life, nothing was getting through to him, and in only a short amount of years, Chibi's stepdad could no longer handle the stresses that came along with Chibi. Yes, it had nothing to do with Chibi's mom. Chibi's stepdad cited him specifically as the reason for their divorce. Just the thought of him moving back in and all of the chaos that was going to come along with it was enough for him to say, no, I can't do this anymore. But sadly, after the divorce, Chibi made multiple Twitter posts letting the entire internet know of his family's personal drama, somehow failing to realize this was the exact reason they divorced in the first place. Chibi's inability to keep his private affairs off the internet. And shortly after these Twitter posts, Chibi's stepdad would tragically pass away due to a heart attack. Your reasons for the cause of the heart attack is good as mine, and I've got a pretty good guess.
I'm just completely broken. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't feel accepted anymore. I don't feel like I belong.
You never were! Anywhere!
I just feel like I'm a complete stain on the community.
Like on my mattress. My bed sheets.
There's really nothing I can
my
do
floor.
about it.
And my girlfriend's panties.
It hurts so much. But this is the reality that I have to live with now. I don't even feel like I should be here. I don't even think people want me here anymore.
Would you please be quiet?
I just don't know what I can do anymore. I don't know what else I can do. If people really want me gone that bad, then fine, I'll go.
Fine,
I'm just tired of the pain. I'm tired of constantly feeling I'm alone.
Chibi's mom tried to meet a new man, trying to move on from the past a few years later, but during her bar visit with her date, she was surprised when Chibi appeared at the bar she was at, dressed in a Persona 5 cosplay, causing the man to never
epic.
call her again, and to our knowledge, is the last time Mama Cheebs ever attempted to be in a relationship, leaving Chibi as the only man in her life. And with this newfound responsibility, Chibi tried to get multiple jobs. Normally
Don't
only
look anything
lasting
like the
3
Joker.
or 4 days.
No, it's the
before
Joker
getting
from
fired
another-
for
from something
unspecified
else.
reasons. It got so bad, Chibi finally broke down and begged
Persona.
20 or so speedrunners to help him hold a marathon to raise money to pay the bills.
I mean,
at
it's
his
been a while
mom's
since I
house.
watched Batman, but
And to many
I don't
people's
think he looks like
surprise,
that.
Chibi ended up making over $2,000 in profit. Nobody is sure if Chibi went through with his promise to use all of that money for bills, but seeing as they didn't lose the house, Chibi might have actually kept his word, or his mom forced him to since he was the reason for her divorce.
Open your eyes. Look at that number.
Wow.
Wow.
We did that.
We did that.
Unreal.
All I had to do was say we were going to get it thrown out of our house. And then he looks at the camera, see?
I'm speechless, Adam.
See, I just went online and I eBay. Pretty cool.
All of
All right.
that work was worth it for this moment.
Yes, of course.
I know how hard you've been struggling, and I know I can't really do much, but I wanted to do at least whatever I could to help. I know it's been tough ever since you lost, you lost our stepfather, you lost your father, my grandfather.
Go find it.
And things have just been really, really tough for all of us, and you've been needing a little bit of a hand. I'm glad I could do something for you.
You guys see? You guys see this? See how cool I am? We did this, you guys. Thanks.
It's not me that made all this happen, it's them.
I know that. I don't know what to say, guys.
It's really cringy.
I mean, this is just unbelievable.
All these people made this happen.
But I did what I could.
Well, thank you for the bottom of my heart. For everybody. I don't know how to say thank you enough.
Twitch partner.
It really means a lot.
Go upstairs.
God bless you guys.
Oh.
The cringy clips really go to
almost
show
tripped
you
over
the
the
odd
garbage.
dynamic these two have.
That was
And I
funny.
want you guys to notice how at the
Glad he
end of
included
almost
that last
all
bit.
of Chibi's stories, his mom swoops in out of nowhere to save him from whatever bad decision he's made for himself, no matter the sacrifice on her own life. So by now, you'd think Chibi would have some sort of respect for her. No.
No.
After saving
No,
him over a
I forgot
thousand
about that.
times, Chibi's mom was horrified by a new revelation
He
that
was
Chibi
so
had
mean
laid
to
on
her.
during this hectic time of her life. He informed his mom that he was now bi and was going to live his life openly around her. He wanted to bring his partner to family outings, and Chibi's mom was not having none of this. This actually shocked her, telling Chibi that he was now going to have to go to church every Sunday. This seems to have been the final straw for Chibi.
I don't know if he included this, but after the George Floyd thing, his mom was like, I don't know why people are like worshiping this guy. And Chibi overheard her saying that and was like, my mom is a Nazi. She's a racist. I hate her. She's evil. It's like, dude, come on.
Since this event, he refuses to acknowledge the help
being,
he
like,
receives from her.
what-
But that
you're
doesn't
just saying
stop
what
him from
most
falling
people
to
were
her
saying
aid
at the
whenever
time.
He gets himself in trouble.
I was raised
I
Lutheran.
can't believe this. I need
and
to get
our
out of here as
beliefs
soon
back
as
then
possible.
Were very, very strict. Eventually, like around the time that I turned 18, and also around the time that I realized that I was bisexual, I fell out of the faith when I really kind of got to really understand what it was. It wasn't the message that that I originally thought it was of peace and forgiveness, but rather just.
You see, a big part of the Chibi cycle is when he claims that he is going to change his life. He'll then pick up his room and proclaim it's a huge step for his mental health, not realizing he's basically doing nothing and a lot more hard work.
Doing
is
things that
needed.
an adult should
Eventually,
do, but he wants
trolls
you to
finally
feel
break
proud
this
of him for
message
it.
through to him. So possibly in an attempt to spite them or through his own delusions, he was going to join a gym, and to make sure he didn't quit, he hired the most expensive gym trainer possible to motivate him. This ended up eating over 60% of Chibi's monthly salary. As you can see, this was a very bad deal. So Chibi's mom was left with no choice but to go through a strenuous process of getting this cancelled. During this time as well, Mama Cheeves was looking through Adam's funds. She realized that Chibi was giving a huge portion of his income to OnlyFans subscriptions. Genuinely furious, Chibi rarely helps with the bills and was giving all of his money away to e-girlfriends. She confronted Chibi about this, hoping to change his perspective, only to be met with Chibi being furious that his mom was trying to take away his one and only chance of ever getting a girlfriend again, or at least so he thought. He might have been right. Chibi put up so much of a fight that Mama Cheeves was going to turn off the internet, causing Chibi to finally relent. This all culminated into a pretty funny event where Mama Cheeves had a realization and decided to sit Adam down and inform him. She realized that he should not be a father. I'm not sure how it would take her that long to realize this, but this event must have struck a chord in Chibi. Not to do anything about it, but to cement his hatred for his mom, because Chibi believes one day he'll be a great father. This also made him tweet out that his mom was like the Sahara Desert and was never going to get another man. Not only is that a weird thing to say, it's also ironic that Chibi is the most likely reason for his mom being single. With some investments, Mama Chibi couldn't save the young cringelord from. One of the more infamous moments was back when the Kickstarter for Yooka-Laylee was offering anyone who donated around $5,000 the chance to voice a character in the game.
Oh my
As soon as
god.
Chibi heard this
is
he realized he had a
crazy.
new passion in his life, and that was to be a voice actor. And with all of the anime
For-
he's watched in his life, he knew he found his next path. For anybody
For a game, it was like a Banjo-Kazooie spinoff. So all the dialogue, like people weren't saying words. They were just like blah, 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 blah. And he wanted to pay $5,000 in order for a chance to be one of the voice actors, because that was one of the stretch goals in the Patreon campaign. Or not the Patreon, but the crowdfunding campaign was like, hey, if you hit this tier, you can be one of the voice actors. And he was like, oh my god, I'm gonna raise $5,000 so I can go doob doob boo ba ba doo boo boo in the video game. I'm a voice actor now, guys.
Who's ever played ukulele?
Yeah,
It's
ukulele.
a platformer with little dialogue, and the dialogue that is there is spoken gibberish,
Yeah.
akin to Banjo-Kazooie. So even if this did work out, there would be no realistic chance that Chibi would be able to gain any additional paying roles afterwards. But that mattered little, since Chibi could only receive a loan for around $4,000.
He got a loan for
Still
it.
undeterred, he tried to get the loan to donate the money so he could at least
God.
get his name in the credits of the game. This was somehow expected to explode his streaming career, even though the
he's
game
gotta
to
have
this
more
day,
than just
only around
autism.
20% of the players have
Gotta have
actually
some, like,
completed
mania
it.
or-
That we can tell from the achievement. And I'd say less than 1% watched the entire credits, and only one person would even notice Chibi's name in the credits, and that would be him. Needless to say, this would have been a huge waste of money. But unfortunately, we can't confirm if he actually did go through with this donation or not, since he wasn't able
This
to
is my
receive the full
future.
amount. He probably still used most of the loan money to donate to the Kickstarter.
I'm gonna clean the filter. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but my anxiety is peaking right now.
I know. My heart. The last time I saw
my heart's beating so fast. Help.
And he's still trying to do
Aquana's trying to snipe
the
Brandon
voice actor
out.
thing.
You said it was him.
Yeah, but no, we don't vote on 7. We don't vote on 7. It's not worth voting on 7.
Oh, whatever. I have to go to the death box. Oh god, not the death box. Someone's already in here, isn't there? Oh god.
Isn't they?
Wait, there's 2 people here. There's 2 people. Unless they're both imposters. Fuck. I just vote me off, please.
Alright.
Alright, so is anyone else dead?
My anxiety is way too high right now.
Aquana,
I'm
you
going
had
off.
you had the
Aquana.
microphone.
Dude.
Say something.
I said my anxiety is way too high right now. Please vote me off.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm having a panic attack right now.
I mean,
You've gotten 0 imposters, 1 kill, they just win.
I'm having the worst panic attack right now.
Oh my god, I was joking.
Oh, poor
I didn't think he'd
Aquana.
literally say that.
Aquana, you're
The game does not help my anxiety.
I'm
at all.
putting it out.
It's not me, but
think
I'd rather
it's
not
Dark
be jump
Queen,
scared right now. So just
Maybe
kill
you
me, please.
shouldn't
I just don't like to talk.
be
Yeah,
in the
I'm probably
public
just gonna
eye.
close this game.
Oh, wow.
Brandon! Yeah.
Get the feeling better, Aquana.
Yeah,
This high. I feel like I'm gonna melt down any second.
Yeah.
This is why normally I don't play games with jump scares, because it does not work with my anxiety at all.
Come on. Again, this like
Even that
autism
game,
doesn't explain this unless he's like really, really low end on the spectrum.
It's
He's
the only thing I can say. is
gotta
I'm
have
so
some other kind
sorry.
of like
I'm sorry for being fucking
no.
pussy. That's what.
some weird
I don't
trauma
know. I have
reaction.
absolutely no idea what just came over me. I was just.
He doesn't seem like
frozen.
he's Christian tier
I couldn't
Tismo, but
talk. I
like,
couldn't
jeez,
think.
dude.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Like he did a cooking video where he was like making
Just
takoyaki,
shit in a
and his
fucking
hands were
anxiety.
just shaking. It's
Be
like,
able to enjoy so much more. If I didn't have fucking anxiety. It just hurts because I want to be able to enjoy things.
I want to be able to enjoy things.
I can't fucking enjoy things.
He's never talked about like being abused or anything, but it's just has such little emotional control.
Maybe I should get off. I don't want anybody seeing me like this.
Maybe he's just low IQ. I don't know.
This is embarrassing. All I ever want to do is make people happy.
You're playing Fall Guys.
And lately I don't feel like I have. I just hate this. I hate feeling like this day in and day out. I
hate all the pain.
You're not even at.
I
You act like you're.
upset with myself.
You have some sort of
Thinking that I'm not good
debilitating
enough.
injury.
I just hate it. I hate feeling like I'm losing all my friends.
This
That
isn't
less
helping.
and less people show up.
It's fewer people.
I feel like I've let them down. I feel like I've let everybody down. I just wish I wasn't a fucking partner because it puts so much pressure on me to be like everybody else.
Well, I'll take
Be
the partnership if
successful.
you don't mind.
I just can't believe I let my
I'm just gonna
emotions
like.
come to this.
I'm gonna like spend a
All I
month
ever
where I'm just
feel is
playing
I'm
like
failing all
meme
my friends
games,
and everybody who
build up an artificial viewer
depends on me.
base, and then stop.
to bring
That way I
joy
can
into
just
their lives.
go back to normal and I'll have
I was playing Among Us with
bigger cut of sub
Dan
revenue.
and some friends, and I was feeling so much anxiety for whatever reason that I just couldn't play it anymore.
Gonna go on YouTube like how to get Twitch partner
I don't know
easy.
why.
Play these
What
games.
more does this game want?
Okay.
What more does it want?
You know a game that surprisingly has a lot of people watching
I
is
want to be good at this game.
They Are Billions.
All I want to
I have
do,
that game.
I just want to be good at something. Anything.
Aw.
I just want to be good at something.
After yet
Well, you
again
have to-
realizing that he was never going to be a successful streamer,
Is he gonna get into
due to
it?
the trolls that would no doubt amass and outweigh any positives that could come his way, and the fact he wasn't talented enough at any of the games he speedran to become a major player in them, Chibi was thinking of ways to break away from his mundane life and live the Japanese lifestyle he so desperately craved.
Yeah,
So he
okay.
enrolled himself into Full Sail University's gaming classes, wanting to become the next big game designer, until Chibi ran into one huge issue.
He's stupid!
He didn't realize all the basic math requirements that came with designing video games.
It's okay,
and the
though.
countless hurdles that come along with them as well.
He's got a Discord.
So Chibi would procrastinate all day, and most likely seeing this as a way of gaining attention from strangers on the internet,
Fucking
would begin
cheated.
begging Discord forums on help with his homework
course.
until some unlucky soul would end up doing the entire thing for him.
My
And
God.
this is how Chibi managed to scrape by in most of his classes. And when Chibi's
his
Discord
life.
friends refused to help him or just wasn't available, Chibi would have meltdowns in the Full Sail Discord servers. At first, his classmates had sympathy, but according to Chibi, they began openly making fun of him and his attempts at manipulating his fellow students into doing his work, knowing themselves that he would have no idea how to make a game on his
Yeah,
own
like-
once college was over with.
Right?
And there's a theory that he also had to spend a lot of extra time and money due to failing classes, since it has taken Chibi almost an extra 3 years longer than most people to graduate from Full Sail University.
You have mentioned that you were in school for game design. Have you made any demos or showcases during your lessons that are worth sharing?
Nope.
So not quite yet. I've done a few projects independently and as a team as like homework assignments, but nothing so far that I feel like I'm confident enough to show a potential client. A lot of the projects that I've done so far were, I would say, like very basic, like block mesh. If people who aren't familiar with that term, it's basically like blocking out a level with like very primitive shapes and like getting the actual mechanics scripted and implemented the way that it's supposed to work in the final level. But over the next 3 months, I'm actually going to be doing capstone work before I graduate. This month, I have to make a entire level that is it's a non-linear level with multiple winding paths and non-required objectives and required objectives.
He found that
No,
through
it's funny, like-
manipulating strangers into doing his homework,
It's like if you know your way around AI nowadays, you can get that to do a lot of the hard, heavy lifting, the programming. I mean, of course, like the modeling and meshing isn't quite there yet. You can actually take images and shapes and have them make 3D models of it, but the telemetry of it is pretty awful. So it's probably better off constructing it yourself. But I mean, a lot of these tools are going to make game designing a lot easier, but you have to learn the AI tools. But you know that requires being proficient as well. You can't just use it as, a shortcut. You can't use it to cheat. But yeah, the whole game design aspirations of his just fell off. It just he got the degree, he wasted all the money at Full Sail, and then he decided, you know what? I'm not gonna make video games. I'm gonna try and teach English in Japan. Is just so he got the degree for no reason at all.
That he was actually really good
Crazy.
with people. He could get them to do almost whatever he wanted. And due to his past, he felt like he connected with people on an emotional level and really knows where they come from, announcing to the world that he was going to now go back to school and become a therapist. Nobody's surprised. Chibi, in a rare moment of self-reflection, realized there was no chance of him actually doing this. So he transferred that passion into 3D printing. How did they relate? Well, your guess is as good as mine, but with Chibi's newfound love for 3D printing, he had a few other realizations. That he could step his cosplaying up to a level now never before seen. Actually,
and then he just ended up buying the
keyblades and other accessories for his cosplays. He would now become a streamer again, because of course he would, and take over the entire streaming world. But Chibi never actually gained the motivation to start streaming consistently, whether that's due to the trolls or his own laziness. It never really took off. But what did come of the 3D printing art was far more entertaining. Being a fan of Game Grumps, Chibi would buy a cameo, yes, he bought the cameo, asking one of the Game Grumps what anime sword would he like for Chibi to send to him. As you could see, he actually told Chibi not even to bother. He didn't want it.
No.
And for some reason, this motivated Chibi to go ahead and make him a sword that he thinks he would like, and sent it to him, no doubt ignoring the fact that it's probably collecting dust in some warehouse. This didn't stop Chibi in the slightest.
This was his response.
If I had a custom sword, it would basically be like a Cardcaptor Sakura wand or like a Sailor Moon wand with a sword attached to it. You know what I mean? Like the hilt is like the wand, and then there's just kind of a sword coming out of it. That would be my ideal custom sword, but I certainly ain't asking you for one.
Oh, a challenge is it?
No, it isn't. He's like, I'm not asking for this. Oh.
You think you know Kingdom Hearts? Prove it in the comments by saying something from the games. I'll judge you based on your answer.
Look, I got a Keyblade.
This also seems to be around the time that Chibi's mom finally realized the only way she was ever going to be able to get away from Chibi is if she paid for him his own place. But she also knew there was no way Chibi would survive on his own, so she had Chibi's brother move in with him. And Chibi's brother is someone we haven't mentioned much, but there is a few things you should know. You see, Chibi's brother is basically a normal Chibi. He has all the same problems as Chibs, but manages to hold down a job and keep a girlfriend. The latter part is something Chibi is very jealous about, making many tweets since he's moved in with his brother, detailing the tragedy of being single and having to see a loving couple every day of his life. It's also very weird how Chibi seems to spy on them.
Like he's basically Chibi, but more emotionally stable. He has really bad acne, like really, really bad acne. But he was able to get a girlfriend, a black girl. I think they broke up since then, and recently the brother moved out to go take care of their grandma. So Chibi is just like alone now, and he's really upset about it.
During the most intimate of times, even posting about it on Twitter where he thinks his brother won't see, even though the trolls probably send it to him. And also because his brother's girlfriend to this day is the only person who seems to be giving him encouraging advice. And through his attention seeking, Chibi isn't afraid to blast his brother anytime he wants to, just to get a little crumb of attention. And this is one of the worst examples. Possibly an attempt to embarrass his brother, most likely out of spite. Chibi is a very spiteful person. Chibi decided he was going to tell the internet about a random drunken night where him and his brother kissed on New Year's. Chibi would wake up the next morning realizing in horror of what he posted to Facebook. His entire family saw it. He rushed to delete it, but it was too late. Trolls had screenshotted the picture, and his entire family was disgusted by this revelation. Chibi would pick up his activity on random Discord servers. He found himself in, let's say, some unsavory forums where him and others would talk about more graphic subjects. After being gassed up by some other members' posts, Chibi would create a message saying, anyone who wants to see something crazy, send me a private message. Around 5 unlucky participants sent Chibi a message. In return, they received something that shocked them to their core. They got multiple photos of Chibi posing for them, wearing nothing. But the most disturbing part of the pictures was apparently Chibi was seen involving his cat in these photos. I'm not sure exactly how, but your guess is good as mine. The Discord moderators were quickly notified of
he's
Chibi's
laying on his
wrongdoings
back, the cat
before
is
he
in his
was
lap, and
swiftly
his
kicked
dick
out
is
of the
just hanging
server,
out.
posting
Like,
an
what the
apology to
fuck?
Facebook, and the Discord server publicly airing Chibi out and all of his wrongdoings.
Almost a week ago, posted this about
And his explanation is
attention
like,
all
does it
members.
say this?
We would like to remind you that sending unsolicited nude photos.
Like, I was just taking the photos, and the cat decided to call the police. The cat just decided to jump up on my lap, and I was like, oh well, I guess I'll just take the photos.
Is not only inappropriate and disrespectful,
So nasty.
but it also violates our community guidelines. We have a zero tolerance policy for such behavior, and any user found to be engaging in it will be immediately banned from the platform. As an example, we've recently had to ban user Adam White for sending unsolicited nude photos. This behavior is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We take the safety and comfort of our users very seriously. And as a result of this, Adam went into full damage control mode on Discord, on the official Discord. He was banned from that too, saying, no, you don't understand. It was consensual. You know, they all agreed to it. Yada, yada, yada. Right?
They didn't ask for
and
that.
Then went into his usual Shadow the Hedgehog super edgy mode, where he started posting about how we'll never see him again. He has an addiction to showing his dick to people. He claims that he started posting like cheeky photos of himself in the 21 and up Discord, and people were encouraging him. He claims to have body dysmorphia, and this really boosted his confidence.
That
and as
doesn't
a
make
result,
sense.
He got a little bit too
body dysmorphia doesn't make you want to show your dick to
decided,
people.
hey, if
it
these
actually
guys
makes
like
you
these
like
photos, then maybe they'll like a picture of my dick.
not want to show your
including one photo where it was a POV from his point of view of his cat sitting on his dick. I made a powerful post today on Facebook.
I wish I could
this so I never forget
bleach
these
my
words.
brain of that image.
Keep moving forward. Yes. Now keep in mind the context is that he was banned from a convention fan Facebook group. He was banned from a Colossal Con Facebook group because he kept sending unsolicited pictures of his dick to random people, to random women. Yes, what happened sucked. I wish it didn't happen.
Good for you.
I
He
wish
wishes it didn't happen.
Well, maybe you should.
I think we all do.
Send pictures of your dick to random people, Adam. Have you ever thought about that? I could have handled it differently, but as much as I wish I can go back in time and fix it, it's in the past now, and I can't worry about it. So I'm putting out a declaration here and now. This goes out to anyone who's decided not to associate with me, anyone who's been relishing in my trauma, his trauma. His trauma. He's the one sending pictures of his
Poor
dick
guy.
and harassing women, but he's the one who's experiencing trauma. Anyone who's lost faith in me along the way, this will be the last time you will see me like this. I won't hide anymore. I won't run away. I'm going to own up to the shit I did and make a fucking difference. Can you just hear the Kingdom Hearts music in the background as you're reading this?
So the picture with your cat on your penis. What was your thought process on that?
There wasn't one.
Boy. All right. Well, so that
he thought that these probably underage girls.
I mean, you know that
God.
the Colossal Con Discord, like the NSFW chat, everybody's posting lewds and nudes of themselves to some degree.
Not really.
It honestly was not meant to be taken out of context, and I'm sure a lot of people are taking it out.
They were just posting like edgy, sexy cosplays. And then he's like, you guys want to see something cool? Hit like if you do. And then like 2 or 3 people hit like because it's just like, whatever. I guess we got to like play into whatever this guy's trying to do, I guess. And then he sent the dick pics to the people who hit like. And they're like, we didn't ask for any of this.
Out of context. So I think my thought process was I thought having other subject matter in the shot would be more appealing to look at than just a straight up nude. But so I'll try to summarize this the best I can since I've already explained it multiple times. But as I'm sure you're aware, because you're a part of it, the ColossalCon 20 plus Discord or 21 plus Discord, NSFW chat is pretty much where everybody hangs out and talks. Nobody really talks in any of the other channels. And I wanted to try to meet people and fit in with everybody who they were commonly posting lewds or nudes of themselves, which at first I was not entirely comfortable with because number one, I have really bad body dysmorphia and I hate the way I look, especially naked. And number two, there's quite a few nudes of myself that have been leaked already. But in general, everybody was very, very supportive of me. And people posted more and more pictures of each other. And I thought that I could try to step outside my comfort zone a little bit, maybe feel a little bit more confident in myself. And so I said, hey, whoever reacts to this, I will send them something to their DM. In total, it was sent to 3 girls and 1 guy. And it was a video of myself out and climaxing.
Oh my God.
After this event, Chibi had realized that without actual help, he was going to continue into a cycle where he was going to make a huge mistake, try to make up for it, somehow embarrass himself even worse, go into a depression, and start all over again. And most likely being in the depressed part of said cycle, Chibi decided he was going to start doing magnet therapy. A therapy some may consider pseudoscience. But to Chibi, this was going to be the only way that he was ever going to get
therapy.
The sessions were expensive, but with Mom's help, of course, he was able to make all the payments. Surprisingly, Chibi was actually making all of the appointments on time, even though he was taking sick days from work to meet some of the deadlines. Until one day, Chibi was running a little bit late. When he arrived, he was informed that his therapist was currently in another session and he was going to have to come back during his next scheduled appointment. And after having a bad day already and thinking he needed to see his therapist immediately decided the best way for him to get his way was to begin slamming the clipboard and having a mini meltdown inside of the office.
Just pounding his fists on the desk.
Cursing and apparently punching the desk hard enough to move all of the objects on it. As he drove away, hoping to blow off some steam and feeling good that he for once positively vented and didn't take his anger out on others and just random objects. He would be surprised when he received a call informing him that he would have to pay out his remaining sessions and was barred from coming back to the office, and obviously sent Chibi into a panic.
Now that's extreme.
He did the only thing that he could think of.
It's a place where people go to deal with their mental issues. And someone goes in there and they're late for their appointment. They're like, no, you're late. You can't have your appointment today. And he just like throws a tantrum and he just gets banned. They're like, no, never come back. He had to have done something pretty extreme. I mean, because these are people who like literally deal with people with mental issues. Because you think they would have some leeway for people who are like being emotional, but I guess he just went way too far.
Call his mom and let her deal with all the problems. And like always, Mama Cheeb somehow managed to get Chibi out of yet another jam, getting his money back for all of his unattended appointments.
Anyway, let's move on. Because damn, that sucks. What is magnetic therapy, and why were you being treated?
No.
Okay.
They just like hit your brain with
magnetic therapy, it's a lot like shock therapy, but it's less invasive.
What the fuck?
And it works
What
by
the
having
fuck?
a machine deliver an electromagnetic pulse to a certain spot on the head in succession. It's supposed to target an area in the brain which helps with emotional regulation, and it's meant to treat treatment-resistant depression. For my final few sessions, I had to rush over there to make it for an appointment. I think I was like 30 minutes away, and
this is the sort of emotional state of someone who has experienced like extreme childhood trauma, you know, like molested by a family member or something like that. But he's never talked about any of that. He's just this emotionally unstable without any of the trauma that usually is associated with people who are that unstable. So it's like, fucking, I don't know, man. Just like nut up, I guess. Stop being a bitch. You have no excuse to act this way.
The person who administered the test said they had to leave in like 20, so I had to rush as fast as I could, and
But being
I think
a pussy,
speed a couple times down the freeway.
You have no excuse.
But I was not able to be seen for my appointment because the clinician had already left before I got there, and I talked to the receptionist, and she was like, "Yeah, no, you just missed them. They had to go." And I was really visibly frustrated because I tried as hard as I could to make it all the way out there. I knew how important this was, and I didn't want to. How earlier today I stayed in my bed for a good portion of the day, and then at some point I was like, why am I still in bed right now? It's already 2:00. I need to start getting stuff done. And at that point I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna walk around for a little bit. Unfortunately, that didn't last very long because then rain started happening.
No!
But
rain happened.
I know that change is difficult, especially for somebody who has repeated the same behaviors for years and years. I will keep making the same mistakes and probably end up in a situation on par with Christian. Only at this point, only time will tell what happens.
Don't fuck your mom.
I know that.
I mean, you fucked her over, but not literally.
Based on all of the things that have happened in my life and all of the friends that I've lost and all of the opportunities that I've lost and all the pain that I've caused.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I
editing in the background.
Go through all that.
Sometimes it's
but
choppy.
When I was there, I angrily pounded my fist on the counter, not super hard, but like enough to kind of disturb a couple of like the objects on the counter, and I just said, "Damn it."
Damn it!
And then I ended up leaving
it's like
as soon
main
as I
character
calmed down.
syndrome.
But
it's like he's an
apparently,
anime protagonist.
Later on that day, the presiding doctor called me and said that I was banned from coming back there because, according to him, I was supposedly violent and yelling at his staff. I remember, yes, I was upset, and I think I'm pretty sure the worst I said was "damn it," or not even like.
It was probably a lot worse than that.
I honestly do not remember.
This is in a blind rage.
He said he would not be pressing charges as long as I agreed not to return there again, and I agreed. So, yeah, to this day, what happened in that office is still a mystery to me. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if he's right, but that's pretty much how that ended. And it was a shame because we ended up paying a lot of money for that magnetic therapy.
And as previously mentioned, Chibi had a job during this time, and it was actually the best job Chibi ever had, and most likely ever will. After Chibi's mom smooth talked a manager to give Chibi a salaried job selling phone plans, Chibi would actually manage to hold the job down. Due to no help from himself, on Chibi's Kiwi farm, a few people claiming to work with them began to pop up.
Yeah.
At first, they was met with doubt,
It's funny
but they
because
soon proved themselves.
like his autism actually helps them in this job that he has, where he just goes like basically cold calling to sell like phone and internet plans. Because the autism makes it so like he doesn't really know when to take no for an answer, so he's just really pushy and insistent, and so he's able to get like decent sales, but he's prepared to throw all that out the window in order to go move to Japan, when it's like, dude, you just need to like focus on this job that you have that's not, you're actually getting pretty good money out of it. But now he just has to sabotage himself.
Posting legitimate pictures of Chibi's work car, Chibi had filmed himself.
What was that tweet?
posting legitimate pictures of
Moving
Chibi's
on.
work car Chibi had filmed himself in doing TikToks, so people were easily able to identify this was the real deal. They would go on to show the complete mess Chibi left the vehicle in. It was covered in Taco Bell garbage and
Right.
a large amount of dandruff. I'm having trouble finding the picture, but if I can find it before the video is out, you'll see it right here. They would
No, I
also
guess
detail
not.
the complete joke of a job that Chibi was doing. They are all required to have a monthly team meeting that is almost always ruined by Chibi complaining about hitting deadlines and begging to miss more work for some extravagant self-help event he's planned for himself. This leaves his co-workers shouldering an extra load because of his lack of discipline.
Speaking of load.
And to their surprise, the manager tends to let Chibi
The coworker also said that Chibi would regularly masturbate inside of the company cars. There's another fun fact you probably wish you could forget.
slide with all of this. Most of them are guessing he's a part of
all
some kind of
true.
hiring program that gives the business more money than they lose with keeping him.
Well, I just finished my first job today. Should probably get something to eat since I didn't really eat this morning. Oh no. Oh hey, Taco Bell's still serving breakfast. Well, probably stop in and get something.
How do they know?
Are you
'Cause
fucking serious, dude? Remember the last 3?
oh god, I did not see this, but him trying to act is really cringy. But yeah, it was the coworker of his. So they had like inside knowledge, and they have an account on Kiwi Farms, and they occasionally drop info, but they can't do it too much because they're afraid that eventually Chibi will find out exactly who he is, and so he won't have like insider access. But yeah, there is a coworker of Chibi who has an account on Kiwi Farms, posts in his thread every now and then to give us like insider updates on what he's been up to, and one of it is like talking about the just horrible state that he puts the company car in, just garbage and just food wrappers and everywhere, and also spunk. It's very spunky.
They lose with keeping him.
Well, I just finished my first job today. Should probably get something to eat since I didn't really eat this morning.
This morning.
Oh, hey, Taco Bell's still serving breakfast.
Really bad comedic timing.
Probably stop in and get something. Are you fucking serious, dude? Remember the last 3 times you've been to Taco Bell, and all 3 of those times you felt like shit the entire day? Yeah, but like, I haven't had any stomach problems in a while, and besides just one breakfast box, and not like it's gonna
Had
kill
weird
me.
teeth too.
Fine, do whatever. I'll be the one suffering, as usual. Thank you. Uh-huh, yeah, okay. Sure, Jan.
And Bozo.
Stop! Why do I keep doing this to myself? Well, that sure was fun. What are we getting from Taco Bell tomorrow, huh? You trash-eating shitbag. Guys, is, now a bad time? Oh, shut the hell up! I'll just be...
Wait, who is that? Colon?
I've worked with the guy for 3 years now. It's true.
God.
Dude isn't just a creep outside
Stop
of work.
it.
It's also during work as well. I've actually started putting together.
Maybe he just has like weird intestinal issues as well, because I don't know, man. Like, fucking who eats Taco Bell and they're just like, oh my god, I just got a shit. Like, it's just food. Either deal with it or just don't get it. Come on.
Album of all the shit he's been doing over the years to expose him at work to make sure he can't prey on our coworkers. If anyone has stories or screenshots they can share, please DM me or can help pass stuff around to the other groups so we can't find a new group to leach on. This convention is the first and won't be the last, but we can make sure
I like Taco Bell, but
bring
like
awareness to
I don't eat fast food often because I don't waste of money.
He leeches onto communities and conventions so that he can earn people's trust and be creepy and be a creep toward them.
But even though Chibi had a job that didn't require too much of him, very low expectations that gave him around $80K a year, Chibi once again thought this was too stressful and not his dream. He needed to finally do what he always wanted, and that was to become an English teacher in Japan.
All these dreams he
was a
has.
shoo-in for because, well, he's a native speaker of English. This would also get him closer to a culture he identified with more than his American one, even though that culture is the only reason he has any interest in Japan whatsoever. So Chibi would begin to beg for time off so he could take trips to Japan. During his first trip, many people was concerned if Chibi would even be able to make it off the plane in one piece, but to their surprise, Chibi actually went through with this trip with very little bumps or bruises along the way. But even though this was a big step for the Cheapster, it didn't stop him from making a fool of himself. During a time in his life that should have been full of adventure and exploration, on the first night of his Japan visit, maybe filled with nostalgia, Chibi would turn on a live stream in the middle of the night and begin to speedrun Mario Golf while live streaming. As you could imagine, this was very intrusive to the other guests, leading to a moment that reminds me of Chibi's time in his mom's house. One other guest, with some sense to them, gets up and turns the lights out on Chibi, a subtle hint to stop playing games and getting on the other guest's nerves. After this happened, Chibi didn't really do nothing of note afterwards, but sit silently and continue to play the game, which had to frustrate the person who turned off the lights and every other guest who was just dealing with Chibi. But nonetheless, this trip helped Chibi gain the confidence that he could become an English teacher. Not sure how, but it gave him the confidence at least. The next few months, Chibi would tweet that he was taking multiple tests to get a job, failing most, but he finally passed one of the tests that let him internship at a small rural town in Japan, leading Chibi to fly out and attempt to live his dreams. But like a reminder that Chibi will never escape himself, no matter what continent he's on, a Japanese television show spotted the American lolcow and like shark-smelling blood swarmed him, and during the interview, Chibi managed to embarrass himself on Japanese public television.
My trip to Japan, I absolutely enjoyed it. It was a very transformative trip, and I've been wanting to do that for a long time, and I'm glad that I finally got the chance to do so. So for those who don't know, I went to Japan for 2 weeks back in January with a group of people who were neurodivergent. It's a travel group that basically helps neurodivergent individuals basically see different parts of the world. But I did a lot of really cool things there. Like I saw some really cool buildings. So we went to Akihabara. We went to Osaka. We went to we explored a little bit of Tokyo, not where we got to visit a bunch of different hot springs. That was definitely one of the highlights of the trip. But I think one of the best.
He really wanted his
was also
his
being
hot
able to go
springs
to USJ
episode,
which and it was honestly I felt like a child visiting Disneyland for the first time. It was like surreal, like seeing all of the different environments recreated and seeing the characters. Like you could see Princess Peach, you could see Toad, you could see Mario and Luigi, and like everything was it was so cool.
Got to infantilize yourself.
But there's still a lot that I haven't seen yet. And, so yeah, in my head, I did. I told you we went to several hot springs, and as customary, everyone has to be fully naked when inside the hot springs. And so when I went to the hot springs, I went there with my travel guides and a few of the people who were traveling with me. And obviously that was something that drew my eye, and it was something that got me very self-conscious because I saw how much more endowed they were than I was, and obviously it made me embarrassed about myself. So take that however you will. As you know, cosplay is something I really enjoy, and it actually got me interested in Japan and their culture to begin with. As soon as I first got into the cosplay scene, that's how I got introduced to anime and manga and all that stuff. So being able to cosplay there was definitely a really cool experience. But also taking into account the the culture of Japanese people. They, I wanted to make sure that the cosplay that I chose was not one that would attract a lot of attention. So that's why I chose not Joker per se, but the actual cosplay was Ren Amamiya, which is basically Joker's alter ego, is his actual identity.
Well, thank you.
But
Appreciate it.
in his school uniform. And seeing people in school uniforms,
vital
either on the
information.
street or on a train in Japan, is very common. So I figured doing that, I pretty much blend right in. What I'd like to do is I'd like to try to apply for the JET program. For those who don't know, the JET program is a program that helps people become like an ALT in Japan, and it's a little bit
ALT.
more. I think it's
That's
a
what
government
ALT
sanctioned
Insider
program,
does.
so it's usually the salary is a bit higher than your average ALT, which is about 250,000 yen, or roughly like 1,800 a month in like your monthly salary. And then once I'm actually living in Japan, because a lot of employers that like post want ads for jobs in Japan require you to actually be living there. So,
but you're living,
more than
right?
likely, if I don't get into the JET program and I do end up wanting to move to Japan, I'll probably have to start as an ALT first for at least a month or two, and then once I actually have my feet firmly planted on Japanese soil, that's when I'll start putting in like my resumes and stuff like that for actual game design jobs.
We are Japanese TV show. Oh. So a little interview, okay?
That's so bass backwards.
Thank you so much.
恥ずかしいだよ。
日本語喋れるんですか？
少し。
すごい。どちらの国から来られたんですか
？So greasy.
Country.
アメリカから来ました。
ユウは何しに日本へ
？I came here before earlier this year, and I want to actually possibly learn how to teach English. So I am here by myself. So this time I came alone just to see if I can kind of handle things on my own.
一人で全部やる。
一人で。
結構緊張してますか？
旅を一人でやるってことなの？一人旅ってことだよね。
もっとも緊張。
リラックス。そんだけ日本語喋れれば大丈夫だ。
日本楽しんでくださいぜひ。
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. 楽しみだよ。
Yeah, like someone who has a history of sending pictures of his private parts unsolicited to people should probably be banned from teaching. That's my opinion. At least on like the school level. Maybe not like on a federal level, but like the school should do a background check and be like, no, you cannot work here. So just fly open, he turns around, you can see his butt crack and his fucking love handles spilling out from his skinny jeans. That
happens so much.
ありがとうございます。Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
After that fateful event, when Chibi returned home, he claimed that he was going to go back and become a permanent citizen of Japan. But as months pass, Chibi seems to take no action in proceeding with those goals. It seems that Chibi is currently in the middle of a depression cycle, most likely caused by him failing at another passion of his. This has led to him lashing out at his brother, causing brother Cheebs to move out and take his girlfriend with him, so it's only a matter of time before Mama Cheebs will have to swoop in and save the day. And just to show you that Chibi will never change, I think it's best to end this video with the final time Chibi talked to Big Al. In 2016, the USA had a sudden and vast social justice movement. Many people found themselves attaching to these ideals, specifically people in the weirder niches, such as Chibi. If he wasn't whining or vying for attention or complaining about his mom, Chibi would be posting his political hot takes, which normally consisted of very common far-left viewpoints. Unfortunately, Chibi's love of attention and seeing all of the media following stories of victims, Chibi decided to make a twit longer detailing an ordeal of his, or well, multiple ones. You see, Chibi, through all of his complaining about not having friends at AGDQs, wasn't exactly the truth. There was one person who Chibi was fond of, a mystery speedrunner who, after they both got drunk, bunked up and made out. I think we mentioned it earlier in the video. Chibi claims he was an alleged victim of this speedrunner, only for multiple other speedrunners to claim otherwise. Chibi would actually visit this mysterious speedrunner, often sober, and proceed to have romantic encounters with this guy. After getting called out and saying that he was completely making up this story, Chibi quickly dropped his claims, even apologizing for it, which is just insane. He was actively making false allegations to multiple people, while the only credible claim was the ones made against him, allegedly. After Chibi's failed attempt to sabotage the name of an old friend just for a few thousand Twitter likes, he knew he had to do something fast, because if any of his new SJW friends were to look at his past, he was basically everything they were standing against. It also didn't help that a speedrunner had just claimed that Chibi, a different speedrunner mind you, made a very aggressive advance towards her. While Chibi was drinking at a SGDQ, another one, he manages to do a lot at these GDQ events, in an attempt to either save some face or throw someone under thinking he looked like a hero and his new SJW friends would forgive his past, he brought up old direct messages and videos made by his former best friend, Big Al, who we've talked about earlier in this video. After many years of not thinking about Chibi, Big Al was shocked to learn that his old best friend out of nowhere tried to destroy his reputation. Luckily for Big Al, little to nobody paid Chibi's allegations any mind, but what it did cause for Big Al was to gain a newfound hatred for Chibi. Big Al had begun to unload any information that he had on the Chiefsters, revealing some of the most embarrassing moments in his life. During an interview with Chibi in 2022, Chibi would be surprised by Big Al showing up and confronting him about his comments and their past friendship. At the end of that interview, you can tell that Big Al was emotionally hurt from this situation. A long battle of mental torment juxtaposed to Chibi, who has the same memories as Al, but they mean nothing to him. Al, just like everyone else in Chibi's life, was a means to an end. Hearing the heartlessness in his voice when he says he's going to change goes to show that Chibi never actually intends to do better. He hopes you forget. It's far different than when he's just tweeting it out. You can hear the soullessness actually. And then he'll quickly move on, bury the past, and at the end of the day only manages to turn everyone he knew into his enemies. Because at the end of the day, Chibi doesn't care about his friends or family. He cares about himself. Until the day he starts working on his selfish nature instead of small, minute things, Chibi will never change. Chibi will stay the same.
Habits. One last question before the next segment.
All right.
You and Big Al.
Yep, here we go.
You and Big Al used to be best friends.
Mm-hmm.
It has been several years since you two have fallen out. Would there be any, and I do mean any, consideration to mending that relationship, or has that bridge been burnt?
So, if it were me, I would say the bridge has probably been burnt. I don't know what his feelings are on me.
We have a special guest. On top of our special guest, we got a 2-for-1 special tonight. Big Al 2K6 is here.
Oh boy.
Hey.
So, I'm gonna drop the interview shtick for a moment. I don't know your guys' history. I'm just an outsider here.
This is such a.
I'm just a humble.
I mean, it was meant to be like a
privilege to be the guy.
It's meant to be like a gotcha
witness
interview,
this
just
in
like to
real
bring him
time.
in and trap him. But by the end of it, they're just.
As far as I know,
he's just so pathetic
as far
and
as you
pitiful.
guys know, This
Which
may
is
very
like-
well be the last time you two will ever speak to each other. I highly advise, if you got something to get off your chest to one another, now's the time.
I hope you're doing okay. I hope life's treating you well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's been a long time since we spoke. I mean, a very long time. A lot has happened. A lot of time has passed. And I know you definitely think badly of me, as does most everyone. And I just want to say, I'm sorry. You remember our friend
I'm
group
sorry.
was, I would say, very hypersexual in some respects. I don't know if you remember John, but
Oh, I remember John.
yeah, he was a pretty prime example of that. Won't go into details. I'm sure you know all about that. But I know I've done a lot of stupid shit, and I have continuously done a lot of stupid shit, and I'm just now getting to the root of a lot of those problems that have faced me for, like I said, decades, that I didn't even realize were issues to begin with. I know you were there when I lost my dad, and I was very, very upset. It was a very dark time in my life when that happened, and it meant a lot for you to be there at the funeral home with me when I was going through that, because I did not know how to process my emotions, and to this day I still have difficulty processing those emotions of grief. And I just wanted to let you know how much that meant.
It's your turn.
Well, I honestly don't have much to say. I don't have much to say about all the, stories, because I wasn't there for them, so I can't really comment on that. But there is one thing I do want to ask Adam, and that is, was he always planning on throwing me under the bus eventually, or did that come after I cut ties with him?
Are you saying me? Like me
Yeah.
throwing you under the bus?
Yeah, I see. I'm looking at your fucking Twitlonger right now.
I know.
Where
I
I'm under the story of a rapist.
I remember the one. At the time that I wrote that, I was really angry. I had a lot of resentment.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
inside of me,
happy. That
and
explains things. I
I
thought
was
you were in a
trying
good
to
place.
Find anything to trying to find any cause for blame that I could after the things that you said. Basically calling me a pedo, and I was still really upset about that.
So you wanted revenge. So you falsely accused someone of molesting you.
What I wrote in that Twitlonger was wrong. I should never have wrote that about you.
I drove you places. I fed you. I gave you I opened my door for you. I drove you places way out of my way so you can go to job interviews. I was your fucking shoulder to cry on. I was there when your dad died. I'm probably the best friend you'll ever had. I was there when everyone else left.
I didn't acknowledge the good things.
How could you, Adam? After everything I've done for you. And I know I'm not perfect, but goddammit, I was there for you.
Yeah, he's just like
I know
emotionally
you were.
dead.
It's okay, man. Let it out.
It's okay, man. Let it all out.
I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate everything that you've done for me, though. And like I said, words cannot describe how much it meant to me that you were there when I was dealing with my father's passing. I'll never forget that. I feel like maybe sometimes I did take advantage of you.
May feel like twisting a knife a bit. So I'm going to apologize beforehand.
Okay.
But this is because of my burning curiosity. Do you feel as of now, there's any chance of a redemption arc for Adam.
Personally, for me, no.
I can understand that. I understand how he feels.
Should do a bit more than understand it. You're just like, this guy
I won't
is,
deny that.
There's no reach in this guy, huh?
Me just throwing him under the bus like that just because I got mad because he said something I didn't like. So I figured I had to get back at him. Like, it's just petty. It's petty behavior. It's childish behavior. And I should have thought more about what I was saying. Like, yeah, there were some things that he did that I didn't agree with, but he's not a bad person.
I just poured out 10 years worth of anguish and pain onto you, and you sound like the fucking Clear Eyes guy. Absolutely no.
I'm sorry.
No emotion, no remorse. So, what the fuck was I to you, Adam?
Maybe he is a maybe
It
he's a
doesn't sound
sociopath.
like I have remorse in my voice, but I do. And I didn't want to be overly emotional on the call because I'm just trying to keep things.
It's not like he was late for his magnet therapy appointment.
I don't know. I just didn't want to risk being over emotional and saying something that I shouldn't be saying. Because when it comes to me and my emotions, I don't have the best control over them. I know how you feel, and I know the hurt that you feel. I know I put you through so much shit. And it's been 10 years. It's been such a long time.
And I was your friend in spite of all that.
You were. Even back then, like, I didn't have the best reputation either. Like, the whole Osaka-con bullshit, like, me being super cringy, that hasn't really changed much.
I'm going to pause real quick because something that the chat is pointing out, and something I would like to point out as well, is that you're now showing emotion after we point it out.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I should cry.
Sorry.
All right, I gotta. Okay.
Good luck to you.
Gotta make the tears
You're
come
gonna
out.
need it.
Shit. They picked up on the fact that I don't really care.
I do hope things change. I'm not holding my breath. I do hope eventually you do find whatever happiness you're looking for. But that's it. You'll get none of it from me.
Thank you guys for watching The Tale of Chibi. It's a frustrating tale of a man who refused to grow and proceeded to drag everyone else down with him. I don't know if Chibi will ever be able to fix himself. The sad truth is, Chibi, for the rest of his existence, will manage to find a way to dig himself into a deeper hole until the day his mom can't or won't help him any longer. And when that happens, the true tragedy of Chibi's story will begin. But until that time, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to drop a like. If you haven't, drop a sub. Follow the links down below, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Thank you.
Despite what people might think about me or what their impressions of me are, what people have heard, I am not a malicious person. And I know that I'm not a malicious person. I would never intentionally cause harm to anybody.
I may not seem like
I
it,
know
but actually.
my actions have been wrong. I know why they are wrong. And being autistic has something to do with that, as I do oftentimes fail to read very obvious social cues, and I also have a lot of difficulty socializing with people, which most of my interactions come from being on my phone, which is probably another question we'll get to soon. But it's not just that. I want to be able to fit in with people and make them happy. That's my bottom line. That's basically the one thing that I've always wanted to do.
Thanks, Chibi. You're doing a real good job of it. The pre-stream watch is about to begin in like 5 minutes. I don't think you have anything that will fit in 5 minutes. Mostly just long form stuff here. Trump election victory remix. Look, let's take a step back from the politics. This is not what we're here for. It's not what we're all about. We had fun that one day watching all the meltdowns, but that was just like a once in every 4 years event. So just needed a moment to let all that out. Then we can just leave this stuff behind. Focus on lolcow stuff. That to me is a lot less drama filled. Equip? Why did it cut off? Some weird stuff. I need to. The costume is just the same costume but with glasses on. What are the odds? It's pretty funny. But Rev, his content's pretty short. The costume is just glasses. Hey, it works for Superman. Panic mode, but it's this. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. So today we're going to be
double click.
Revisiting Sweet Baby, who's found themselves in another round of controversy. As many of you already know, over the past couple of months, Sweet Baby's doing everything in its power to rebrand their public image, trying to convince people that they're not interested in DEI or related agenda pushing. They are just a narrative consulting firm who wants to help make good stories. Now, this narrative has been pushed by yet another employee from Sweet Baby, and that push will backfire horribly. And on top of that, their claims will be greatly contradicted by a recent discovery made, a collaboration between Sweet Baby and another company that is trying to push a DEI agenda for Sweet Baby to a bigger audience and client base. So as I said, over the past couple of weeks and really months, Sweet Baby's been doing a revamp, including with their website. They did a rebrand of the website, basically removing any mention of diversity, equity, or inclusion. It's a lot more
it took me a minute,
but I got the joke. Focused more on the narrative consultation aspect of their organization. In fact, this was mirrored by a recent XOXO festival TED Talk that the CEO, Kim Belair, recently made, where she said, "We don't know why we are harassed by so many people. We're the victim of an unwarranted harassment campaign. All we are is just a humble narrative consultation firm who has no interest in pushing agenda." Now, that narrative has been recently pushed by another former Sweet Baby Inc. member here, Grant K. Roberts, who has been trying to push the narrative in a recent sit-down interview with The Gamer, saying that Sweet Baby is misunderstood. They're the victim of a unwarranted harassment campaign, and all they wanted to do as a company was make better stories, and they had barely any impact on the ones they were involved with. Now, you might recognize this individual before we get into the article, because this tweet made a lot of rounds on social media back in February. So once the connection was discovered between Sweet Baby and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, people were going through the related employees from Sweet Baby who had involvement with this game. And of course, Grant was one of those people. And people immediately started clowning on this post because, I mean, just look at it. He is smugly standing in front of a shelf of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League copies, which ironically, it's like the biggest cell phone ever because as it appears, it doesn't look like a single copy has been taken off of that shelf. And that kind of makes sense when you know how this all played out with this game. Right now, here we are only a few months after this live service game
I'm surprised it's that high.
Barely making it into the 200 concurrent player mark right now. This game lost Warner Bros. Hundreds of millions of dollars. An absolute slop fest.
I like that joke. When there's that few concurrent viewers and they release a patch and they tweet about it, everyone underneath the tweet is just like, just DM them, bro. Just DM them. That's enough people that you can just contact personally.
Kind of understood as a bad connection. Their connection with Sweet Baby was something they needed to start covering up once it was discovered. And this former developer at Rocksteady, Del Walker, made this post trying to downplay Sweet Baby's involvement with that game, saying that they came into the script dialogue very late in the game, and the story was actually created by the same two people who did the story for Arkham City and Knights.
No.
And yeah, there is your source.
Absolutely
and now stop spreading
not.
misinformation, he says. Well, unfortunately for him, Grant is a bit of a yapper on social media, and he really likes to hype himself up in Sweet Baby. And in his own statement, his thread celebrating the release of this game, he says flat out that they got involved, Sweet Baby got involved with this game back in 2019. And then by the end of that year, they said they needed some more writers to handle some other lines of dialogue, tens of thousands of lines of dialogue. So they brought in Kim, the CEO, and another Sweet Baby employee, basically making it a majority Sweet Baby writing group for this game. So yeah, that didn't go over very well. And eventually, when he was getting mocked on social media, Grant would make this absolute gem of a tweet saying, the cool thing about liking video games is that you can go play video games instead of joining a weird cult and being wrong about everything. Ah, yes, I can't believe gamers are so divisive and hostile. Yeah, this is very ironic seeing someone from Sweet Baby talking about a cult and being wrong about everything. And as you can see, he got clowned on. But anyways, let's return to the latest news involving Grant and Sweet Baby. So he sat down for an interview with the gamer here. And here's the title saying, with all eyes on Sweet Baby Inc., the devs are just getting on with their jobs. Ah, yes, they're just getting on with their jobs as the CEO and former employees have been going essentially on a press tour the last couple of weeks and months to try to disavow any claims that they have a DEI-related agenda and that they're just this humble and narrative consultation firm trying to write good stories. But let's get into this. So here's what the article says. But job stability isn't the only force at play here. Grant Roberts recently spent 1.5 years working as a narrative director at Sweet Baby Inc., a consultation company that, like all consultation studios in games, largely went under the radar until earlier this year. Then, all of a sudden, it was everywhere. Then, out of thin air,
out of nowhere,
people just started harassing these innocent people at Sweet Baby. I swear, we will never see a single person from Sweet Baby or in the games journalism traditional sources ever acknowledge why the criticism against Sweet Baby started. And we all know the real reason. It began with a Sweet Baby Inc. employee, Chris Kindred, starting a harassment and false report campaign against Kabrutus, the creator of Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, which of course would blow up as a result of this. This is not acknowledged by any of the woke journalists, and it's not acknowledged by anyone apparently at Sweet Baby either. But anyways, it continues on to say, a targeted hate campaign against the company, which often leads to harassment and abuse of its employees, paints Sweet Baby Inc. out to be many things it's not. For one thing, it paints them as powerful when consultants have very little sway on what a final game looks like. The tamer detractors target the studio for offering consulting
feels like that word is
equity and inclusion to a number of AAA projects,
just spreads
while the
outward
worst are
from
accusing the team of
certain
blackmailing
source.
game developers, forcing them to make games woke. Now, we'll return to this last section in a moment here, but yeah, they're trying to say on the one hand that they're very important, they do all these things, but they're also trying to say we don't do anything. So if you don't really have any sway or power or influence on these games, why is anyone hiring you? You know what I mean? Like, unless it's to check boxes or that you're lying and you actually have a much greater influence than you're trying to portray publicly. And now addressing this claim down here that basically this idea that they're putting any pressure onto these companies is ridiculous and they don't do anything like that. Well, if you look at the statements from its own CEO, this infamous clip, I mean, we literally played this yesterday to counter similar claims. This is a very obvious picture that they're trying to portray here, that you're supposed to put pressure on these companies to work with Sweet Baby and other woke consultation firms.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research,
threaten them.
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them.
Terrify them, terrorize them, literally.
What you want.
Literally just
I mean, what does that sound like? Does that
scare
sound
them.
like people trying to work with Sweet Baby completely on their own will? Or do you think there's some sort of pressure or some sort of manipulation going on there? I mean, I think the fact that this comes from the CEO speaks volumes. But let's continue on with the article. So now they talk about misinformation. They're going after gamers and also YouTubers for spreading what they claim is misinformation. So beginning here, misinformation online is nothing new, particularly on YouTube and Twitter. With this in mind, Roberts feels like a campaign like the one we're seeing now was inevitable. I think if it wasn't Sweet Baby that was the target of all this, then it would probably be someone else. And it has been other people who are not connected to Sweet Baby or not doing the same kind of work, because I think that it's part of this larger culture war that's happened, that's never really gone away in the West, and it's in the East in some respects as well. So I think it's very ironic that people like Grant and all these other people in the industry, and especially games journalists, constantly talk about the culture war, and that these gamers are pushing for this culture war that began back in 2014 with the original Gamergate wave, when they don't even realize they are part of that culture war. They are the reason all of this is happening. They have gone unchecked for so many years, to the point where developers and journalists, they feel completely comfortable and safe with their job to go out there and attack gamers, to disparage people based on the color of their skin or the fact that they're men, and so on and so forth. They feel so comfortable and protected because of the culture war they have fostered that they can say those things. And now in 2024, especially given the connection to Sweet Baby and the snowball effect that started, people are finally calling out this stuff and saying enough is enough. And we're seeing companies like Sweet Baby and all these woke games struggle because people are putting their foot down finally. And that is all a part of the same culture war that these people act like they're not a part of, but they're the ones who are exacerbating things and making it worse. But anyways, they go on to say, back then 10 years ago, referring to the original Gamergate, people were making their name based on being attached to Gamergate. So that part of it hasn't changed, but it certainly does seem to be a lot easier now. Many are making careers off the back of hate against Sweet Baby. It would be a lot for anyone to handle, let alone a company of just 16 employees. But Robert says they've responded by just getting back to work. Yeah, they're just getting back to work as he sits down for an interview, trying to tell you over and over again, we're not angry, we're not being influenced anyway, we're just getting back to work. I mean, him and the CEO and other employees, they've gone on literally a press tour the last couple of months, trying to say how unbothered they are by all this stuff, and that they are just a narrative consultation firm, and that all these claims about a DEI-related agenda is crazy. And on top of that, you can see the shade being thrown at YouTubers. They don't like being covered. Well, if you don't like being covered, stop making bad games, and also stop having your employees, including all the way up to your CEO, come out and say ridiculous stuff on the regular. You are providing free content to people. I guess in that sort of way, it is easier because people like Grant, people like Kim, they can't stop talking. They constantly come out with interviews and bad tweets, and they ignore things that they should be concerned about, like their employees acting like psychopaths, as we've covered in many different videos. They ignore all those things and try to basically put their head down and keep going, but at the same time, they keep yapping and making it worse for themselves. And they can be mad as they want to be, but people have a right to cover what they're doing. And it's obviously very important to people, especially gamers, to understand what's going on with Sweet Baby and anything like them, because it influences the games that they're a part of, and people want to know about these connections. Now, of course, we've seen a similar thing happen with Kim here, and I just want to share this image again. This is from her little TED Talk, where she showed this screenshot compilation, including with one of my videos here, of people criticizing Sweet Baby. Now, the irony of this, of course, is that Kim didn't even create this image. In fact, it was created by a different content creator who made this compilation of images to show how much criticism the company is rightfully receiving. But the irony of that is not lost on me. And also, one final point, too, about this whole claim that, you know, riding on the backs of the industry. This is a company with employees right now who are trying to convince you at the same time they're worth hiring and they're super important and valuable, but they're also barely affecting the games at all, and also that their word doesn't really carry a lot of weight in the process of creating stories and games generally, which is very ironic because in your own sense, if you're not that big of an impact, aren't you riding on the coattails of the success of these studios that are hiring you as well? But anyways, that wouldn't be the only thing going on with Sweet Baby. This headline from That Park Place reading, the Powell Group deletes its associations with Sweet Baby Inc. from LinkedIn and its website. So this is the main post people were looking at with the Powell Group here. So they say this: we believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. Together with our partners at Sweet Baby Inc., we provide sensitivity and authenticity consulting at every stage of development. We connect you to an inclusive and knowledgeable team of consultants to best bring your story to life. Our approach leads with the creation of joyful and authentic experiences. We seek to be additive not just corrective. Reach a bigger audience is one of the goals. We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences. Appeal to a wider reach of players with more inclusive storytelling. Tell new stories. We tackle narrative and character in any form, keeping emotional resonance and authenticity at the heart of our work. Represent empathetically. We seek to spark joy in marginalized players, elevate real human experiences, and foster empathy within your game. Yeah, does this sound like a apolitical narrative consultation firm who has no interest in pushing DEI-related agendas? Yeah, this alone, this connection to this Powell group, completely dismantles everything that Grant and Kim have been trying to convince you, which, again, nobody's surprised by that, but it would go on further with this post here saying, we believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. And again, giving their little mission statement, but all of these things would be deleted. So you had different YouTubers like Master of the TDS as well as Vera Dark pointing out this connection about a week ago. And since then, all of these posts have been taken down. They are sweeping everything under the rug because this Powell group and Sweet Baby know that this connection is a horrible PR for them and once again reinforces everything that people have been saying about them since they were largely discovered earlier this year, that they are a consulting firm pushing their own DEI-related agenda onto these games and companies they're working with, and no attempt at a public rebrand is going to erase that memory from people, especially when you get caught red-handed like this. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts.
Thanks, Rev. Okay.
WPIG
should be
down below. Hope you guys enjoyed.
We have a very exciting day today. DSP is going to be unboxing his PS5 Pro. Woo! Woo! Hope you guys are ready.
Witness, play, unleashed. Very cool.
Oh, yeah, this will be a good one to put up there. That way the guys will know that I'm playing PS5 Pro. Okay.
That's just like Google PS5 Pro, get the first image that's the correct size, and that's what you have.
Let's go to sony.com /products. Okay, just scroll down to the PS5 Pro here. Hold on.
So there we go. But anyways, guys, I hope you have fun. Last night went to a hockey game. Took my sons to a hockey game, and the first two shots were goals for the wrong team. You know, the team we're cheering for. And let me tell you, okay, that's not even the start of it. Okay, so the way there, let me tell you, daddy style story here. So I told both of my kids, guys, listen. Before you go, it's time to go. I'm going to pick you up from school, but you got to go to the bathroom towards the end of the day because we want to get going, guys. We want to get there on time. We want to get there for the warm-ups, and that starts about 45 minutes before the game starts.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And we got to drive about 3 hours and 15 minutes to get to the game. So it's going to be tight.
That's brutal.
So then I said, okay, well, we're going to stop for a bathroom, but I just don't, let's get going first, right? So I said, okay. And then I have a system. I don't know what system you use, but like what level do you have to go to the bathroom? Between 1 and 10, right? You ever do those kind of systems in your mind?
We just check in. We just need to know what everybody's at, right? And how much of an emergency, a potential emergency could be, you know?
Exactly. Like right now I'm at a 0 right now. I don't know about you, Sue. What are you at?
No,
I'm at a 0.
When that red light goes on in the studio, that recording light, I get to -1. Okay.
Yeah.
But let me tell you that as soon as the stream's done, like a flood of some kind, like a biblical flood after that, instantly after that. As soon as there's no responsibility, that's how I go.
Me too, actually. And when I'm on the show, I don't feel it. But then when the show ends, I just let loose. Anyways, Bubble Productions off the charts when the show's over. Anyways, moving forward positively here. He says, I said, what level you're at now? He's like, I have to go to the bathroom. I was like, okay, we just started 10 minutes ago. What level you're at now? He said 3. And I said, okay, well, we're going to stop in about 30 minutes. You know, but there's kind of nowhere to stop in between there. Okay, so I said, okay, well, you're at 3, no problem, right? No problem. Then about, 10 minutes later, he says, I'm at a 10. And I was like, all right, well, what level can you wait? And he says, no. So then we have to do we've all been there. Got to get the water bottle out, and you do a little siphoning into the water bottle system.
Really?
And then I become like, air traffic control because I'm driving and he's in the back, and I'm like, all right, you want to put it pointing towards the hole. Yeah. Get it closer.
You align the bottle to be perpendicular to the floor of the car. Okay, I'm gonna avoid going over any bumps anytime soon.
4 clicks to the left. 4 clicks to the left.
I'm currently turning.
Upright.
it's like, you know, those rally car, how they have to drive with like a partner, and it's like, turn left, hard right. It's like, hold on, I'm going to be laning left soon, guys. Shift your weight.
So I'm doing full air traffic control directions, and it goes pretty well. Most of it does end up, but then he makes the beginner's mistake, which, you know, it's in the end, it's my fault. He kind of tilts the bottle. Okay, I finished it, and he's going to give it to me, and he kind of does the over tilt.
Yes.
And oh, mama, the apple juice was flowing in that car. Let me tell you.
Good start to the game. I love getting to a hockey game, reeking of piss with my dad.
So now we got a car smelling like piss everywhere, and then and also here's the worst part: a large portion of this apple juice went on his pants. So now I got a real problem. I don't have any backup pants. He's not that young. We don't need backup pants now. So now
we got a Billy Madison situation here.
We had a stop at Walmart to get another pair of pants in there. We had to go commando the whole game, which I was kind of envious of that. He did get to go commando to the hockey game, as we all love that. But we're not done the fun. We're not done the fun. About an hour left until we're there, right? Hour left till we're there. My other son, which is younger, says it feels like I'm going to throw up.
Okay.
And luckily I had a bag, and he did throw up. So now I got piss in the car and throw up in the car.
So now, was it the motion sickness, or was it the car reeking of piss?
Who knows? The combo. How can you blame him?
Maybe half a dozen of one and 6 of the other, right? I guess. Now, I am a notorious car puker. Okay. Just 2 weekends ago, or last weekend actually, I had to go drive to Ottawa with my family to go see my sister's kid for his first birthday. And I am a full-grown adult man. Okay. And there were times when I straight up had to be like, I can't talk to anybody or anything because I'm actually so motion sick that if I turn my head or speak to anybody, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God, that's what's like such hell. That's what Chu and my older son are like that. They have to take medicine for it when you go on long trips. But my younger son's usually not like that, but he was like that this time, and I think it was the piss factor. A few people factor in the piss.
Put you right over the edge. Funny thing, I've thrown up in every province in the country.
Congratulations!
Yeah, no big deal.
Fun's not over yet, guys. So then I have to, figure out a way. I throw away the piss. I throw away the throw up bag, which is always fun. When you get the bag of throw up, you got to throw out
right through the sunroof.
No, I don't. I don't want to be a bad. I don't want to be a bad example. So I do go to a trash can and throw away the throw up. But anyways, then we get to the game. Okay. And when we get to this game, there is 1,000 cars trying to park, and everyone's trying to back in. And let me speak something straight here. I'm not the best driver in the world. I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm not. I don't give a shit about driving.
Right? It's the glasses, right?
So then we got it. Everyone's backing up. So I'm like, all right, I guess I got to back up too because I want to join the crew and get out fast. Everyone's backing up.
You crumbled to peer pressure. That's your first mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the first thing they teach you.
You know what happens when you're doing something you shouldn't do? I backed up and I, the slightest of slight, scraped another car. Okay. So then, so obviously I'm not a douchebag. I'm right now. I'll tell you, I'm not a douchebag. I'm like, all right, well, I gotta do something, right? So I'm gonna do something. I was like, all right, I'm gonna leave a note. No paper, no pens, nothing to do. I asked the person next to me, nothing. And then I got pissed and puked. Maybe I can write with the piss. So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a picture. So I took a picture of also, by the way, no mark on their car at all. No mark. Okay. There's a mark on my car, very slight. Nothing on their car at all, but there's people around. So I'm like, all right, well, I could not do anything. There's nothing wrong here. There's no mark. But I wanted to follow the letter of the law, so I took a picture of the license plate, took a picture of where it hit, everything. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take care of this the right way. Okay, so then
what's that?
Then someone's clearly watching me too, so I'm like, all right, guys, I wish I had a pen. I wish I could do this. I'm kind of trying to say this stuff like I'm gonna go through the proper channels here.
You there, sir, the eyewitness? Can I borrow a pen, please? Yes, I do smell like piss.
So as I'm walking to the arena, I'm going to just write your number with the key on the hood of the car. That's what I should have done, T-Link Soldier. So I have their license plate number. I have the car pictures. I'm going to start a claim with I was like, all right, well, let's go through the insurance proper channels, I guess. That was my plan. Okay. But then start the game, get in my seat. You know what happens? Police come to my seat. and say, "Excuse me, can you come downstairs for a second?" What? And the person who watched reported it. So I had to talk to the police and explain the situation. They write a note with me. They make me write a note, put it on the car. And again, there's no mark. And the cops recognized this too and said there's no mark, but like they saw it. So you're supposed to leave a note if you want to follow the letter of the law. I'm like, well, I want to do that, so I would definitely do that.
I would love to, officer.
Yeah. So some Karen, saw that, and I left a note, and now I'm kind of worried because everyone saw me get up from a seat. The police, I look like a douchebag, like I'm, something
sir,
wrong is happening.
With us, please, to bring these two children that you brought with you to the. Why does everyone smell like piss? So people thrown up? What's going on?
Everyone smells like piss. Yeah, piss and throw up. So then after the game, it all ended fine. The game was there. It was fine. And the guy
what was the score? What was the score at the end of the game?
Well, the score was bad, but that's neither here nor there. The guys were there next to me in the car. They were actually there, and they were looking at because they saw the note, and they were looking around the car to try to find where I hit. And I was like, "Yeah, I don't really see where I hit." But they were totally cool guys. They were totally cool guys, and they said, "Yeah, I don't see anything either." And I said, "If you find anything, please call me, and we'll go through the proper channels." But I don't see anything there.
Merry way.
And that was the end of that disastrous night of trying to be a father. It's tough out there, guys. It's tough out there, let me tell you.
And that's why I don't do it.
The final boss is telling Chew we got piss all over the car. So that's fun.
I thought you were just going to say you're just going to leave. You're just going to let her figure that out.
No.
So, I don't know what happened. It's supposed to pee in the car. I don't know, honey.
Yeah, so you're trying to think about how
you gotta get away with something that day. Come on.
But I told Chew about the piss. She says, okay, Febreze it. It was all fine. And also, let me tell you, my kids, like I said before in the show, I think on the tractor beam that my kids, when I do a driving error in their mind, they give me negative driving points. Right? Yep. Mm-hmm. So because I hit a car, they were screaming the whole time, like, -1,000,000 driving points! -1,000,000 driving points! You're such a noob!
They must have raked you over the coals. You're never living that down.
And they were traumatized by a policeman, by the way, because, policeman is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, it's like,
guns. Daddy almost got shot.
Yeah. Like, are you going to jail? Like, no, it's not going to jail.
How are the seats, though? How are the seats at the game?
It was not bad. We were upper bowl. I'm not paying for $200 a seat.
Nobody spilled beer on you guys, huh?
No, nothing bad up there. There was
beer, not piss, huh?
When you hear other people's dates and it's like a tough time, like you're like, holy shit, man, they're going through it. The people behind us were like, the girl was like very talkative and the worst jokes of all time, and the guy was just struggling through it, like,
He's giving her the Phil treatment.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like she's doing the most annoying sports fan, like, oh, why couldn't Crosby have shot that one in? He should have got it. That kind of stuff. It's like, oh god,
shut up, bitch.
That guy's just trying to get laid, trying to fight through this game, trying to get laid after the long night.
Guy might not even like hockey, right? He just kind of got dragged along because she thinks he likes hockey.
Yeah. Anyways, that was my very eventful night here. But anyways, big ups
too.
Yes, they did lose very bad. The first two shots were goals, bad. Which was very fun.
Oh, the Habs lost.
The Habs lost too. Well, come on, they're not supposed to be good. Well, Penguins aren't good either. But
we are rebuilding. Okay.
Do you like?
Let's move on positively, please.
Marty St. Louis. What a coach.
He plays for the New. Yeah, I do like him actually. He's pretty good. He's played for the New Jersey Devils. Okay.
I'm thinking of Martin St. Louis, right? I'm thinking of the coach of Martin St. Louis. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Anyways, it's tough to keep track of all the Canadians up there. You know how that goes. There's so many of them. Anyways, moving forward positively here, we got some stuff to get to. So, I put my poll up. And I also put a poll up on YouTube. And the poll is the Detractor News account Philip himself? So, Snood, as I'm preparing something here, could you please describe or inform everyone about what Detractor News account is? Go ahead, please.
It's a account on the X app. Some fellow has some grievances with the detractor community and their treatment of Philip. He likes to take extremely lame. I want to say pot shots because a pot shot implies that like you could be like affected by that. Yeah. He just points at people and says, "Look at this guy who spends all day tweeting about Dark Side Phil." And he's talking about an account that has like 3 tweets a day or whatever, or maybe more. Yeah. Obviously some of them do tweet a lot, but it's like nobody who is real online actually does this thing where they treat like tweeting about someone even a dozen times a day takes out a significant portion of your actual day, right?
Yeah,
I write a tweet that took me 5 seconds to write off, and I blasted that out there. Right? Nobody's working all day.
Yeah, it's not like even like the highest effort of tweets that are done are not big things. And he's just trying to be what he's trying to do is be a kind of like detractor of detractors Twitter account, but he doesn't have any of the required traits to do that, which is the most important one is saying the funny stuff.
Who do I know like that?
You know what I mean? So, but anyway,
it'll come to me at some point. Makes me think of something. I don't know.
So a little bit of intrigue happened though. So Philip has been on a spree of retweeting this person, right? So which
no way. Really? I didn't know.
Oh,
I didn't know
you did not know that? Oh,
well,
yes.
Because I'm blocked by Phil, and until recently, I wasn't even able to see his tweets. Right? So big ups.
I shall show you. Oh, he deleted it, Tony T?
Oh, brother.
Oh, Philip. Oh, Philip. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. Still there. He retweeted about this. DSP Detractor News made a tweet about that being said even.
Joke ever.
And Philip retweeted that one, so that's still up. But then Pixar Animations was in on the fun, and this person chose to make fun of Pixar Animations for... I don't remember what the joke was. Who cares? But it was... thank you, Tony T. DSP News, this account deleted this comment, which is interesting.
Yes.
So it says, keep making money off my name.
Huh?
My name.
But your name is DSP News. What does that mean? Your name is Detractor News. How am I making money off that?
Yeah, that's the thing. Keep making money off my name. When you pay your bills, remember that I am the only reason you don't have to get a real job.
Oh, there's that telltale projection / not lack of self-awareness too. Who do I know like this? I keep it's right on the tip of my tongue. I'm trying to think. Anyway, keep going.
So that led many people to think that it could be DSP behind this Detractor News account.
Well, jokes aside, I would like to point out one thing as well. If you look at the name, the label on the name, it says DSP News ! Yes. And then the actual like Twitter name is Detractor News, uppercase letters.
Yes.
Do you know anybody who does that?
Interesting.
I don't know. My head is getting hot. My head feels really hot right now. I don't know.
So as you can see, the poll in all its glory, fully erect there on the YouTube chat is the Detractor News account Philip himself? And I'll read you the early returns on this poll. Exit polls right now are
Super Tuesday.
Yes is 66% and no is 34%. Okay. Now, it sounds like, Snood, we could put you firmly and robustly in the yes camp on this one.
I already voted yes on this poll, so don't worry. My vote counts.
Okay. Yeah, we do allow overseas votes on this one. And I'm not quite there yet, guys, to be honest. I just don't see Philip... I see here. Listen, I see. Oh, beloved detractor Snort Hogan took the mask off. He has a seething hatred for the white man and weakest in society, the disabled, with a misspelling of disabled, which is oddly relevant, guys. That's oddly relevant.
That's a red herring. That misspelling is a red herring, in my opinion.
These are your detractors. The hate was never about anything you did. They hate you because you're a successful white businessman. If you read this stuff, it does not sound like things Philip would say. It's funny either way, as I agree with you there, Nerd Brew. It is funny either way. But when you actually read what he's written, I do not think it is him.
I think Phil at least has some ability to type like not himself. You know what I'm saying? At least like this looks like I don't know if I'm just coping, but Phil knows what sock accounts are. Phil has used many sock accounts in the past. Is that not true, sir?
Well, he has been accused of it at the very least, and on SRK he has done it before. Yes.
Okay, so
well, I mean that was a long time ago.
That's true. He's changed. That's a good point.
I think honestly, it's more likely is it a very dented individual that is trying to support Philip in this way, and he just does not know how to do it.
One other thing, okay?
Yep.
Twitter accounts are not exclusive ownership by any stretch of the imagination, right? If you want to give me access to the That Being Said Twitter account, I can post on there. So
yeah,
who's to say it's not a couple of little, the little layers of deception going on here.
Ooh, Splody Jesus with the plot twist. Tractor News is Fred Fox. Now that would be something.
Well, that would be something. Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just I don't think it'd be something. I think it's probably someone in the Discord. I'll say that. I bet he's in the inner circle Discord. I bet that.
Their group. What's the word? They're collabing on these tweets. They're about crowd sourcing them, right?
Yeah, and I can see him saying stuff like, and I don't know. I just can't see it being him, and I think it's someone after attention. I know I'm giving him exactly to once right here, but it's kind of like the news, so I got to talk about it, right? But I just don't think it is him. We'll see, though. I don't think he's going to talk about that today because that does look bad. There's no way to kind of make that look good. If he has to talk shit about that if he wants to bring it up, he has to talk shit about that person. Like, that guy just said "my" on accident. Who the fuck? I don't know. It's not me.
Why would he say something that stupid? Huh?
So it makes him look bad in that case, right? So.
What's that chat say by him right now?
Okay, here we go. Good morning, everyone. Setting up now. Was going to unhook my PS5 and it says it needs a huge update, LOL. So now I'm behind again. What?
Why would you be updating the console that you're not using anymore?
Yeah, it seems a bit strange, doesn't it?
Why would you do that? It's like genuinely he takes every opportunity to waste time. Like, yeah, I realize that he might just make up and say stuff, but I think he often takes advantage of situations like, oh, this will kill some time if I do this completely useless thing. Hold on, let me close the window and
this will build some hype.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. This will be good. I'll tell him I'm updating my old PS5. What did he say this yesterday or the day before? Somebody asked him, are you going to give Kat your old PS5? And he's like, no, she doesn't want it.
Yeah. He said that's been the story he's repeated many times now, is that he just thinks she doesn't want it. She doesn't care about games anymore, which is something, man. I mean,
strange, in my opinion.
What are you going to do? Just not have it? Okay, yeah. There's never going to be another game you want to play at all?
Go in the closet. I mean, and not to mention Kat is a fan of the Persona series.
Yes.
Kat likes the Horizon Zero Dawn games.
Something's up with her, and
something's rotten in the state.
I think I'm not saying she's not there or anything. I'm not going that far, but clearly there is something going on with her, and the weekly fucking appointments as well.
I mean, like we all like to laugh and have fun here, but like she's just depressed. Like
that could be too.
I mean, I shouldn't be laughing at that because it's but it is funny. But it's like the idea that Kat's just in like such a horrible depression and Phil's just talking about it. Like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's up with her, dude.
I don't know what's going on. She doesn't even like games anymore, man. It's weird. Oh yeah, she's so mopey too, and she doesn't like food, and it's weird. She's drinking a lot too, man. I don't know.
So. I don't know.
But
I'd
be pretty depressed too if I was living in Dark Side Phil.
Yeah. And we got nowhere else to go, right? But anyways, big up to Fictitious who said big disaster stream. I did start late. I thought I scheduled it for 1:45, but I felt it myself on that one. Big up to everyone that was chilling and watching the Aftermath Side Scrollers interview episode of WPIG TV. That was pretty cool.
That's a good.
It was fun to see some of our theories. Were pretty interesting, about stuff, now that he admitted as WP champions. It's very funny to hear those,
You know what WPIG is really showing me is like how, in a way, the older content gets better every time there's new context or some change context, right? Like there's so much that you can just look back on and be like, wow, like we were thinking this, but it was this actually, and it completely changes what. Right? It's very interesting to me, and I think WPIG TV exemplifies that pretty well.
Yeah, it was a lot. I definitely want to do that more. There's a lot of good episodes that would be fun to watch back for sure. Big ups, Papa Polecat. We are bouncing on the pole. Come on, Papa Polecat, the rented robber, the dopamine demon, the endorphin high. Big ups for that poll. Single silver star. Not bad, though. Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not bad.
Who's Poppin' says, ALT, you have to understand when something is promised for a certain time, we expect it at said time. Now apologize. I'm not apologizing. Who's Poppin'?
Obviously, I'm
Never.
not apologizing.
You sent me an apology.
If you want to apologize to me, that's fine.
I'm the guest. Says big ups, old man. Well, big ups to you. Don't talk to Stude like that, though. Okay, please. He's my guest.
That.
Okay,
not that old.
Very, very close in age. But a few people believe it. Few people want to believe that, but it's true. Okay.
Yeah, they're buying into the memes. This is horrible. This is horrible. It's actually this horrible thing that you and I have just done to each other, where we just make up lies about each other and just sort of propagate them on our own streams and on each other's streams. It's pretty healthy.
It's a true statement. The age spread between that being okay. You got to throw out the outlier meerkat. By the way, that's why I killed. That's why I had to kill him. By the way, but. Me, okay, so let's go through everybody. Snood included, Sam, Steve of the Dead, ALT Insider. The age gap between all of those people is 5 years or less.
I think it's less.
It's less, honestly, but okay.
I'd have to guess Sam is the baby-faced youth in that lineup there.
But yet I am the old one.
And that's my fault. But that's my fault. And I did that to you on the Jeopardy the episode that we did, because there was some joke that only I also got, and I started calling you old then, and then for some reason it just caught fire. It captured the imagination of the community, and that's not my fault.
And really, then but I had to get you back, and that's why. That's the thing. Mine is actually true that I say about you, because you did actually donate to Philip. So
okay, well, my thing is actually true about you too, because you're a fucking piss-soaked old man. So how's that?
Well, my car smells like piss, sir. I do not smell like piss.
All right, okay, fine.
Big ups, Copeside Phil says it's definitely Phil. The mask slipped as usual. Copeside Phil strongly in team DSP as the Tractor News. Grazing Poro says, don't tell Derek that Snood is a notorious car puker. Oh, Snood is a notorious car puker. Yeah, Derek might like that. You threw up all that food.
Now I can inflate you. I can inflate you like a balloon.
My favorite line from Bob Starsky's song of Capricorn is when that throwaway line when it says, "You vomited all that food." That's out of nowhere.
Well, no, it's not out of nowhere. It's because Derek's watching puke porn, right?
I know, but it's like that line. It's like, right. That's my favorite. That's why Bob Starsky is one of my favorites, because he knows to hit those random lines that aren't in succession. Kind of, you're talking about one thing and then you hit him with something else and just bam.
You like the non sequitur humor.
Bingo.
We love that.
Bingo. I do love that. Woodnock says ALT was clearly Derek's driver's ed teacher. No. I've never been a driver. Driver's ed teacher, by the way, I know they in America at least, I know they have good benefits and it's not bad, but that sounds like such hell. Because I know basically all teachers are like this, where you have to teach the same thing. But at least you have a whole year of content to get through. If you're teaching driver's ed, you got 2 weeks of content to get through every single 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
And every time you get in that fucking passenger seat, you're with some ding dong. You're risking you're risking being impaled by a bunch of rebar with some ding dong. You're risking being impaled by a bunch of rebar on the highway or whatever. And I mean, driving instructors are the fucking most miserable people I've ever seen in my life. I've only seen one, but the guy who did my driving instruction was this shitty old guy. And the thing I'll always remember is that he wore these big heavy rings, like how Cobra does.
Yeah.
And what he'd do is if he'd try to gesture at something out the window, he'd go on the window with his rings, and it just like I can hear it still now 20 years in the future. And then one time he made a comment, was seeing a bunch of teenage girls walking down the street. He's like, the difference between men and women, huh? Girls walk with a bit of a wiggle. And,
oh my God!
Yeah, it's just nice. Why did you say that?
They walk with a bit of a wiggle.
They got a bit of a wiggle.
I'm stealing that line. Nice. Yeah. I remember
actually now that you mentioned it, when did you get those big rings?
No, it was not me. It was not me. I'm not that much of a coomer in real life. I just play a character on the internet. You know that. At my driver's instructor class, I remember one dude was so bad, and he brought out this one student. I'm saying this student was so horrible, didn't know how to do anything. He tried to pull out the I might be diagnosed with cancer card to get past the to pass the class.
I'll go to the doctor right now and find out there's something wrong with me. Okay.
IQ of 10 style person. So I was like, all right, man. Okay. Come on. We got Splody Jesus who says, plot twist, Tractor News is Fred Fox. I did read that one. That would be. That's my new headcanon, actually. Yeah. Robot Gorilla Man says, no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Snooze.
Sorry. I think that's a great theory.
Mm-hmm. That Discord is just a dent measuring contest. Oh, how deep is your dent? That's a good contest.
That's good. Okay.
PWAP in Heat says, this account popped up the same time as DSP versus COG arc was going on. My guess is it's one of the Discord Kino bros egging Phil on. That's very possible, too. Very possible, too.
It's definitely, like, if it's not Phil, it's definitely someone just linking every single tweet to Phil and being like, look, I got him. What should I say next time? What do you think I should say next? Oh, God, imagine that. Imagine if it's just some regard out there just being like, Phil, you want me to say something? And Phil's just like, yes, say exactly this. And he's like copying and pasting tweets from Phil. Like Phil's just tweeting by proxy. Fuck me, dude. That's probably it.
Oh my
God.
God.
I got a banger of a tweet for you, dude.
Say something about how they're girls. Say how they're girls with gossip.
Now I'm gonna need you to quickly edit together a clip from the movie Mean Girls. Okay, I don't know what part of the movie it's in, so you're gonna have to watch the movie. Okay.
We'll see. I think you could just I also though, because Philip does have, he doesn't think about things in a bigger picture sense. Like that tweet right there, you could just say replace Kino Casino with that being said. And it's the same thing.
Literally,
they just talk about shit that Rich does and what Ricada does. That's it.
The tweet says every day, by the way, which
I know, it's
factually is not true, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they tweet for like 6 hours at a time until 4 in the goddamn morning. So I don't know what's better or worse in that situation, but I know what I'd rather do, frankly.
But there we go. That is the stream picture. Some guy. We are promoting PS5 Pro right now.
Oh, yeah.
Shill.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited for the games.
Yeah. Hashtag shill. We are shilling right now.
Sony, if you'd like to send me a PS5, that'd be fine. I'm sure there are a lot of people looking to buy one now. I could resell it for a handsome price, I guess. Would you keep a PS5 if you got one, or would you just get rid of it because what games are for it?
We do not have a PS5 in this household. We do not. So I would probably keep it. I'm not a big console person, but when kids will be using it someday,
Tell the kids they don't throw up in the back of the car for a week, then you get a PS5, right?
Yep. Stop pissing in bottles, then you're fine.
Exactly.
War Dog Leader, or at least get better aim. Anyways, or better tilt controls. Anyways, War Dog Leader says, he will talk about it to dunk on the tractors. We'll see. I think that's how we get an interesting pre-stream today, is if he talks about that, but I'm guessing he's going to try to just talk about PS5 Pro, honestly.
That would be so epic. They're so stupid. They think that this tweet that just refers to myself in the first person is me. Obviously, it's not me. And even though last time I said this, it did turn out to be me when I claimed it was not me, this time it's really not me.
Godfather says, are you a Phil Spencer style shield LT? No, I'm so opposite of that. I don't give a shit about companies. I don't give a shit about consoles. If it's a game that I feel like I want to play, I will play that game. And I don't have any positive feelings or negative feelings about any company. Oh, that game looks cool. Okay, I'll try it. I don't even know. Like, so many people know the game companies and stuff. I don't know who makes fucking anything.
Dude, the idea of even knowing like a game company's CEO is so foreign to me. Like, obviously we're talking in the context of Phil, but like Phil Spencer's not even the guy in those situations. Like he's just the guy who is like the director, and he points at other people and say, "Hey, you guys make sure that these games coming out are okay, right? I gotta sell these." Yeah,
I don't know.
What are you getting mad at? I don't know.
I guess they need someone to be the talking head to make fun. Oh, Philip just said, "Oh, thanks for the." It's not an airport. You can just start, Philip. He said, "Let's get started." Let's get it started. No, the real line, right?
My fans are regarded in here.
My fans regarded. We got Fed Roger in here.
Let's hit a tip goal in.
Dark Wolf says, just got here, another SNALT episode. Let's fucking go. Big ups, Dark Wolf. SNALT. Oh, that's with Snoop.
A snalt episode.
I like it. I like it.
There we go. Just like Tastosis. The StarCraft streamers, if you guys remember back in the days of Gone TV and Justin TV.
Ladies,
Come on.
Ladies, get a drink real quick. Chug it down.
They're fine. They are fine. Okay.
Nerd Brew says, but is Phil smart enough to take screenshots? He would be the guy that takes screenshots, but you see in the screenshot, he had to Google how to take screenshot. You ever seen a guy like that?
The cursor is pointing at the thing that you're supposed to be looking at, so it's kind of obscuring it in a way. Like,
yeah. I've been known to do that myself. Oh, look at this. We got a new Kick.
Oh my
Do you
God.
speak now on Kick?
Is it smart to advertise another website when that you are not a partner? Well, I guess he is a partner or whatever. But like a website you've been a partner for a month versus this website that has basically fed you and your family for 15 years.
It's not smart to split it when there's no benefit to being there outside of one other place, right? It's like, you know what I mean? Like if there was some benefit to being there, but there's not, it's the same exact shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you could say like a much smaller, you have my attention more over there because there's only 19 people.
Now I am splitting that focus between two different places now, so your chances are actually halved if you think about it.
This can't be true, right? Must be an error. I just turned on the Kick, the Kick viewership, and uh-oh.
No, okay, see, that's not live. That can't be.
I did refresh and it stayed. I don't know.
Is there stream activity happening on that website? Or
the last
maybe he forgot to turn on the dual streaming.
Okay, I'm looking. No, he's there. There's people chatting, so it's definitely more than 0.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh fuck! That's a good point. JFX316 says, "Did he take off the ally card?"
Oh my God! Yes, let's watch for it.
The pendulum has swung back, and I don't give a fuck about you freaks anymore.
Fuck you, assholes! Yeah, Rainbow hair. Get him out of here!
Get him out of here! I'm sick of it. I'm sick of censoring myself, my real feelings. It's like all the corporations after June is over, right?
Yeah.
Just burn that rainbow flag. Get it out of here.
Didn't he say that with the he said like, yeah, there's no like hardcore conservatives, there's no hardcore Republicans, from the red states, and they went the other side like, yeah, there's no liberals, like rainbow flags. Like he used that to be liberal,
Yeah.
Yeah. Rainbow flag equals liberal, of course. Yeah, definitely. I think he did, guys.
I think you're right. I think he's taking out the safe space. That's not a safe space anymore. Now that I'm here, fucker.
Is it? Oh, okay. Let's just watch for it.
Yeah,
let's just watch for it.
We gotta watch a full loop, obviously.
Yeah. Let's see. That can't be real.
I mean,
if it is, if I had an SOK account, I'll be asking about it.
As one of your many diverse fans, I was curious about your missing slide, sir.
Yeah, it seems there's a slide missing.
Yes, Phyllis. That's a really good way to do it. Don't specifically mention that particular card, but just say, I feel like something's different about the slideshow. Did you change anything or remove anything?
Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, Riding Aces says it already went by, so we'll see. Riding Aces might have the news, might have the scoop there.
Might have the memory to remember the images that he saw earlier.
What's the other thing I wanted to
so long too, by the way.
There's one thing I wanted to I put on Twitter already, so if you saw on Twitter, hey, whatever. But I did put because Snood doesn't watch Twitter, so doesn't look at Twitter. Here is Philip's thoughts on the PS4 from April. April.
Everyone's excited. Oh, this is great. I can't wait for it to buy my PS5 Pro. They're all morons.
Oh, Snood can't
and
hear
they all
that.
have money. Moron.
Turn on the mic. Flip it on. The switch. Got it?
It's in the switch. It's in my cans, I think. Hold on.
Okay, we turn up the cans. Yep. Chew, turn up the cans.
Thank you.
There you go.
Everyone's excited. Oh, this is great. I can't wait for it to buy my PS5 Pro. They're all morons. And they all have money. Yes. Morons with money. And they spend it stupidly, and it skews the industry in a bad direction.
Okay.
What should happen is no one buys the PS5 Pro. It tanks. And then Sony says, oh, fuck. Maybe now we actually have to have people make good games instead of focusing on tons of hardware no one needs.
Tens of hardware. So there we go.
Tens of hardware.
So we shouldn't be buying the PS Pro because it's just morons with money that are going to buy it.
now you were felted because obviously he's not a moron. He didn't buy it. He simply nattered and nagged a person until they bought it for him. It's very different.
Here we go, guys. So don't moderate that. He's talking about something actually going on, and it's funny. My detractors think I'm some Twitter account that's mocking them because they're insane. Well, they said so I hope you're going to mention that, right?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so here's the updated thoughts. I know. There we go. I guess we have a chance for a good pre-stream then, guys. Here is his updated thoughts in June of the very same year. Let's go.
Well, I get the PS5 Pro. Well, it's a good question, Jade Vinzil. Now that I have the capability to actually see the higher fidelity video and refresh
yes.
rate.
So remember, 3 months before, you morons with money. Now that I have the capabilities because I have a better TV, things change very quick.
Another fucking idiot. I guess this is.
What does he mean by capabilities?
This is who DSP's talking about.
Like the different capture card.
What a moron!
Oh, that's it.
Why?
You're right. Capture card makes more
still,
sense.
That's
and why do you look like
because
that?
the previous one would have done it.
Why did he make this face?
Yeah. So
You get a PS5 Pro. I don't know.
This guy's like miserable and begging and all the time, but he's dumping
streams at this point.
$800 on
definitely.
It will
worthless
benefit
console.
me.
Okay.
To see better visual fidelity. I guess I'd have to think about it, but man, you know what's going to happen. That thing is going to be such in demand. You're not going to be able to get it. It's going to be pre-ordered.
He's being
and
so
then
silly.
oversold and fucking sold on eBay.
Such a silly marshmallow.
It's not gonna be something you could just get.
Yep.
Pre-ordered and oversold, so they're going to sell
too many
to people that want them. Okay, that makes sense to me. I guess.
You know what I mean? If it were something you could just get, then I would definitely consider it. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. You know, I don't think so.
Well, that's it then, I guess.
There we go. So we weren't going to buy it, but now we are because we have the capabilities. Oh, yeah, definitely. But very funny.
You can hear the way when he decides on something like that. It's like a kid, right? Like the kid doesn't want to say, no, I don't really want that in case you were thinking of getting them that or something. Like
you see how his story totally flips though when he has the capability to get benefit out of it, like he thinks now. Philip's saying my detractors aren't self-aware enough to realize they've become the lol cows now.
Yes, these thousands and thousands of people are now the lol cows. Actually, not me.
Lol cow market's going off popping off, dude. Sweet.
Yeah, coins going to the moon. That is like insane delusional behavior. Like, no, this huge. Like, okay, I realize that like less than 5,000 people is not like huge in the grand scheme of things, but for there to be that many people that say I really don't like you to the point that I, actively sort of dislike you and think about you with negatively, that's exceptional. I would say 1,000 people don't like you. 100 people really don't like you? That's
3 people
that seems bad.
Like you enough to give you money? Avarice says from his chat, gentle reminder that you'll be ignoring the outside nonsense. The only thing that matters is what's said by Phil here on our streams. That's the source of the truth.
Get help. Gentle reminder, guys. Do not look outside the windows. Let's all listen to Phil again, please.
But here's the thing. If we're going to talk about this, Philip, I really hope you're going to say the part where he says my, right? Like we got to call him an idiot then, right?
Obviously, you're going to felt this guy, right? You're going to disavow, I hope.
Yeah, you're going to felt that dude, right? The one that you retweeted, right? You know what I mean?
So how's he going to get out of this one? How is he going to be like, you know what? This guy did felt himself so badly. He'll probably just delete his account within the next couple of days anyway. I wouldn't be surprised. And then
I wonder.
The guy does delete the account.
He did delete the one that said my. So Philip's not going to be able to show that. But
obviously,
I hope
someone will have seen that.
I hope someone points that out if he tries to get away from that. That actually he did say my and I when he was referencing DSP, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Philip, we could show you the exact evidence that if you'd like. It's been taken care of.
Yeah.
Very thoroughly.
Jeff K says, Snood the tipper is OIC. Prove me wrong. Would you like to do anything with that, Snood? Would you like to prove that person
I'd like to
wrong?
remind you that the burden of proof is on you as the person who is asserting that. I cannot prove a negative thing, and I am not OIC. So, checkmate.
Oh, checkmate. Got him. I still have not seen the slide, by the way, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. There's a lot of slides, though. I don't remember where the loop starts, actually.
How many slides are we fucking dealing with here?
What?
What will be his response when someone suggests he gives Kat the old PS5? She doesn't. I told you guys, she doesn't like games. She doesn't like games anymore. How many times do I have to say this, guys?
Her arms are too heavy to lift the controller now, guys. She doesn't want it. She can't use it.
There it is.
We got it. We
are felt it. He did not take it away.
I'm so glad that didn't shift in the pendulum.
Thank God. Oh, here's the new one.
Oh fuck, we really missed it right there, huh? We like directly
just missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What are those feathers? Whatever. What's the deal going on here? Is this like? Oh, it's some kind of. They definitely added this. The feathers
like
on the
flames or something.
I think it's like a feather style.
Sorry, is this not? Is Injured Cold in the chat? Is this not Cersei Lannister's dress? Does she not have a dress that has like these weird little shoulder filigrees on them or something?
Or is that?
I might be wrong.
I think you're talking about game. No, I think you're talking about what's the game? Battle Royale with cheese. The new one with the Nightingale, that kind of thing.
Oh, Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. Yeah, the fire dress.
Okay.
That would
No, I am wrong.
Okay.
I'll show you what I was thinking of, but it is very close. It is very close. That's I'm gonna just say that she does gold epaulets.
Okay.
So, you know.
Ooh. Snood is a Cersei simp confirmed. He had this picture at the ready.
She's a wonderful actress. Okay. I love Dread. She's really, really good in Dread. And she's in 300 as well. She's quite good in that too. And sometimes she gets her baps out. So there you go.
So you are simping for her. Confirmed.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Shame. I remember that scene. Shame.
That's good.
Shame. Shame.
Just color her hair black and give her some bad makeup if she is Cat. You know.
My favorite character, who I sent for in Game of Thrones, was fuck the names. I'm not going to remember anyone's name now.
Okay, give a vague description. I could probably give you the name.
She was kind of not a main person. Her mom was
Marjorie.
Kind of not mean, but kind of mean.
Do you mean Marjorie of Highgarden?
Marjorie Terrell?
I don't. Maybe I can't remember the name. I'll show you her though. Oh yeah, and you are correct.
Oh yeah,
easy for me.
It's my favorite too because she was so hot.
Yeah, I sent for her.
Me too. Big time.
I simped. That's why I raised my flag and pole.
Oh, the banners are in full flow for her. Absolutely.
Oh my God, what is?
Get help, by the way, because you'd recognize that easily.
Just by your vague description,
yeah. There it is. Mystery solved. It's a screenshot job. Gotcha. We did one of these. Hit him with one of these.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome back.
What the fuck?
It's time for an amazing day because, ladies and gentlemen,
what's the
shades?
Look at the side buzz.
Day. It is all about
and he's got a
the PlayStation 5
Pro. Oh my God.
Released. I've got it today.
He looks.
We're gonna do a live unboxing, testing, and all kinds of content related to the new console. But before then,
it looks like someone who's like cosplaying as someone from Super Troopers.
For you today, I'm going to tell you about my day off. I'm going to tell you about a bunch of gaming news.
It's not even even.
Stuff going
it's different on the left and on the right.
So if you're here for fun, you're in the right place. Let's get started with today's awesome edition.
I can't be the only one who sees that.
Level 1 podcast.
There's Jade renewing his Ultra supporter.
Juice, we're being farmed right now. Big ups to Jeff K, who says, the Burnell defense. Well played, OI Snood. Ooh.
Sorry, I'm sorry that you can't accept a perfectly valid legal argument there, but my case is ironclad.
Ooh, Michael AE says, Kat doesn't play, she just sits and sweats. That's Michael AE. I do not agree with that.
They got those rubberized, grips on the PlayStation 5 controllers, right? So she's gonna sweat right through that. And we can't have that.
Copeside Phil says, all you need to know is Ubisoft and EA are awful. Thank you, Copeside Phil. That's all. I'll put that in my cheat sheet of companies too. Not like Papa Polecat. But does she get her baps out? That's the most important question. And I'm not sure who we're asking that about, but hopefully yes.
Marjorie from Game of Thrones does get her baps out. I think in the first season, the first episode that she's shown. So I'll just quickly give you the timestamp on that, and you just check that out in your private time, all right?
Yes, thank you. Has she done anything else? That's the thing.
I think she has. I think she's been in quite a few things. I have autistic face blindness, so I don't know. But she's been in other stuff, I think.
Must be nice to be in a few things. All right, moving forward positively here. Let's go.
He said.
The show.
Okay, so the sunglasses are already off. That was just I thought he was going to do more with that.
Welcome everyone to the show.
I thought he was going to do something about the shades, but nope.
I have returned.
He just took them off.
Although today's going to be an amazing
day.
Not even I do have another day off tomorrow.
Wasn't even a thing.
As you know, I said I would be taking some more frequent days off in the near future. This week is the first week I'm doing so. So just so you know. But today's going to be an amazing day. I'm very excited. It is Friday, the 8th of November, 2024. I hope you all have been doing well. I hope you had a good day
Better than you, that's for sure.
Yesterday. I really did. And I hope that all of you have been enjoying everything going on.
Huge
what a
day
day today with PS5 Pro coverage, folks. I'm very excited. In fact, already to prepare for this, I went ahead and unhooked.
You went ahead and got a really shitty
PS5.
Okay.
Which actually, incidentally,
that's how you got excited and ready for this?
Yeah. Is the disc drive version, but I only used the disc drive once ever. Literally. Once.
All right.
Oh my God.
Divinity 2. Yeah, it was Divinity 2. Outside of that, I've never put a game into this thing.
Why are you telling us that?
So I unhooked it. We're going to be doing a really cool thing where I'm going to be doing side-by-side comparison.
Oh my God.
Of the physical object?
Just so you know, I'm not
That's not that cool.
Cool.
Oh, here it is. It arrived yesterday in the mail. No issues. I'll talk a little bit about that because there was a little bit of drama around that, if I was going to be able to get it delivered on time or not.
There was not drama around it.
This is going to be awesome. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are excited for today. A full day of coverage.
Iron Chef Sakai says, looks like you're reporting for duty. Damn. You get your hair done by Sergeant Slaughter?
Both streams covering this beast of
More
a
like
console.
Officer Doofy.
All right? Good stuff. I love the racing stripes because you know those are definitely going to enhance the quality of games played on it. Whenever your console has racing stripes,
they're air vents,
Says
dumbass.
the guy that cares about the LED color on the computer that no one else can see but him. Go ahead.
And the controller, too, the joystick.
So, I hope you're all doing well, and I hope that you're preparing for awesomeness coming up soon. I mean, this coming week, I'm going to be playing probably 1 to 2 new games.
I mean, tomorrow's off,
We've got
so
other new stuff around the horizon.
Awesomeness
We've got
stopped.
DS Politics. That's right, ladies and
When is
gentlemen.
that starting?
Remember, later this week,
Hey, Deadpool.
you can look forward to this.
Starting a new era of content. The is how you do govern.
The is
Dude,
how.
he misspelled this? He misspelled this? Come on, man. I'm tweeting right now. Live tweeting right now.
Get that out there. Get that out there. Up late drinking a bit last night, Phil, while you're writing this. You gotta do that right. You gotta edit these things on a clean mind, okay? What is
No, that's not a joke. That's actually happening sometime later this week. I just don't know exactly when yet.
Sure is a joke.
And if you're wondering,
I'm not.
Someone please say the mistake. Someone please say the mistake in the chat.
Can't help himself.
Wait, well, when is this happening? What's going on? I don't know yet.
Said.
Basically,
It's
as
like
I've
a
explained on
baby
my
brain
last
just
show, and I made a highlight video about it,
cracks
I'm going to be
himself
starting
up.
a politics show. That's going to probably be like maybe once a week on a
can't believe
on a
how
night.
serious he is about
streamed
this.
exclusively over on Kick. Starting sometime
Misspelling.
this coming week.
Someone say the
I just
misspelling.
don't know when yet, because here's
Come
the
on.
deal.
They
I
is.
don't want
They
to
is.
start
Is.
a show on Kick like that, but then be in direct competition with the guys from Kino Casino, who essentially gave me this rejuvenating boost that allows me to do new kinds of stuff, right?
This
If I
news,
had done a
dudes,
show like
guys,
this
does stuff.
a year or two ago,
Sure.
no one would have cared besides
Sure,
my
dude.
detractors,
What?
but now actually people care.
No.
And I was like, dude, it would be pretty messed up if I debut my politics show and I go head to head
Source?
with Kino Casino on Kick. I want to do it on a night they're not broadcasting, so I'm actually waiting to
Yeah,
hear back
I'm
from
sure
them
they're
on when
really
their
appreciative of
schedule
that.
is for this
Thank
week.
you, Philip. I don't want you to take
I
the
wanna do it on a
220
night that
viewers
they're
away
gonna be
from
off,
us.
Okay? So, great stuff coming
Give
up.
yourself a round
In
of
fact, I mean,
applause.
just to clarify, so I've needed a pair of good sunglasses for many, many years. And
Many.
Those glasses you've seen me wear recently. Remember, I just wore that
another
pair when I
$100
was
spent on
Kino Casino
sunglasses?
dressed up like a Ghostbuster.
Great, yeah, so
They're
we've got
not
some
real. Those are
Ray-Bans,
costume glasses. You can't see through them at all. They're not actually sunglasses. So,
Because that
knowing
exists.
that
Because
Flight
that exists.
Simulator is right around the corner,
brother.
Oh, aviators.
I got myself a nice spiffy pair of aviators
Why?
that we can
Nice
wear
spiffy
while I'm
pair?
flying.
Nice spiffy.
We need them, you know.
Oh, spiffy.
No.
And also, let's be
You
honest
don't.
here. The future's so bright, I gotta wear shades.
Print.
Things
Oh,
are really picking up around here when it comes to
Easy for me.
the stuff I'm
Do you know what the
covering,
whole point of
the
that song
excitement
was,
levels.
Phil?
I'm
The
having a
reason you
great
needed
time. I know you
shades
guys
is
are
because there was
too.
a nuclear
Yeah, all kinds of
explosion.
contributions already came in. I'm going to shout them out in
But of
just a
course.
moment.
Iron Chef
doesn't-
Sakai said, I won't be here for
He doesn't
politics."
understand the
guys.
undertones
I really do.
of
Like, all
anything.
this is possible because of all of you. So thank you guys so very much for all of your support. Again, I get to spend a day off with my family, which is
My
awesome. Yesterday was a
family,
really
which
good day I wanna
consists
tell you
of
about.
one person.
Amongst other things, great
What a
things happening,
family.
right? Yes, everyone's happy to see Jasper Kitty. He's here today.
Okay.
Jasper Kitty. We're going to get started in a
Jasper
second.
Kitty.
However, a couple quick things to cover. The first thing I should cover, not this kitty. See that? Silly cat. And crushing my trolls.
Crushing the trolls.
Yes, we've done it.
Somehow
That
we're getting
means
crushed
today,
every single
on this
day,
very
but
first
we're
65
doing
bucks
better
for
than
the
this
before.
podcast and the live unboxing and the hooking up and testing of the PS5 Pro. When we hit this, not if, but when we hit this, we will officially hit this week's reward. This week's reward is a special episode of DSP Tries It where I'm going to have authentic Japanese food from a local restaurant that just opened up recently. And it's not, it's sushi and teriyaki. Not
authentic.
even close.
It's not,
this place has realistic, very, authentic.
Realistic.
You gotta add
The
him.
food
Add
is
him.
realistic.
If you're in
So it's
chat.
going to be exciting to order off the menu and test some new things.
The food is
So,
realistic.
I'm very pumped for this today. I hope that you guys are too. Let's get it
Oh,
going.
God,
Let's get some
great.
contributions coming in. Get the momentum rolling. The
Right?
sooner
The
we
ones
hit
that
it, the
just
better.
slip out like that.
All right. So let's, you know what? Speaking of which, let me do some shout out. Remember,
It's not. It's absolutely not.
Chugging that
Timmy a
skip juice
dollar
real
says
early.
you should cosplay as Eve, the main character from Stellar Blade, when you inevitably play it.
Friend.
Well, we announced this the other day.
Uh-huh.
Since people were absolutely so
serious, yeah.
desperate.
Oh,
So
Game
desperate
Tracker, or no,
All right.
Game Ticker.
don't do this
to see
Philip.
me play Stellar Blade. I said, I'll play it. When we hit
$40,000
streak,
in
which would
contributions.
tie the vest goal from 2020.
Go play
if we do
Stellar
that,
Blade.
I'm dead serious about this too. If we hit 276, I
Yeah.
swear to you, I will play Stellar Blade. It's happening.
You also swore you didn't play WWE Champion.
No interruption. No, we have an off stream.
No
there's
interruptions
no
either.
off-stream. The
No
streak will
interruptions.
continue. When
we had
hit
an
it,
off stream
we
where I
do it.
didn't give you
It's that
$150.
simple. Okay? So let's keep that momentum
No
going.
interruptions.
Keep the support flowing, and then you're going to see Stellar Blade. Got it? All right. So thank you for that dollar.
I don't believe you.
I'm never not repeating at all.
Believe
It's
it when
disgusting.
I see it.
Okay.
And I received a $1.15 tip
From?
another troll.
Damn
Shoot.
trolls.
So I'm just going to ignore them because they're a moron. Okay.
Well, no, you didn't.
So let's get our first tip up on the leaderboard.
Okay.
We got a super chat as well.
Was that the moron or?
I received a €2 super chat from Game Ticker, who says, "What was the first console handheld you ever owned?"
Great
the
question.
first actual gaming.
I do not give a shit. Jeff K in the house says, start a poll, ALT. What component of this unboxing does Phil fumble? Scratch, drop, or break? That's a little too general of a poll, Jeff. He will fumble describing something. That's really what he's going to fumble here, be honest.
You think he's gonna like fake? Do you think he's gonna pull the fake drop joke that he did with the PS5?
Ooh, that's a good poll.
Because
That's a good poll.
I can almost guarantee there's gonna be some kind of silliness.
Okay.
Some kind of silly, like what? Like like a fake out kind of joke.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
is in
I'll
the
do that
hor- is
poll.
in
I'll do
the,
that poll.
horizon.
Detractor News poll is now done. 67%. That's locked in. Your vote is locked in. I will screenshot it though. So your vote is locked in there. Now we're voting for down ballot polls now. I'll write that in a second. Copeside Phil says Worski or PPP told him to take it out. Take what out?
Want to slide?
If Worski asked him, if Worski said that, he would.
That'd break the sound barrier. His belt whipping off like that, huh? Oh my god! What the was that?
Smitty Weberman Jansen says, over-undering how dusty it still is in that room. How do we over-under that, Smitty Weberman Jansen? But I'll take the over, smashing it.
Yeah, it's dustier than clean. Is gonna be my guess. Yes.
Mr. Gorehouse says, "Damn it, Jade, you had one job. How'd you misspell that?" I know. It's like there's 10 words on that thing. Come on.
Got the easiest one wrong.
Magoo says, "Yeah, that haircut came with a lollipop." Yeah, I do love that. The hair. That's my favorite theory now. Is he gets a lollipop with every haircut. I like that.
Yeah. Well, it's more like he gets some poor hair styling student to cut it for him. And,
Mr. Matt says his barber needs to be arrested for war crimes. That shit is criminal, but Phil deserves it. A reminder, Phil isn't even registered to vote. Thank you, Mr. Matt. That is definitely true.
That's true.
Jasper the Cat says, "Come extract me from the snort fort. Help. We can't help you, Jasper. You got to help yourself.
Piece that
Come on."
I owned was Pong.
Big ups, everybody.
Lines.
Yep.
Agent DeClaw.
Just Pong.
Okay, just
one
Pong.
of those home. I think it was
What a fucking
so you hooked it up
geezer.
to your old
My
tube
first
TV,
console was the
to
NES.
old cable device thing. It was one of those little boxes.
Literally came out in
that
America the day I was
metal
born.
fork things.
Not
You
day,
could
but
stick it
year.
to the back of your TV and like screw it in. So you do that. And you would turn to a certain channel,
You need a
and then it would be
coaxial
Pong, and it was just
Yeah.
two paddles with a
Oh, no,
ball
he's
that didn't look
talking
like a ball, it
about
looked like a square, and it had numbers to count the score, and then you would hit the reset button on the console to reset it. There was no sound whatsoever. It was just visuals, and it was just black and white. So what you would do is you would go into your tube TV settings to change the color scheme. See how my background is changing colors right now? So you would mess with the TV settings. You'd be like purple, pink, blue, green instead of white. And that's how you got color.
If my dad saw that I was fucking around with the color dials on the TV, I'd be shot.
Now, no, Dad, what was my first interchangeable game home console? The Atari 7800.
I'm doubting he did any of this, by the way.
Backwards compatible with the Atari 2600.
He saw a YouTube video about it.
So I had games that were both from the original the 7800. Games like Food Fight, Moon Patrol,
Food Fight,
Ball Blazer,
Ball Blazer,
I played Ball Blazer with my dad.
Just to name a few. Oh, Jungle Hunt. Everyone remember
blazed
Jungle
each other's
Hunt?
balls.
Oh,
that was a good game.
Made by Mike Hunt. CJ Gamebox says he began DSP politics on Kick because the app was taken. No, I think he really is scared about like losing people for this, but he's like doing it on Kick only. I don't know. And he also needs content. He's trying to get over 100 average viewers on Kick too. That's what he's trying to do as well. But he's got a long way to go there.
And the only reason for that is because Kick pays out like more frequently and sooner than YouTube does.
Yeah,
presumably.
So.
I remember the music. So
the
anyway,
music? Oh.
Yeah, good stuff. That was my original time. I mean, I'm an old school dude, right? I'm been around the block, 42 years old, so I've played probably more games than most of you out there.
Wrong.
Shut the fuck up.
I played more games than you have. Because
just old school dude.
Actually play games.
Macaroni, I received a whopping $50 tip from Iron Chef Sakai, who says, "Where's Goose Maverick?" I brought various
cringe.
I received an $11 tip. Whoa. $11. Went that week to bring it up one for DSP Tries It. Like, it's actually significantly interesting.
Significantly interesting.
His hair looks absolutely ridiculous.
This is interesting.
Significantly
so you got some
interesting.
support.
Clap, clap, clap,
Now,
clap,
you know
clap.
what? So we got some YouTube support. We got some tip support. How about we get some
How about you relax on the
Kick?
begging?
Who's going to be the first person
Doesn't stop.
to
Fucking
give a
dork.
sub
You
over
think
on
getting more money slows it down? It just picks it up, brother.
Kick or to become
It does.
a sub
Just
themselves and join the
exacerbates the
Founders
situation,
Club?
right?
Yep.
Let's see who'll do it today.
Mm.
All right.
What? Did he ask specifically?
Founders Club. Let's see who'll do it today.
Oh, Founders Club.
All right.
Yes.
Is this a Boss Man cosplay? Oh,
Very
maybe.
nice.
You would know that better than me.
He doesn't wear it.
No.
Hello? Hello?
Big up Disability Zach, by the way.
Jade,
No,
what
it's
do you mean?
not. No, it's not. He's
Well,
reading
good.
Jade
He
tweets.
says, I missed
I know.
41 months. What do you mean? Now we're at 55. The streak continues, right? Hey, I really wonder if we can get the streak to like 279 or 276. That'd be insane. If we match the
Dude,
best
he's
streak,
talking about his own membership months.
Yeah.
What?
streak to like
How can you not understand that?
or 276. That'd be insane.
I understand
If we
Jade
match
better
the
than
best
you.
Streak, that would be legendary. Do you understand
41 months.
how that would affect things? My detractors already are so
Big ups
insanely
Infinite
unhinged.
Beak.
They have no
we
clue
go.
what's going on. They're so confused,
What?
right?
It's
So
the
here's a
same
quick
thing
we'll
it's
talk
always
about.
been.
I don't want
It's
to
just
talk
2 or
about
3
it
fucking
for too long.
But you
dipshits
still can't
hilarious.
resist
I
it,
wanna-
going
right?
bankrupt,
So,
giving you their money because
oh, your membership, Jade? Oh,
Pigmatized.
thank you,
Yeah.
Jade. 41 months as a member. That's what
What's
Jade
going
is as a member for
on?
41 months.
Oh,
I
yeah,
missed
Barrett Wells,
Sure,
good
Phil.
point. He looks like a dented version of Kit Boga.
it. Thank you, Jade, for being a month
actually,
for 41
good
months.
call.
A month for 41
Kit
months.
Boga.
A member for 41 months. I missed his re-upping of his membership. That's my
he's
fault.
not even
Sorry about
making that much more money.
Okay.
He's just counting everything in the same
So-
stack. But okay, dude, we got to
TV's
keep
off
talking
for
about
now.
the tractors because
So, here's
Literally,
how
it's all you
nuts
think
my
about.
detractors are getting because
Okay.
of my success. All right.
All right.
So
Okay.
5 straight streams of success.
Yeah. Nothing really
Someone, I
changes
don't know
for
who it
us.
is, no clue. Made a Twitter or X account
oh man,
called Detractor News.
That you retweet.
What they're doing is they are following my detractors on social media
Yeah.
and they are reposting in a parody way all of the shit that they're posting. They're following
seem to
them
know
and their
about this.
insane,
Yeah.
unhinged, obsessive antics, and they're posting about it constantly. So essentially, what they're doing, they're trolling the trolls. You see, these people have done this to me for the greater part of 10
That's why
years.
he's so bad at it.
And systematically harassed me, defamed me, slandered me through this
Uh-huh.
kind of means. So now
slander,
someone's doing it
defamed.
to them.
How? What was
And
the
they can't
slander
handle-
and defamation?
They've actually lost their minds. They've got insane
He's out of his
conspiracy
mind.
theories. They think it's me.
Because
despite
why?
the fact that this person
Because why?
Tweets and does things when I'm on stream or on my day off. They're still insinuating it's me doing it.
Because why?
No, I don't even have time to post on my own fucking Twitter.
You know there's a reason why, right?
Dude, he just gave it away again. He just said, why would I do that when I have my own Twitter, right? Which is exactly what this DSP news guy said. Why would I post on this account when I already, and he tags himself, by the way, every time too.
Insinuating it's me doing it. No, I don't even have time to post on my own fucking Twitter. Right?
Wrong.
I'm an incredibly busy dude. I don't fuck around with trolling. I don't have time for this shit.
do.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
It's just so.
That's the single reason we think it's him. By the way, I mean this. Some people thought it, but this is the reason that the perception that it was Philip really picked up steam was because he said, "My name, Philip." You're not going to bring that part up.
The use of personal pronouns is a real big red flag. You know, I'm
Very
not just making that up out of nowhere.
Not only does he have time to tweet, he has time to play
now what's happening
fucking
is
shit balls mobile games.
Are having a breakdown because they're getting a taste of their own medicine. Do you get it?
No.
This is true.
One dent-headed Twitter account that makes lame-ass jokes is not the equivalent of the shit that you get made fun of for, man.
They can't handle it.
Relax.
So now, their epic fucking,
so delusional.
meltdown begins. Oh my God, someone has an eye on us. Dumbass brain dead podcast where they sat there and talked about
brain dead podcast. If it's so dumbass and brain dead, why don't you go on it and then make fun of everyone?
Oh, that's Steve of the Dead. That's not a podcast. That's Steve of the Dead. Shout outs.
Yeah. Do not lump us in with him.
What was it? Something about my cat for 8 hours or something like that?
Yeah, because you refuse to get him blood work
or something crazy, insane like that, and then they think that's normal behavior, and they have thousands of
thousands of supporters who love them and contribute to them,
and thinking that that's normal
way more than you have,
and watching their garbage content because they're all
you're all
around their mental illness padded wall room.
They're all just so like man. And
but I thought you said no one cares about us.
They're like
It's confusing. No one cares about us, but there's thousands of us. So not sure. And also, good point. That account did retweet about Steve's video, by the way, as well yesterday. So
okay, you seem to know a lot about this, Philip.
War Dog Leader says account tweets till 4 a.m. He is awake till 4 a.m. I told you couldn't resist talking about it. Also, what breakdown is he talking about? I've seen zero. I know nothing really changes for us. You know,
they're melting down right now.
Yeah,
this stream is a meltdown, really. Right? Look how I'm
crazy
pissed,
we are.
Frankly,
what has changed for us, really? You know,
so
melting down over a 5-follower account.
Go check it out. You want to laugh? Watch this guy on Twitter and watch my detractors have a mental breakdown about it. They can't handle it. Today, they're still saying it's me.
It's just making shit up as always.
Okay. Man, this account really doesn't sound like Phil. Like the way it types and the way it's doing stuff doesn't sound like Phil.
It does,
so it must be Phil.
No, sir.
Brother,
what?
I
no,
swear
sir.
To fucking God, he
Who is
was
it?
watching this stream before his stream started, because that's exactly what I said.
Who could it be?
Whatever.
Anyway, the biggest joke about all of this part of it. Here's the biggest joke. Are you ready?
Here's the joke, though. Okay, right. I'm ready.
The detractors
I can't wait. This is gonna be awesome.
Actually, don't realize something. They don't understand that since now, I've now had positive interactions with people. You know, people.
Very normal thing to say.
Yes, very normal.
What are you talking about?
Since now I've had normal interactions.
By the way, now that I've had
normal interactions
with other human beings,
actions with people.
What?
You know, people much bigger than me, people who have good followings, who have now partially become part of my audience. Here's what they don't understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I used to be
the
world's biggest lolcow.
Yes, you are.
Yes, true. Still
but
are.
I've changed.
Oh.
And now things are turning much better. Like I said, the future's so
turning
bright,
much better.
You said that in 2015.
Yeah.
2017.
And was that before or after the worst possible thing that could ever happen to someone on as a streamer?
I believe that was after.
Things are going well.
Nice.
I've got new games coming out, new consoles coming out, new shows starting up, new attention, unending levels of ongoing support.
Less attention than ever on your streams. Less viewership than ever on your streams. Are you going to say that part?
Can't handle it. What they don't understand
support
is that the detractors have become the lolcows.
Oh,
people are now turning.
Where's my
eyes
thread?
To my detractors, guys like Duty Streams and Raw
Duty
and
Streams.
Etymology and the That Being Said podcast.
Hey, nice shout out.
The first reference, the first time he said it. There we go.
And Memology.
That's a good clip.
And the That Being Said podcast.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Show me
You're
one,
nuts. One
example of this. Any example of
Stalking.
this? One person saying it. I would love to see it. Go ahead, Stu.
I just think that it's a little bit, again, it's a little bit weird that like, okay, to have one person who has a YouTube channel that is dedicated to how big of a piece of shit you are, that would be a pretty huge like blow to any normal person's ego, in my opinion. Right?
Yep.
Right? You just listed 3 separate people who have their entire like presence on YouTube is about making fun of you.
Yes.
So does that not seem crazy to you?
Fucking guy who's just an innocuous content creator who just makes content for a distinct audience that likes him.
He's already previously stated you were the biggest lolcow on the internet, so that's kind of might have something to do with it, actually. You know?
No, I'm
doesn't go out of his way to.
Yeah, I mean,
creator who just makes content for a distinct audience that likes him. Doesn't go out of his way to bother or insult or
That's
have
what you're
any
doing
problems
now. You're going out of your way to bother and insult other people
You're
right
not.
now.
And now that you got
okay,
people
dude.
like this fucking Twitter account that are looking at them, they can't take
yeah, that's it.
Wait.
Well, let me tell you. Let's take a look at this guy's account. This guy that's putting the spotlight on all of us. 155 followers. Whoa,
Oh no!
This guy's taking
Time
over
to
the
back it
internet.
in.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Holy fuck, man! I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think my cat's Twitter account has about that many.
Oh my god! I can't wait. You know what, Keem? If you want to be the Lolcow podcast as a host, I will take it. I will take 50,000 if you think we're lolcows. I'll take it.
I would also like the 50,000, please, if I could have my own. Kind of,
I will
Be a good
definitely
troll. Hey,
take it.
Keemstar.
You're observing
DSP
us as
says we're
weird
bigger
object
locals than
of
he is.
derision.
Does that mean we could be on the
Yes,
show?
'cause you are.
Yes.
Who?
All your
Yes.
actions, your insane thoughts and mantras and crazy
Mantras?
beliefs
Mantras?
are way more insane than anything I've ever said or done.
I don't
In fact,
think that's
No.
No one agrees with the shit that you've even said about me anymore.
What are you talking about?
People who are big time, who used to mention me all the time, aren't mentioning me, and then all of a sudden someone will bring me up and they'll be like, "Yeah, Phil, he's changed. He's not really doing crazy stuff."
Is he talking about Keemstar?
Yeah,
The guy who was on That Being Said?
When he makes a video, he makes a point, and people like are watching him now and listening.
No.
There really is no reason to bring him up in
Source?
this joking context
Example?
because there's no jokes.
I'm not
to be
sure
made.
I've heard anybody say this.
Detractors are living again in this parallel fantasy dimension.
Yeah.
They don't get that. They
Oh, okay.
actually think it's still before, right?
Wrong.
They do. They actually believe that, right?
Wrong.
They're out of their fucking minds, right?
But keep trying to
nice one. Okay, let's hear
self-soothe
this.
Right?
yourself.
They're out of their fucking minds,
Right?
It's a
right?
defiance.
Right? Right?
That's
Right?
a crunchy one.
Okay.
A lot of stuff
So
in there.
anyway,
Okay.
let us
Sure, dude.
Granulated
Whatever.
things in there.
and continue on. with
Enjoy
our
your
day and
alternate
not give them
parallel
any more
dimension.
attention because they don't deserve it.
Too late.
Dom
Oh.
McLean,
Too late.
€4 super chat
So
says trading
wait, are you
PS5
gonna prove
Pro
that's not you?
No, he didn't
No,
say
of
anything.
course
It's
not.
not me. And he didn't even
Classic.
talk about the reason everyone says it is him is because of, the part where it said my name.
Yeah, the part where he used his pronouns and everything.
That's
and,
kind of the whole reason this started, but okay.
He had a flight stick for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Big ups, Dare
It's
Bear.
not all that serious. For those who did
Don't
not
you
see my
dare.
Flight Simulator content a few years ago, it was like 3-4 summers ago when I got my Series X, probably like 3 years ago. I'm not into the sim side of it. I'm kind of like a tourist. What I mean by that is I like to fly
I'm a
around
tourist, virtual.
well-known parts of the globe,
I'm a literal
landmarks,
tourist in
areas,
Microsoft
or maybe
Flight
you tell
Sim.
me
I just
somewhere that's
wanna-
really
I don't
beautiful.
wanna ride
Maybe
the
somewhere that's a
plane. I
giant
don't
like,
wanna fly it.
waterfall, or you know what I mean, something that's worth looking at. And what I'll do is I'll have it fly me there automatically, and we do like a flyover, all the cool stuff. But while I'm
Oh.
doing that, we're having a cool interaction.
I don't care. I do not care.
And it was very
Sounds
entertaining. And
really
keep in mind,
fucking
it was all,
boring.
Like, like they've really went into detail with the weeks comes
You
out.
don't care
so-
about Fight Sim. No one does. I know.
Okay.
obviously.
No one cares about this. Philip playing Fight
It's
Sim.
cool.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Without having Derek there to like
Oh yeah, Ren says
try and push the
looking forward to this
conversation
politics,
forward,
even
it's going to be
if
a lot more
differences of
boring.
Opinion, I'm mature enough to want to hear another's perspective in order to learn about the other side rather than close
That's exactly
it out.
my
I'm
thought
not on any
too.
side.
Sorry, this
Some
Ren
people
guy
seem to
has a
think I
kid.
am. I'm not on any
Talking
side.
about being mature enough
Seriously,
to take
I'm
someone's
not
political opinion.
a Democrat and I'm not a Republican.
You're unregistered because you don't even vote.
That is true. I think that one side could be correct. In other cases, I think the other side's correct. And in other cases, I think maybe both sides are wrong. And we need to meet somewhere in the middle. And that's what the show's going to be about.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be a lot different than people thinking, oh, it's going to be one side polarized content. That's what everyone is doing to make money.
We're going to need like politically minded people to watch his,
exactly what
his
side
political stuff, aren't we?
That's the difference. You just become a bandwagoner all the way.
I mean, I'm down for it, but
and get those polarized people to send you money. I'm not doing that.
What?
That's not and get those polarized people to send you money. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
That's not the purpose of my show. Get it? It's gonna be. You're gonna see. It's going to be pretty interesting and different.
Casino kind of did that on the election night. Not sure.
Yeah, and you yourself did that when you said that now the pendulum is swung, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. What?
Trust me. And I am going to welcome.
No, I don't trust you
from all
at all.
Different people.
No one does.
From all over the place. I want to hear.
No, you don't. You're going to call them caveman.
Every walk of life and every perspective.
No one cares that
much. Get a big picture
I better not see a
on.
single fucking man on your channel, then, brother.
Oh, another one. Nice.
I can get a big picture view of what's going on. Okay. All right.
Smurf.
Quick bump.
Smurf.
Missed it.
All right. Your thoughts on Linkin Park? Rest in peace, Chester. I liked Linkin Park back in the day. You know, the original group. I haven't heard any of the new group. I know that they have a new lead singer and everything, and I haven't heard a single piece of music from it.
It's kind of
back
mid.
in the day, they were hot, right? They were
very
well known, very popular, and they were pretty good.
I mean, it's cool that they're still going. I guess.
I'm not obsessed with them or anything, but I thought that their music was decent.
But
excuse
me.
Oh my God!
This morning.
Oh cow!
I am. A little bit regard. A little bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to think where to go. I'm trying to think. I'll think about it.
I received $1.50.
The way I did before.
Don't turn your back on me. Detractors are regards. I can beg. No.
As much as I did before. So now I'm
from Beaver Bottom. What's the need for the PS5 Pro? It's a compulsive buy that doesn't benefit the business. Considering
I came so far and got so hard. No, it's the other way around. I got so hard and came so far.
I didn't buy it. I keep telling you this just because you're stupid and you believe
the camera was.
I didn't buy it. It's been donated to me. And by the way, so has Dragon Age Inquisition. Someone actually sent me credits to buy it on there. So I have to actually input that code. I totally forgot to do it. So I got to do that when we hook it up. I got to input the code, but I didn't buy it.
I don't believe you.
I outright told you I wasn't going to. Remember? When this was first announced earlier.
No, actually, you didn't say that. I played that earlier. You said you were you would consider it if you could get your hands on it. Actually,
right? Because it might be all oversold.
I hit my mic by accident. There we go. When this was first announced earlier in the year, and people said, "Phil, you're going to get a PS5 Pro," I outright answered you, "No, I have a gaming PC now. There's absolutely no reason for me to get it." You know, previously, if I didn't have the gaming PC, it would have been like a maybe. But the answer would have been, what do I benefit from it? Correct? Like, am I going to get better performance out of certain games?
The benefit is you get to give Kat your other PS5.
Right now, if you own a baseline PS5, you probably don't need a PS5 Pro. We're going to, firsthand today, spend the entire day testing this thing. What if we play PS5 games that I know?
Can we get to it, by the way? I can't stay too much past 5 p.m. We got to get to the unboxing soon.
Resolution, effects, and frame rate. We're going to check this out.
Just start it. That's what people want to see anyway.
And we're going to test them at like 4K and see what frame rate they play.
Oh, that'll be great.
And we're going to go from there. And that's how I'm going to do it. And then also, here's another big factor. What about the PlayStation 4 games?
Oh, my God.
Where they basically are supposed to be upscale. Like they have a special mode on PS5 Pro. Like it's like PS4 boost mode.
It makes literally no difference for the stream because it's just
frames should have a better resolution and it should look a little bit crisper and better.
It's just upscaling,
right? That's what I want to explore today with the PS5 Pro. So yeah, I don't have this. I didn't buy this. I mean, I have it obviously. I didn't buy this. I had no intention of buying it. It was donated, and that's why we're covering it today.
Sure, I don't believe you.
There you go.
Anyways,
okay,
there you go.
So
I forgot the poll.
Let's
do the poll
get started, folks.
New topic.
Now we're brushing off the dust on this one. I haven't done a Phil's Day Off segment in a very long time, but to be quite frank with you, the reason is I haven't really done anything too interesting in a long time. Okay. Right? So that's why I didn't really have much to talk about. So yesterday was an actual day off. Meaning my wife and I got to spend a day together where I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I didn't have to run a bunch of errands.
We got your haircut.
Instead, we got to spend a lot of time together. Obviously, you could tell one of the things I did is I got a haircut, which I desperately needed. We hadn't had one in several months, and my hair was bothering me. Okay, but I went out and I did quite a few things.
Okay, dude.
If your hair's ever bothering you, just go and get it cut. What is like? Oh, my hair was desperately bothering me. Oh my god.
Oh, what? I'm just supposed to walk into the salon? Yeah, right. They'd kick you out.
And we completely stocked up.
Completely.
On like everything. We were out of like almost everything in the house.
Can you imagine?
So we ended up buying.
So that was another errand you did.
You can buy like a giant pack of stamps at Costco. So I needed stamps. Okay, I had like one stamp. And I'm like, okay, I need some stamps. Just, not that I
just
nailed
looking for shit to buy, you know? Oh, yeah, I kind of need stamps someday.
Honey, do you think they sell stamps here? I think they sell stamps here. What do you think?
Who needs stamps anymore? And if you need one, you buy one, you know?
Yeah, you go to the post office and say, hey, can you pay come to fucking post for this? I'm not buying stamps.
Philip bought the $50 stamp collection of Costco.
Definitely.
Stuff all the time.
Look, it's behind a frame, so we can just pull the frame off.
I hate to say it, when you come in
yeah, look at this. Oh, it's a cool design. Look, there's a cat. That looks kind of cool. There's animals.
You like cats, right, honey?
Yeah.
Don't you realize this? A lot of places have modernized, and if you haven't, and if you actually still require you to mail shit, it's really stupid, but it's like,
what possibly is that?
One.
So I'm at Costco, right? And they have a little cardboard thing that says stamps. I was like, oh, we're here. I might as well just buy them, right? And I got a bunch of stuff. I got batteries,
Is it Forever Stamps?
We got a few frozen snacks and
Please
things
say
like
what kind
that.
it is.
I'm trying to think
if it's the Forever Stamps from Costco,
oh my God.
right now it is $72 for 100 stamps.
Jesus Christ!
My God!
Sorry, I thought stamps cost 35 cents.
But they cost more than that now. They're 73 cents now, thanks to inflation. But how long would it take you to use 100 stamps? It would take me 100 years. I might
literally.
What?
We got anything crazy? I don't think we necessarily got anything too crazy. There's just a lot of stocking up.
Okay.
And a few stacks and things. Like we get this frozen ramen that you add water to, you put it in the microwave. It's like super
and
good.
We just got a few snacks.
Well seasoned chicken and stuff. It's not
definitely
salty, like
my frozen
ramen. Like a
yeah, definitely
pretty authentic ramen flavor, right?
No.
Chu gets pissed at those, by the way. She's not picking that shit up.
They're gross.
And they're like $9 for like 4. It's like, what? What do you need this for?
Chunk cookie. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I uncovered a bunch of videos of just DSP's home cooking vlogs with Leanna. Dude.
Yeah.
And every single meal that they cooked had like that puddle of water underneath the food, as if he had just like frozen the food on the plate and then microwaved it to defrost it and eat it straight out of the microwave.
Yeah.
Fucking gross.
Oh, double chunk chocolate cookie.
Oh, boom.
No, I didn't get the double chunk cookie. I don't even know what you're talking about. I know people have been mentioning this.
Boom.
I don't know where you get a double chunk cookie at Costco. I didn't see anything like that.
How about chicken
baking department, and they had things like, we got a big pumpkin pie. My wife loves pumpkin pie. We haven't found
clearly
locally. We got the big ass pumpkin
extra
pie for
sugar,
$6. A giant pumpkin pie.
I don't like those.
Huge,
they're too
big.
bland.
So
yeah,
I'm not a big pumpkin boy in the best of cases, but those Costco pumpkin pies are pretty fucking bland.
Really awesome there.
I'm usually skipping the pumpkin pie, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, me too. Not
so
worth
I grabbed
it.
this thing of stamps. Like, okay, I'll just get stamps, right? So I'm thinking, maybe it's like a pack of stamps or whatever. So they check out. And
you don't even check the price? You just buy? Oh my God.
Get it out of here before that guy grabs it. That guy's going for the stamps. Get him.
The price for Costco is so clearly labeled. It's like everything is like, oh my God.
Because it's
the
for old people. So they put the prices, the numbers extra big.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm wondering why is the total pretty high?
Brother.
And I go,
thank you, Razma.
I go, look, it was a 5-pack of stamps. I paid $72 for stamps.
He's even saying that wrong. It's 100.
I won't need stamps for like 8 years.
What do you mean a 5?
I was like, holy shit.
I don't think you needed stamps ever.
I mean, I knew I was at Costco and everything's in bulk.
What? You didn't
I wasn't
have
expecting
to buy
that it was
them.
going to be $72 worth of stamps.
He just can't.
How would a 5-pack be $72?
Save money.
How much do you think stamps cost?
He's gonna beg until the day
That's what
he
he bought,
dies.
by the way. It's 100 stamps. 100.
Again, presumably he figured out what price they were when he went to the counter and they rang it all through, and he didn't go, excuse me, I didn't actually want to spend $75 on stamps. Can you take that off the bill, please?
Oh, 20 stamps in one book. Okay, Danny Darko got it.
So I got fooled. I was like, well, I'm stupid.
Yeah,
but
now,
I did a few,
guys,
you know,
I
we
need
did
your
a few
money,
things.
please.
We were
So
out
I
and
can
about.
continue doing stupid things with it.
Yeah, of course I got the forever stamps. That's all they sell now. Got the forever stamps.
$72.
They never expire and they never run out of value. Like you can use them
Vikes,
forever.
quit the fan
So,
fictions.
yeah, I won't need. I have a giant stack of them. I won't need them for 100 years.
Thank you, Vikes.
But you know, did a few things.
You're gonna die with
got
those
some
stamps.
sunglasses. Nice ones, nice aviators.
Oh, aviators from
for the
Costco. Let's see
upcoming
those.
Flight sim stuff, and of course, just to wear. I think they look amazing, don't they? I love them.
No,
Like, I've always
they
wanted a
don't.
good pair of real aviators. Ever since I started wearing the costume ones, like 9+ years ago. Iron Chef Sakai says you didn't put them back. No, we checked out.
You can put them back.
And then they gave me the total. I was like, ooh, that total sounds really high. I wonder what happened. And I paid it. And then I looked at the receipt and it said $72 for stamps. I was like, oh, that's what I did. I screwed up. It was also because I had to renew my membership, my Costco membership. You know, it's like I think it's like $60 a year or something like that. So
this is a guy that knows that is it good with his finances, isn't it? I mean, this just shows it right there. Great with budgeting, great with spending. Definitely would never go bankrupt.
Really paying attention to the stuff he's doing on a day-to-day basis. Really caring and not just sort of stumbling around half drunk.
Definitely.
That. So that's why it was like way high.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know how much the forever stamps even cost. Yeah, I don't know, but I got it was 5 books for $72.
You do now?
So if I got a good deal, I guess I got a good deal.
You did.
Okay.
Getting a good deal on shit you don't need is not a win. Never forget that, guys out there. Wise words from ALT here. Getting good deals on shit you don't need is not a W. Okay.
Honey, listen to this. I could have not paid for these at all and paid $0, but instead I got a deal and I paid $75. So.
Oh, cool. Oh, guys, I don't know if you do this, Snood. I have a black and white transistor radio. Doesn't work.
Oh, wow.
But I will give it to you for $5. Are you interested?
Well, I don't really need that, but if you
it's a great deal.
But I'll take it from you for $25. If you'll maybe
so anyway,
curry me that favor, perhaps.
Yeah, so we did all that kind of stuff.
That was a bad example because those are kind of cool. I was trying to think of something worse than that.
And stocked up on quite a lot of different stuff. Got a oh, they had a really good blanket. Like we wanted a blanket.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better example.
And you know,
I bought this awesome pipe. I don't smoke, but it was only $10.
Like when we're sitting on the sofa, you snuggle into a nice blanket. They had a ginormous faux fur blanket, not real fur, but a faux fur blanket for $25. And we're like, what?
Faux fur.
It's giant. It's like the size of a bed. We bought that. Costco is crazy. I definitely 100% recommend.
Oh my God! How much was that? Can you match the total on this for this bill? I bet he spent $500 easy. $73 on stamps.
No wonder he didn't notice the stamps because he was buying the $200 blanket and the fucking $100 batteries probably too. He probably bought 1,000 batteries for $100.
They just went out and bought a bunch of dumb shit.
He says we're freaking out because of the goal, but we're never going to freak out because of a goal because all the money goes to this shit. It never ends.
And it doesn't matter. He doesn't look at it anyway.
No.
Here, Costco has crazy deals on stuff, but the catch is you got to be a Costco member. So you got to spend the $60 a year to get in and get these prices. But it's worth it. Like us, we buy all of our
it though?
You can't talk about the membership when you spend $70 on stamps
and everything at Costco. We save a ton of money. Seriously.
Not really. I don't think you do.
So good stuff. Anyway,
sure.
What do we have for dinner?
Good stuff.
We went to. That's right. We went to this pub brewery place and we got a pan pizza. Super good pizza.
What was it called? Pub? What? Oh fuck!
Pub brewery place. I don't know what the fuck he means. I think it's that place that
I told you I wasn't going to. Remember? Really high. I wonder what pizza. So we got that with tomatoes, basil, sausage, and pepperoni, and some drinks and stuff. Oh, it was a good dinner. Had a great dinner together. So it was basically it was a great day. Like we were out, we did a ton of stuff while we were out. The only bummer is we're not used to being out all day like that, and we were tired. We got home.
Oh
like,
my God.
Oh, freaking exhausted.
Shopping.
And then we had to unpack. We had all the shit in the car from Costco and everything. We had to unpack everything, so it was kind of a little annoying. You have to do all that, but it was a good day. And
it's annoying to unpack the shit we bought, and then we were tired afterwards.
Well, yeah, if you bought fucking half a store's worth of shit,
like that's what we need. And we need to do that. We can't do that all the time, but we need that. We need that time to spend together. That's not, it's a day when I'm going to the grocery store, going to the garbage dump and running fucking stupid errands. A day when we can just have nice husband and wife time together to do stuff that we like, and we're starting to talk about what kind of stuff do we want to do.
What? You did errands.
You know, if I'm going to be taking
We
a
need
couple
to have
extra
nice
days off a
private
month
husband
like that.
and wife time.
All right, and again, I want to say thank you to you,
brother,
the viewer and supporter. It's you guys continuing this streak, supporting
Hitting
me
the
and my
goals,
content,
crushing the
reason
trolls.
Why
Sure.
I can do this. Make no
That's
bones about it.
such
It's your
a
ongoing
weird thing
support
to
that is
say.
making my life better. So thank you for that. Okay.
You're welcome, or whatever.
What a weird kind of like.
I got
reverse
another
guilt trip,
shout out here.
Like, remember, if you guys stop supporting me, my life will be
I
ruined.
received
So don't stop.
a $10.80 tip from Ponage 101. Thank you, Ponage.
Whoa,
Thank you,
cool.
Ponage.
I appreciate that. Good to have you here today, and thank you for the support. From hitting the goal, only $55 away. $55 from hitting the goal.
And crushing the
locking
trolls.
in,
Oh.
ordering some
Locking
amazing
in.
Japanese food, and my reveal of next week's goal, which I think you guys
Oh
are
my
really going to like
God.
because it
Oh,
looks
whoa,
like
the
a
goal.
really good
What
one.
food
So
are
I
we
woke
gonna
up
eat
this one
next
actually on
time?
stream the other day,
Yeah,
and I was like, oh,
how
that
much are
sounds
you going to
good.
pay me next week,
Right?
guys?
Awesome.
All this will be revealed and more.
Now, like I said, we got to get some contributions on the kick side of stuff. What's going
Oh
on? We got
my
all these tips
God.
coming in
Oh
today.
my
We got
God.
some super chats. Where's the kick? Right? Where's the kick
It's
support?
so egregious now.
I mean, listen, if you guys are
Yeesh.
saving up for the
Calm
political shit
down.
for DS politics, that's okay.
Dog.
But let's get some support over there, man.
Come
Where's the
on.
kick support?
Give me money.
Now, like
Just
I
give me
said,
fucking
we gotta
money.
get some contributions on the kick side of
LOL.
stuff. What's going on? We got all these tips coming in today. We got some super chats. Where's the kick? Right? Where's the kick support?
Yeesh.
Where's the kick support,
I mean, listen, if
Abby?
you guys are saving up for the political show, for DS politics, that's okay. But let's get some support over there, man.
He can't even get through
All right.
it.
Okay.
Yeesh.
You are not built for this,
Okay, I'm
sir.
trying to think what I want to do. So here's what we're going to do. Briefly, I want to talk about the schedule. Because
Christ.
here's the thing. The schedule is really up in the air right
My
now.
fucking
and
money.
how today
Why?
goes
Just
and
give
the
me your
weekend.
fucking money.
So let's
LOL.
talk about that. So today is
If I
PS5
giggle afterwards,
Pro
then
Day.
you can't
My
like
whole
get
day
mad
is
about
about
it.
PS5
Because
Pro.
I'm
When we
happy
finish this
about it.
podcast,
You should
the
be
first thing
too.
we're going to do is a live unboxing of the new console.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do a head-to-head
Please start that soon,
comparison
by the way.
of the original model PS5
No more bullshit.
to the PS5 Pro. We're going to compare form factor.
Compare.
We're going to compare all kinds of weight. Like the PS5 base level is heavy as hell.
Color
I wonder how heavy
tints.
the Pro is. It feels lighter to me, like in
Weight.
the box. It actually feels lighter.
material.
That wouldn't make any
composition.
sense.
So I wonder if they condense.
Transparency, opacity, mineral
hue-
breakdowns.
Hue and saturation of the case color.
hardware
Well,
is
is this
different
going to
hardware
be
or
a
something? I
true
don't know.
black? Actually, it's more of a dark.
So now we're
gray.
gonna hook it up. We're gonna get it working. Of course, I got to get my PlayStation account on there. All right. And someone, like I said, someone donated a bunch of credit so I can get Dragon Age Veilguard on there. So of all
Very convenient.
the stuff
But you didn't
that
wanna
we're gonna be
play that.
doing, 100%, I'm gonna be checking out Dragon Age Veilguard on the PS5 Pro. We're gonna
Good
try
shit.
it out today. Later, that'll be on the late stream where we'll actually start it up. We'll do maybe an hour, the intro to the game, and see how it runs on there and all of that. Right? There you go.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Mine.
Sound good?
Mine.
Good stuff. So
No, it isn't. But continue, please.
There you
Hurry.
go.
Anything else?
Quickly.
yeah, try not to drop it this time. I know my PS5 I dropped. It still has the ding. Did you see it?
Is that
The ding
who
is
said
still
that?
on the PS5 right there.
Darziak.
That was LARPer. That doesn't count. Oh, Darziak said that.
Oh, the camera.
No, I
doesn't-
can't
there
see
it
that,
is. See,
Phil.
the camera barely picks it up, but there it is, right in the center. When I got my PS5, I
20 memberships.
basically undid everything here, and then
Good
boom,
Lord. Get some
I
help.
screwed up. I dropped it, and I dropped something on it, didn't I? I dropped like the
long as
controller
you
on top
know.
of it, and it made this ding right on it.
Yeah, because
On
you
the
were
day
fake
when I
playing
unboxed
around,
it.
going, whoa.
But luckily, it didn't affect it. It
Yep.
works.
Thanks
Even
for
the
giving
PS5
YouTube
is dented.
30% of that.
Gentlemen,
Big ups, Nerd Brew.
troublesome or troublesome has gifted.
there you go. Get past it. I don't need the Big Macs.
Hell is Dark Side Phil's M.
Told
Bison
ya!
Palace of Delicious Foods.
Wow.
No,
Holy.
that's not what we're doing.
Cannot resist. Kick your legs. PS5 heavy as hell. 10 pounds.
We're ordering from
Every single time.
this place.
Oh,
Happy hour, 50% better. No. Ordering from this Japanese restaurant.
And then he
do
just
all
goes
kinds
right
of
into
authentic stuff.
ordering
Rice
food
noodles
for himself.
with
Just can't
high-end
wait to
beef,
blow the
Wagyu
money
beef.
on overpriced.
Wagyu. Oh, please let me hear that. I love the menu
Bullshit.
reading. I love the menu reading.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
Big ass movie
my
sign.
Premium skewers, yakitori
Oh, the smells.
skewers,
Yeah,
Fuck
compare the
is this
smells.
podcast?
kushiyaki skewers.
Give me money. Give me money
So
now.
what I'm gonna
Now,
do-
give me the money. And then he gets the money. He's like, okay, now I'm
When
going to
I
order
get home
food
later,
now.
which will
You
be
get to
probably
watch
around,
me, watch me browse the
2:30 this
menu.
afternoon.
Oh yeah, I won't have
Name
to go to that.
one podcast that
Order
does
from this restaurant for you guys.
So
And
ridiculous.
we're gonna have a
Guys, you mean
live
for you.
DSP tries it. Okay, I'm excited for
Okay.
this. I think it's gonna be
This is
great.
sort of
It's
feasting
gonna
with
be
the
something
king.
completely
This
interesting and
makes no-
authentic and different than the kind of stuff that I've been having recently, right?
Right?
that'll
It's
be
actually
sweet.
the same
yeah, I'm only
shit.
gonna get a
Yeah.
few because
Yeah.
I did look at how you can order. Basically, these dishes are expensive because it's like high-end meat with rice and noodles. But the yakitori is cheap. It's like $3-4 a skewer.
You
So
know
I'm
that's
like,
just
oh.
chicken, right? You know that's just chicken, right? That's why it's kind of cheap. It's just chicken, right? You understand that, right?
Like a bunch.
It's just like putting a piece of chicken on a stick and cooking
Yeah.
it. That's what it is.
And then putting it in the car for 45 minutes to be driven to you.
Uh-huh.
Traditionally Japanese.
I could buy,
Paying an
like,
extra
3-4
like
different kinds of
20%.
That's the kind of food, by the
of
way, if you go to
different meats and
Japan, you
stuff.
don't like Japanese food, that's what you want to get. Yakitori is the thing because it's literally just meat on a stick and you can't go wrong. That's
I mean, I'm not
what it
gonna
is.
lie, I would be all over that. I would. Be,
Oh God,
I
it's
would
the
be-
best. Legitimately our favorite Japanese food, but Chu always says like, yeah, that's because it's not really Japanese food though. I was like, yeah,
Okay.
you're right. You're right.
All
no,
right,
but
honey,
I do
okay.
recommend try all the crazy ones like the chicken hearts and stuff. That shit tastes good. Liver's on there.
I
Don't
would
be
give a try
scared.
to some chicken hearts. To be honest with you, I would give that a go.
Beef
I'm talking to
tongue.
a friend who's
Tongue's good,
who's
too.
in Japan right now, and they had
Yeah.
barracuda sushi, which I want
Ooh.
to try that for sure.
But yeah, tongue is good. A lot of different
I
things.
can try them.
Oh, the tabs. The tabs are Nintendo, Power World, Genki on X, DSP Funny Moments. That's his. Oh, I know what the goal is going to be. It's going to be Taco Bell because there's a tab open.
Ah, yes.
The next goal is going to be Taco Bell.
But what I'll do,
reveal.
probably get a whole bunch of different stuff, and I'll see if we can get a dessert intact.
Genki
I don't
on
know. 'cause,
Twitter?
Like,
Let's see
that
what
looks
that is.
frozen to me. There's no way that's arriving intact. That's going to be melted. But I want to take a look at
Genki
You know,
Japan.
I want to look
get a
at,
good
you
variety
know.
of
Video game
stuff.
news
I feel like
Twitter
that would
account,
make
that's
sense
it.
to get a good
Ah,
variety of
yes.
stuff off their menu. Okay, so that's what we're doing today, thanks to you and your support. But listen to this. Next week's goal, so it'll be Friday of next week, which
Taco
would be
Bell,
what?
I'm guessing.
The 15th of November. So that would be a good amount of streams.
Big
In
up
fact,
to
let me think in
Poppin'.
my head. So I'm not here tomorrow. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
That being said, tomorrow, by the way.
Thursday, Friday. I'm here 5 straight days.
They're not
But then I'm
straight
also-
at all.
One
They're
of the
pretty
one day next
gay.
week, I can only stream once. I'm not exactly sure which day yet. So
It's gonna
basically,
be
it would be
Wednesday.
like
As long as you know.
10 straight streams. Yeah, it would be 10. 10 more. So when we hit, let me see.
Did you change this day off again?
Yeah, what is it?
So when we hit 66, which would be the first stream on Friday. So goals hit 66. I'm going to be ordering the entire
Taco
Decades
Bell.
menu from Taco Bell.
What?
It's just
Very
launched.
good
They
use
just
of
got
money.
it.
Just
You
buy
might say,
everything?
well, what is the Decades menu? So what they've
I
done at
don't care,
Taco
actually.
Bell,
What
they've
is this?
brought back items that they used to actually have. See?
We're
They used
advertising
to
for
have
fast
these, and then they got
food
rid
now.
of them.
What?
So now they've brought them back, and I'm going to try the entirety of the menu. So
And I guess Cat's going to
we
eat
got
the
a
rest.
60s tostada, a tostada shell top with beans, red sauce, lettuce, and cheese. Okay.
Okay.
The 1970s green sauce burrito.
So
wrapped
it's
with beans,
just a
onions, cheese,
burrito,
and
a different
special green
sauce. Got it.
sauce.
Can we go back to talking about the detractors,
80s,
please?
the 80s
Yeah.
Mexi Melt. Tortilla filled with
Mexi
melty
Melt.
cheese, pico de gallo, and seasoned beef.
Ugh,
The 90s, the Gordita Supreme. What's funny to me about this is, don't they have the Gordita Supreme?
I don't. You know
Do they
for a
not?
fact that they do, Philip.
I thought they did.
He's turning into Nick.
Right?
did.
He's turning into Nick
I used to get
Avocado.
gorditas all the time.
Yeah.
She tell me they don't have
Always
gorditas.
2 steps
Then how do
ahead.
they make the cheesy gordita crunch?
Big ups, Grazing Poro. They put another toilet out of commission.
I don't understand. I'm confused.
No, you're
I thought they had gorditas
Shut
all
up.
along. I used to get gorditas. So
Okay.
anyway, so the Gordita Supreme, the only bummer is that for some odd reason, this one, the caramel apple empanada, which I definitely would like to try, isn't coming until the 21st.
What?
And a week from today would be the 15th.
Fuck.
And since this is timely now, I want to
Why
do
don't
it
you
now.
wait? No,
it's not that big a deal, brother.
So I guess we'll be ordering 4 different items. We'll be ordering all 4.
Will
the
we?
tostada, the green sauce
Or
burrito,
will you?
the Mexamel, and the Gordita Supreme, and I'll be reviewing them live.
Oh my God,
in a
this
special
is
edition of
extremely
DSP Tries
unique.
It next week.
Empanada.
So
Empanada.
let's keep the support coming. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's crush the goals. Felt the trolls.
Felt the trolls.
Stumbled over
Yes,
my own
of
words.
course. I still felt it
The
somehow
decades menu
by
goals.
not giving,
I hope so.
not wasting our money.
Pretty good
Pick the
special event,
souls.
as a celebration. And I know this sounds stupid because some people criticize and they're like, "I don't get it, Phil. Why do you think that this is a celebration?" Well, let's see.
Yeah.
I did DSP Tries It as an ongoing show.
Oh, now we're trying to now. Okay, here's a classic case of he knows it is stupid, but we have to explain why it is not stupid, so he can kind of get some sort of self assurance that it is actually in fact not stupid, even though he's just talking to himself.
And we're also a extreme midwit, so instead of having a reason, we're just saying that for it being there is the reason. Like we've done it, and so that's the reason.
Yes,
for over a
because
decade.
It's worth watching, or anybody likes it.
And then I canceled it, and people were very upset that I did. They said, "Why did you phase out and cancel
Jasper?
DSP Tries It? We liked this show where you did." Testing the
So
food.
upset.
Phil,
and I said, well,
that
there's 2
was your
reasons.
troll
Number
saying
one,
and I know that because I was one of your trolls saying that to you.
He put that in a tip, actually.
I didn't want to be eating.
He would get so fucking mad when people would say, "Bring back DSP Tries It, bring back Cooking with the King," and that's actually the thing that people want back is Cooking with the King.
Yeah, I know. That's what they really want. And if you brought that shit up, he would say, "Oh, you're fucking troll. I'm not doing that anymore. It's a risk to my family. All that shit. You know, the classics."
Awful fast food every week. I was getting tired of doing it. Okay.
No, you got gout
anymore.
actually, but
We're not
okay.
doing that anymore. We're alternating.
I got tired of it.
Yeah, I had Burger King, then McDonald's, but then when we do Firehouse subs, that's not bad fast food, right? Now we're doing an awesome Japanese restaurant.
The idea of just like the more expensive the food is, the more healthy it is for you.
Then then we'll do the taco.
Fuckers so
We'll
trashy.
alternate. We'll do something else the week after. You see,
Firehouse subs cost more than Subway. That means it's more healthy than Subway.
Oh,
okay, dude.
Sure. So that's number one.
That's how you get gout.
DSP Tries It used to be a very profitable thing for me. No exaggeration, when I did an episode of DSP Tries It, all right, I used to be able to get...
Let's hear this.
Opposite.
I mean, at a minimum, it would be like 10,000 views. But I think I used to actually bring upwards of 30 to 50,000 views a video.
I'll check on that.
If you do the math on how YouTube ad revenue used to do, right?
Good.
That's like $100 or more dollars. Ad revenue used to do.
Don't try to sneak it past me. Quick bump.
That's like $100 or more dollars a
Quick
video.
bump.
Okay, so I would go and get the food. That would cost me like maybe $15-20.
It's never going to dawn on him that
right?
this
If I
kind of
just got a
behavior
regular
is
meal, it's
exactly
like
why
$10-15
the
bucks. If you get
advertisers couldn't
extra
keep up the
items
revenue.
for the DSP Tries It, then it's like $20, right? But I'd be making 5 times the money. So the show made sense.
Like, you're a
I'm taking
big
time out of my
contributor to why
schedule
the
drive to
adpocalypse
place, get the
happened.
fast food,
But now you don't even drive.
You really think advertisers wanted to pay ad money to in front of a video of you stuffing your face?
I started getting like
fucking
maybe,
retard.
3,000 to 5,000 views on a DSP Tries It. So how much money would that make me? Like less than $10. So because of that, how can I go spend
Thanks, Phil.
$15-20?
Thanks for helping to
and then
reduce
make
everyone's
10
income on YouTube.
I'm losing money. So
Fucking
phased it out.
dumbass.
Yeah,
Matter of
definitely.
factly, that's what happened. Now, how does DSP Tries It work now? Is it making me money? No. Take a look at the views. It gets like 1,000 views, right? But
Right?
it's a reward.
But I thought there was a
You
resurgence.
guys are supporting me so much during the week.
Oh,
I don't care.
that's what it is.
I'll do it. I'll spend the
Oh,
money, make the
okay.
video. Why wouldn't I? I'm having a great time.
Because you're
all week
wasting
long.
money and you're eating
I'm
unhealthy
doing well
food.
for myself right now because of all of you and your
Okay.
support.
Again,
So
no,
now I
again,
have flexibility
it's
to do
about
awesome
the audience,
things,
right? Why would
Why
they
is it
want
that now I can just buy any game I want,
Big
regardless
up
of the
to
fact
Pasta
that if
Maker.
we can continue it or not?
You don't,
Because I'm not
though.
strapped for cash. So because I'm not
You
strapped
needed
for cash, we can do
Veilguard
more.
to be
Get it?
donated to you,
But this is what I've been saying over the
allegedly.
years. All we needed to do was get to this point, get a little
Oh
bit of
my God.
flexibility, and now I have it. And
Big
now
up to
look
War
how
Dog Leader.
different things are. Right?
Yeah,
We
Wrong.
went
it's definitely
It's
going to
not
continue
different at
forever
all.
too. So keep planning your life like that. Buy $70 worth of stamps every week.
Yeah, especially with that attitude too, right? Like it's gonna keep going forever. So why wouldn't I keep explaining it forever?
Yeah.
Stupid.
But know if I can afford the new games this week and having to hear the doom and gloom bullshit from me every week to holy crap,
It's
Phil can just
bullshit?
gotta get what he needs.
Oh,
He can get stuff that
Doom and
he can
gloom
get
bullshit.
sunglasses for the flight sim streams. He can sit here and play any game he wants. He can order food.
That's not true.
He can do a special event.
That- It's not
playing metaphor.
True.
Yes, because of you.
When a game has bad attendance or support for the first hour, you drop it as soon as possible. So that's not true.
That's false.
Why? Because people cut the bullshit. People cut the bullshit and say, wait a minute. Bill's actually kind of fun to hang out with. We like him doing all this different stuff.
Brother, who's saying that? The 380 people watching?
Definitely.
It's the 380 people watching, which is way less than he had when the real King Arc was going.
Cut the bullshit means that make sure here, have my money. Day.
That's changed his entire outlook on life. It's 4 people.
Yeah, the thousands of people who dislike him cut the bullshit and said, actually, Phil, we do like to hang out with you and watch you eat food. We don't make fun of you while we do it, too.
Oh, also, everyone's making fun of us, by the way. So, I love those,
Yeah, we're the locals now,
people
apparently.
reacting to that being said when it's live, the reaction channels that are watching our stuff and then making fun of us. They're crazy.
It is very hard. It is very taxing on my mental health, seeing all the troll comments and calling you a pig roach, calling you gouty, right? It's just not fair. It's not.
They always make fun of when I slip on my words, and then P-Wop's making compilations, pissing me off. Saying I'm old.
See the Dead's picking his ears, picking his nose and mouth and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
supporting him all these years instead of making fun of him. We would have been there years ago. Yeah, true.
So now it's their fault for not realizing it earlier?
And now
they don't
the
want
future's
you to
so
succeed,
bright.
Stupid.
He's already done this.
I gotta wear shades.
Brother, it's the fourth time you said this. it loses
so that's
its
why
effect.
DSP tries it's a reward.
It's
for ages to come back, and now it's coming back
its effect the fourth
because I don't have to worry about
time,
those
brother.
videos making me any money. They don't, and I don't care because I make enough that I don't give a shit. We do whatever we want. We have fun now with no limitations, right?
Wrong.
Okay, I really do that's a good mindset to go into this
shit, right?
Are you going to buy a streaming computer? No.
With no limitations. WB Champions was slow one night, and it got dropped like a bad habit.
Yeah.
No limitations.
I'm going beyond my limits, and I'm in 5th gear begging now.
I'm doing whatever the fuck I want to do. Guys, DSP Reacts is slow now. No one likes it, so that is canceled. Thank you.
Why is anyone talking to me? Guy, hello?
Hello? Where is everybody, huh?
Break from the stream to go order the Japanese food with her, and then that'll be arriving around probably between 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll have a live DSP tries from that Japanese restaurant. And then next week's goal is the entire Decades menu from Taco Bell, which I think would be awesome, right?
Really excited about that.
Good stuff. All right. So let's talk, shall we, about
am I skipping
the
this or
schedule
not?
for the week.
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes.
4. Okay. Let's get back to the subject at hand. It's all about box and compare the form factor and weight and
we already
design
said
of
this
the baseline
part.
PS5 with the PS5 Pro. Then we're going to hook it up. We're going to get my
I love when he uses that
PS5.
because that just means shape.
Any other games you guys can think of that I game?
Nope.
No, I'm good.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, KMF. And Nathan Smith here, 38 months as a member. I got a gaming laptop and 3 months of Game Pass. Cool. You'll enjoy that. Game Pass is a zillion games on
Game
it.
Box is really cool.
I hope
Game Pass
your gaming
super cool.
laptop link here. Like,
Yeah,
this,
but you
this
can't
close is
play
really
a
nice.
zillion
It's very
games.
refreshing. I love it. My neck, it bothers me a lot.
I have no life.
Over here, like, when I have hair growing big over my ears or down the back of my neck, it bothers me a lot. So having it this close is really nice. It's just very refreshing. I love it.
Very refreshing.
And let's be honest, my hair was really
Because he has
growing
no
way
central
out too
AC,
far,
so
puffy,
he's
and,
like
not
sweating
really,
in the middle of
cheap
November.
weird. So I'm glad.
So he has to shave his head
touching it
basically in
all
order
day,
to keep
every
from
day.
sweating.
Okay.
Snort.
Ooh, I saw
finally
that.
got the
Come
trim.
on, stop trying to sneak them in. It's not going to
Stealthy,
work.
Phil.
Okay.
I see you.
Quick bump.
Oh, let's see. Ever think about it? And they all went.
What?
I don't talk to
Oh, you're
crazy
complaining about
people.
something.
And they all went. Well, I never had a private line of contact or anything with those people. About
Who's he talking
If you're
about?
old fans like P Dog or Chewbacca. No.
Oh,
No.
yep,
Why
fuck
would
them.
just think about this? First of all, I never had a private line of contact or anything with those people.
Except for the
forums. And
forums.
act like assholes. Why would I talk to them?
Okay,
They're
nope.
nuts. I don't talk to crazy people. I talk to people who are positive and fun and want to
Like
live in the
Derek.
now and not
Yeah,
live in
Derek, yeah.
weird, bizarro, alternate reality world and weird shit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Definitely.
Just insane.
You sure are.
Cool.
Cool.
All right. So now,
What is
today
cool?
is all about PS5 Pro. Both streams. The first stream primarily the unboxing, the checking physically what it looks like, hooking it up.
Oh
Getting
my
it working,
god,
getting
we already
some-
said this
actually,
part.
everyone-
I'm fast forwarding heavily.
I would like to try to finish Life is Strange and
Ah.
keep in mind that I'm going to take clips from my political show, and I'm going to put those on the DSP React as an archive, so there's still content on that channel. Okay? We talked about this the other day, if you missed it. So then Monday night we'll do gameplay. And the question is, what do we do? Because here's the thing. I've got a lot of days this week. Like I'll have Monday night, all of Tuesday. Probably the day stream on Wednesday is the stream I'm going to skip. So let's just say that now. Let's say the daytime stream on Wednesday, I won't be here. But I'll be here Wednesday night. Likely.
Fuck, is that the picture I wanted?
Special pilot stream. And the topic at hand will be very simple. I want to do this one-off special pilot stream. And the topic at hand will be very simple. How did the Democrats lose the 2024 presidential election?
Oh, that'll be
I want
insane.
to analyze this topic. I'm going to bring in some clips. I'm going to bring in some information. I'm going to talk about it. We're going to have an open discussion on that stream about it. Because to be quite frank, I'm baffled that they botched this so bad. But you know, they had everything going for them. But
then why didn't you endorse them before they lost?
They behave and what they went with. So we're going to talk all about this. It's going to be an interesting show. My first ever politics show. The thing is
me right now.
I can't tell you right now when it's going to be.
Why
because
not?
as I've explained, I don't want to
We're promising to deliver.
I don't want to basically stab the guys from Kino Casino in the back. To be honest,
Dude, you have
all
300
I know when I stream
viewers.
on my late streams, it's gameplay.
On Kick, you have 100 if you're lucky. I don't think they
So it's
give
like,
a
okay,
fuck.
You want drama content and Kino Casino is streaming? Go check
I
them
think
out.
they probably want you to actually stream at the same time. You know what I mean? That'd be better.
I mean, for real though.
They could be like, holy shit, look what Philip just said.
You want gameplay? Come check out.
No, you know what?
Phil.
I bet you they told him not to stream at the same time, to stream before us so that we could watch our clips on Kino Casino.
Yes. I think that's probably it.
But they talk about politics a lot. And I feel like if I were to do my political show, especially my first one ever, when they're broadcasting, especially exclusively on Kick where they broadcast, I feel like that's kind of messed up because it's undoubtedly going to split the audience a bit. There's going to be interest in seeing me do my first show, and I know that there's crossover with their audience. And you know, what if some of the people who might have been watching them and supporting them choose to check me out instead? I don't want that to happen. I think that's messed up. That would be like kind of underhanded.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
these
the
guys
10 people
help me out a ton.
And if you're so
me a
fucking
chance
worried about it, why don't you send them,
to
send
get
them a
public
tip,
exposure,
then, you fucking freeloader.
to hang out, to talk about various
call my wife
topics.
fat.
They've had me in their content a bunch. They did me a huge favor by doing the co-op react to the Review Tech documentary, right?
Huge favor.
I'm not going to stab these guys in the back and be a dick about it, all right?
They don't give a shit about you.
I need to know...
Come on!
When they are...
I don't even need to slow-mo that one.
I need to know... when they are streaming so that I can do the show and not basically
Someone
split
tell
the
me when
audience,
they're streaming,
right?
please.
So let's see what happens.
We want to talk to them about that,
on
or
their schedule for the week, I'm going to schedule in my political show.
Oh, okay.
Okay? And we'll go from there. I might not know for several days, and it might be a last-minute thing. Just know that one night this week, I'm doing a DS Politics show. I just don't know when. It may be the night before.
We'll see.
I find
Might
out.
restream the first one of that, but it'll be annoying.
Schedule it
not
in,
a
and then
regular
it'll be the
thing.
very first ever episode.
The first one will be
of DS
interesting.
Politics.
Yeah, this is how you
govern.
is how you do govern.
Is
how you do govern.
Is how you do govern.
Oh yeah!
Starting a new era of content.
Okay, I really hope someone
crazy.
points that out now.
Yeah, come on. Okay.
Here goes Bob Polecat. Yeah, he really wants Kino viewers to watch his own show. That's really it, too. We got to remember the other side.
Sorry, I can't not laugh. Okay, so
The
that's coming
is,
up this
or-
week. That's the schedule.
That's what I
Now,
was
before we
laughing at.
get to other stuff, I have a couple news stories to cover today. All right?
Please.
The first one's very pertinent. Okay, this news story. Whoops, I'm using the wrong mouse here. The first news story I'm covering today.
And 1.5.
Oh, it's just about an hour in. Oh, this is perfect for me to do clips because I want to do these. Adam DBZ90s man just did a $5 Australian super chat. Can you do Demon's Souls remake on the PS5 Pro? And PS4 games, can you try Alien Isolation? I think, well, Demon's Souls is a definite. I haven't believed it's on there. That's what games we should be. Okay. COO and CFO of Sony is talking about games and game performance.
Oh.
Now, we know what's been going on with
What was
Sony
that?
recently. Games and game performance.
What's this? What was that?
Now, we know what's been going on with Sony.
I don't know what's going on with
games
his
and
body
game
chemistry, dude, but there's just chemical reactions happening that are making him go crazy all day. Now, his body, he is not in control of his body.
Now, we know
anymore.
what's been going on with Sony
What was
recently.
that?
They've had a series of flops and missteps. And so it's very interesting to get this guy's perspective on it. So shall we? Shall we dive into this?
Shall we?
Okay.
Shall we?
So here it is.
Yes, we shall.
This just happened. This interview with him where he was speaking.
With the news.
I'm being aggressive with my skip juice. Oh my god, only 4 minutes anyway.
Says PlayStation needs to have more detailed checks and gates, such as more user tests, to prevent situations like Concord from happening again. We need to repeat those gates more so that we could have caught and determine whether that will be accepted by the users or not. We need to have more information that will enable us to make more sound decisions.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Looking back on the past, I think we need to go back to the basics and make it really stronger.
And that's exactly what I've always said.
And then continuing on, we should have done those gates much earlier than we did. And we have a siloed organization. So going beyond the boundaries of those organizations in terms of development and sales, that could have been much more smoother.
Yes.
He also says that they need to select the right launch window while looking at other first and third-party titles as to maximize and not cannibalize sales.
So it sounds like the easiest shit to do as your CEO is to say what you're going to do in the future better than you did in the past. It means nothing.
Sounds good.
Yep. We're going to actually make sure that doesn't happen again by making sure it doesn't happen again. Sound good? Please be excited.
Right?
Thank you for this very pressing news.
All you think about.
We are going to make sure we don't make the same mistakes we made in the past. And here's how we'll do it, by testing more. Thank you. Please be excited and buy stock.
What he's saying, okay? And particularly, he's addressing Concord, right? For those who don't know, Concord was arguably one of the biggest financial gaming flops in history. I think people said it was some insane amount of money, like $400 million or some crazy amount of money was invested in this game.
You don't even
They
know.
were putting
Great
all
news
of their eggs in
reporting.
this basket.
Yeah, that's
acting like
right,
this is going
Giraffe.
to be the next big thing for them.
There's a lot of people that take these press releases to mean something, and DSP is one of them.
And we talked about Concord before.
What is he supposed to say? Actually, we think we did everything right on Concord, and we're going to try to do that again next year. Thanks for that, though.
Sadly, it was the fucked up gamers problem for us, and it's not our fault, actually. So fuck yourselves, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm a businessman. Please buy.
Same thing happening next year. Thank you.
Crazy uninspired
And it wasn't
this game
$400
is.
million.
Essentially, it tried to
$400 million
copy
would
other
be like the most
people's work.
insane video game budget of all time.
One, the cast of characters is kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy. They kind of look like them. They kind of act like them. It's kind of a ripoff. Number two, the hero-based shooter, but team-based, such as Overwatch, and plays similarly to Overwatch, but has a few unique mechanics. But the fad of Overwatch is gone. I mean, you're really,
Yeah, 400
really
million is
old
almost Star Citizen level,
to be
Mr.
jumping into
Extravagant.
this game. Like
Star Citizen, that's fun.
I understand.
Star Citizen is a crazy story. If you ever want to get into that on YouTube, check out the documentaries on that. It's wild.
And if you're someone in the chat who's been supporting that, I'm deeply apologize, and I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you think there's some people? It's crazy that people support Philip. Well, imagine spending millions on a game that like has no idea when it's going to come out. You know what I mean?
Or really an idea of what it is.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is.
Some unique mechanics to it. I guess
I
people
see a
probably
Warthog
like
leader.
beast stuff
There
in
he
it
is.
too. I don't know because I
YouTube's
certainly
been,
didn't play it.
being a little
Yeah.
fucking
People who
lucky
played it were
last
like,
couple
yeah, it
days.
has
ad
some
blocks,
unique stuff
man. Get
to
them out
it.
of here.
But basically,
Oh,
when
yeah.
at the end of the day, when you looked at the promo materials for the
NWO
game,
News, I lost
and
3K to
people who
Star
played it
Citizen.
basically said,
Sorry,
I'm so
brother.
sorry. I'm sorry, man.
product. 100% Concord is
I call
the
it Star
result of a
Shitizen.
bunch of guys in suits.
Oh, that's
in
funny.
Fact, I mean, let's be honest.
We're not even listening. I'm fast forwarding. Who gives a fuck, man?
I'm sorry. I was just talking.
Not even
over him.
listening. No,
I'm sorry.
I am too because I don't care. Like no one cares about this. I know it.
Lasagna.
It could not be less
But
interesting
instead,
to talk
all
about
you
video
decide to
game
serve is
politics,
salads,
basically.
right? And then you don't ask anyone what.
Yeah, this is me
Sound
again.
good. And not only the corporate suits, big wigs, people who are businessmen, businesswomen, they don't have gamers. If you don't have a gamer in a for this year,
Slamming
a
it.
game that everyone admitted ripped off Nintendo, and everyone was wondering, gee, is Nintendo going to take legal action against Pal World because it literally ripped off Pokemon?
Oh, you're
right?
slamming it on your end.
So
I'm
we
trying
waited
to
and
make
waited
it
and waited,
go.
and Nintendo didn't do anything. And we're like, oh, well, I guess that's it. They're just going to let it pass. And all of a sudden, about a month ago,
I think we're
we
almost
got
out,
wind
though.
that they are
Oh my
suing
God,
them.
guys, we're out.
That Nintendo was
Son of
going
a
after the
bitch!
company that makes
Ooh,
Power.
I'm so
I forget the
thirsty.
company's the parent
That was
I
Snoop's
wish I had
fault.
some juice. I was.
Oh no!
I'm out too.
Now we're
Nintendo was
fucked.
suing them for patent infringement.
What?
Patent infringement.
What?
What does that
What's
mean?
patent
It's not
infringement?
intellectual property
Patent?
infringement. Like
thought he
you know,
died in the war.
Pokemon IP. What exactly are they suing them for? Well, it was revealed today, and the entire internet is abuzz with this.
No, they're not.
People are looking at it and saying, "Are you out of your mind? What? This is the craziest thing we've ever seen."
You out of your mind?
Like, seriously, this is wild. Wait till you see this. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well,
could you just describe what we're talking about, please? Like,
could you bring it up or
Nintendo?
Okay.
Nintendo.
You want to bring it up
suing
or
the makers of Pal World? Okay.
Okay.
For patent infringement on these 3 patents. But you may see a small problem.
I don't.
Okay.
Here's the small problem.
There's no
information
in there that you could possibly.
The patents that Nintendo is suing Pal World for infringement on are patents that they did not file for or own or register.
Guess what?
Until after Pal World was already made and released.
That still works. That's still okay. They have the patent, so you can just do that. I'm pretty sure.
So basically,
Thomas
Nintendo
Edison
was so
did
petty.
literally exactly that, or
they
some
realized
shit
they would
where
not win
someone
an
invented something, he
intellectual
just brought the
property
patent on it
lawsuit
before
against
he
the
could
company.
release. I don't know,
because the company probably transformed Pokemon enough that they wouldn't win in court. So instead, Nintendo took 3 patents out over the course of 2024, filed and registered them. And now they're accusing Pal World of violating them.
Okay, well, it took me 2 seconds of scrolling on that very same Twitter from when it said the oldest version of these patents are for 2021. All this is that Pokemon have updated and modified those patents. So the patents they're talking about were actually registered in 2021. So just scroll down and you see the truth. But all right,
you see what these patents are.
Scroll down. I ain't got time for that.
They are.
And also, you can also sue, as someone else is saying here too. I'm not thinking of this myself, but they're suing them for patents that should never have been made in the first place. So if they made a patent that should have been granted, you can therefore go after them after that. Said, hey, that should not have been available as a patent. You know what I mean?
I mean, I generally don't know anything.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
So I feel like I'm just
dynamic
like the thing
land,
is, this
air,
is so
and
beyond
water mounting system.
Big up TJ
basically,
Gamebox.
Our video game has the ability to mount creatures.
Oh, hold on. Snoop got excited there for a second. You can mount creatures.
Hold on.
You got to get in on that.
Up, please, and slow that down a little bit. Okay.
Can you mount? What kind of creatures can you mount?
What kind of
Video
creatures
game
can I mount?
has the ability to mount creatures and use them as transportation.
Ooh, and transportation.
Land, sea, and air. Nintendo filed a patent for that.
A patent?
Like,
Yeah?
they own the rights to that now.
Might
and
they
no one
be
else has
furry?
ever put that in a video game
Oh.
ever. What?
Okay, again, just
Wait,
because
what?
you don't understand
And on
what
top of
the
that,
significance of that is.
Can you tell me what the
like,
first game was that did that? Was it
Pokemon.
Pokemon?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
I think I recall many video games before Pokemon where you would jump on a creature and ride through the game or fly through the game.
I bet those were Nintendo games.
I mean, I can probably think of 10 right now off the top of my head without any effort.
But he won't.
Name
Please, go ahead, please. Name
One.
2. I'll ask for 2. Let's go.
One.
We
Now,
got
hold on. Now, hold on. Before he says anything.
There's a Yoshi.
Yeah.
Then we got hang on, we got
Adventure
there's a
Island.
lot of them. There's a lot of them. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Fucking Yoshi.
Dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a mount. And that came before Pokemon. Okay?
Huh?
Engaging battles by object containing a monster at other monster.
Okay,
i.e. Pokeballs.
The Super
right?
Nintendo came out after.
Now, they don't call
the
them Pokeballs
Game Boy.
in Pal World, but they're definitely Pokeballs. But again, this is not a concept that's been limited to like Pokemon.
An example?
This has been
Examples?
in many other
Examples?
Many
franchises, games.
for
You have
example.
something that's captured,
Okay,
you free it,
this
and then
one
it
you
fights for
definitely could not name more than one. I don't think there is a single game that uses orb-shaped balls to capture monsters and battle them
I just want an example.
and stuff like that. Maybe you can argue Pokemon was really the first game to make it mainstream or popular,
Uh-huh.
right? And then the
Okay,
third,
so how about give me an
capturing
obscure one?
creatures with a thrown object.
Or you'd be like, the Digimon.
You don't capture those.
What? And look, they even have pictures.
Oh my God. They have pictures?
Oh,
Right?
tilted.
So there it is. A person is throwing an object. See? They
It says,
patented this.
Catch successful.
Look, mounts.
Oh, nice.
So you're
Mounts.
standing on a beach, and the bird creature comes
Yeah.
and grabs you.
Oh, is that
and flies
hello?
you through the game.
Yeah.
Oh, the dinosaur
Or
Pokemon. That was
you
my favorite.
Throw out your ball, you free your creature, and your creature attacks another creature. So
Says
Nintendo is
field
claiming
character.
they filed patents and they own this now. That no other video game would ever be able to do this.
I don't think that is what it
right?
says, though.
No, it's not. But
what stopped anyone from doing this before? If this is legal and true, and Nintendo
oh my God!
actually
Please, give me some back.
Apparently, like Pokemon was not the first one
That's
that ever
it.
did it.
Fuck! I had 5 seconds. It's
How
all
on earth
gone.
could they have been granted this patent, and how could it be valid?
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, Japan's a different country from
And so
America,
here's the most
right?
bizarre thing about all of it. They're
Go ahead,
only
Philip.
going after Palworld for it. There definitely have been other games that you could say if Nintendo really owns these patents now, right? Then there's a million other games that have this stuff in it. So why not go after those other games? No, we're only going after Palworld, right? So it's 100% targeted towards a game where what it really feels like is that Nintendo couldn't get them on the IP. They were like, man, Palworld, they just ever so slightly transformed our work to make it a transformative work. Okay?
And then keep going.
Because of that.
Yeah, because of that.
We can't get them on it. But we're really angry that they stole that. So now we're going to go after them for patent stuff. And now here's the really scary thought about all
here's
of
the scary
this,
thought.
right?
Okay, wait.
If this
imagine
weight,
if
let's say,
you are going for a shiny Pokemon, okay, and you knock it out, you accidentally knock out the shiny Pokemon. Now that's a scary thought. Okay, anyways, go ahead.
Now, what if you have a high-level psychic type Pokemon that you really want to capture, but you don't want to risk it running away or killing it in battle, right? Like, what if they did that?
Because Papa Polecat, yeah, Skip Juice gone, Goblin Date fun, clean piss and puke out of the car fun. Thank you, Papa Polecat.
Goes to court.
We're bouncing on the pole.
And
Big ups, brother.
rules for Nintendo. Essentially, that would create a legal precedent stating that at any time someone can patent something, and even if someone made it before you, you now own the rights to their product. What?
That's how it works.
How does that make any sense?
So it has literally been that way for at least 100 years.
Yeah. You get wind of it, you patent the idea, now you own it because you fucking stole it? Like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
So the question is, will this hold up, right? Will there actually
will it hold up?
be
Does it still hold
a
up?
court
I don't
case
know.
that'll go through, and will Nintendo win or not? In reality, this may not even be what Nintendo is trying. Nintendo might know that they're so big and rich, right? Yep. They can go through an arduous, long legal process of suing the Palworld game developers and making them go through a trial and making them go through all of this crap to defend themselves.
Yep.
And here's the thing, even if Palworld comes out the victor, they may have spent so much time and effort defending themselves legally that they're a loser. They wasted all of their money and profits that they made on Palworld in this legal fight. So by the time that they're done,
41.
It's as if they never even made the game. Maybe that's what Nintendo's true strategy really is. Maybe they know they can't win, but they just want to punish Palworld for doing what they did. They want to scare the competition and say, hey, listen.
Scare them.
Nintendo are the big sharks in this pond. And if you fuck with Nintendo,
sharks are often in ponds.
Nintendo will crack that whip.
The big shark in this
and just
pond.
Kick your ass. Even if we don't even care if we win.
Get on it.
Sharks.
Or we're even on the high moral ground here. We just want to let you know you don't fuck with Nintendo. Right?
We have the high moral ground here,
This is
Palworld.
like mafia.
It's over, Palworld.
We have the high moral ground. As you can see, there are sharks in this pond, Palworld, the likes of which you have no answer for.
You never wanted me to have Pokemon. You tried to keep it from me.
I don't know it good enough to keep going.
Oh, so shit.
Don't worry.
The sand was coarse and rough. It gets everywhere.
Seriously,
that movie
this is the
rocks
kind of
just because of Natalie Portman. Like, she carries it.
Oh, yeah.
She
absolutely.
carries that
Those prequels,
movie.
She's working hard. She is working hard.
Mama.
And Attack of the Clones is my least favorite movie of all time, but the part in the arena and that one lizard kind of slashes her belly a little bit and you see some tummy. Oh, mama.
Mama.
I'm back. I'm back in. I love Star Wars.
Snoot shot a lot of stuff into his own tummy based on that tummy. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
Stuff that, like,
Just don't read into that.
Crime
Big ups, Quasar.
gangs does.
Just ignore
right?
that.
They go into a neighborhood. Hey, listen. Doesn't matter If you're right or wrong, we're
So
the big
boring.
shit here.
We have to
You're
keep
gonna pay
talking
us our
about all this
protection
stuff.
money. If you don't, we're gonna kick your
it's
ass.
like, it's,
yeah, but
it's
that
such
ain't
a
right. Well,
nothing
fuck you.
thing. This happens
Don't care.
every day.
We're in charge. Fuck off.
Ooh,
That seems
Tommy
like that's
Fetish
what they're
Snoop
doing.
confirmed.
And they're doing it
I'll
publicly.
wear that. I'll
They're
wear
not
that
even
badge
trying to
with,
hide it.
with
It's not like
pride.
this is some
Easy.
secret clandestine shit.
Send me your
They're
tummies,
going
lady.
through public
Anybody out
courts
there?
and public filings.
I would hate
to
if
do it.
people sent me their tummy shots.
Oh, actually, yeah, good point.
Holy
Actually, no,
shit.
don't say
What is
that
going
about
on
me.
here?
That would be a
And this is the
horrible
company that
troll
everyone
to
loves
do
to support.
to
Hey,
me.
everyone, they fucked up with the Wii U. Let's go buy Amiibos.
The funniest
Right?
one is I saw before the election. Like, all right, ladies, let's settle this. What side has the best boobs? And it's like Democrats and Republicans. Send me those boobs,
Show me. Let's settle this debate right now.
Yeah.
To support them. And this is how they're behaving. They're bullying the competition just because they can.
They're
Not
the
even because they
biggest
need
company
to. Do they
in the
really
thing.
need to? Is
Do they
Power
really need
World
to?
so good of a game
Yep.
that no
No.
one's going to buy the next Pokemon? I mean, let's be real here. Power World died out.
Anthony.
And no one even plays it. Like the player base
Imagine
went.
if Phil was in charge of Nintendo.
No one even
Like
talks
he would
about it
personally go
So,
and
like-
blow up the Pal World HQ with a fucking suicide vest.
Yep.
How is this a risk to Nintendo? Right? How is this? It's just
Yeah, Durbina,
fucking
that's a
bizarre,
good point.
The way that they're
This is a
behaving in
good
this
look into
situation.
DSP politics, by the way. Talking about shit he
Yeah.
has no clue about, but like just spouting off random shit. It's gonna be like that.
It's gonna be brutal.
I don't know.
I don't
Let's
know.
see what
Clip or-
happens with the
oh.
story. I'll be following it for sure. I'm interested to see
That's
how
my
it
favorite
goes.
part about
And
news
I'm
reporting
sure
is
Evan
when the
is
anchor
low-key
man
Snow
just
Carl.
He
goes,
said, "Do you
I
have
don't know.
stats for that or sources?" Like he's kind of low key trying to be Snow Carl, but he's no money, so he doesn't. He just
Yeah.
ignores them.
Implements.
So
I
go ahead, what you
I
gonna say?
see him in detractor streams all the time.
Yeah, I
he's
think
always
he's
always
a-
flitting about.
Okay,
Snow
guys,
Carl
I have to blow
style.
my nose. I've had to for like 10 minutes. Give me a second.
Okay, thank you.
And come up here. Jasper.
Jasper Kitty.
Jasper Kitty.
Jasper Kitty.
And he looks up. I said, ended my.
Come on!
Excuse me.
No.
Come on!
By the way, if you're on YouTube, please give the stream a like today. Get this stream some
How about
nice
some money? Give
engagement.
me some money.
Get
Wait,
some
did you
people
already hit
finding
goal?
the channel
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
he did. So
algorithm
he's
today
not.
would be very nice.
He's not
Oh, I
talking
missed
about that.
that.
He'll still.
How
No,
did
he's
that
still.
happen?
He's still
Okay.
baked for kick. Someone did a member bomb on YouTube.
Ah, yes.
So
yes.
Ryu in Suiko says, doesn't matter if it's competition. If Nintendo legally owns aspects of design and doesn't prosecute people stealing them, they
Correct.
risk losing the copyright.
Correct.
It's not about Power World.
Correct.
Yeah, but they filed the patents after the fact.
That is not true, sir.
Power World already existed.
Check the tweet
already,
yourself.
Already
You
was a
clip
profitable
you
game.
fucking posted the tweet.
And then Nintendo filed the patents, and now they're trying to sue them
That's
for
not
patent
true.
infringement when the
Even
patent
if that
didn't
was
exist when they
true,
made the game.
it would be perfectly
You get what
valid.
I'm saying? It
Perfectly
doesn't make sense.
legal.
It's not
Jesus,
like
lay
they
off the
said,
shrooms.
these are patents we already previously owned, and you're ignoring
Jesus.
them and making games with them.
Today's my
They didn't exist before.
review tech night where I take my edibles. Can't wait for
Let's
that.
go.
I need it right
Strange,
now.
on Xbox, you missed the news. How
Got
is
any games
porting a
lined up?
game
Oh
that's
no!
been
I
on-
found a video that I've saved for this whole week. It's 101 useless facts about Pokemon. Oh, mama, it's gonna be a
brother.
great night.
I can't wait to hear
Public
about SS. When
release
you
for
get
like
to the
several
SSN chapter, you
years.
gotta
The new
DM me,
console
let me know when they
release.
start
It's
talking
not
about
gonna be a
me
great
under the
night.
I'm sure
truck.
those who are interested.
Did you know if you step on this patch of grass and turn left and push A, there's an invisible potion? Like, holy shit, man!
Did you know
What?
that Ekans is snake backwards and
No, that-
Arbok is cobra backwards?
I'm above that level. I like the really deep shit.
Been playing it on
that's
Xbox
deep as
will,
fuck,
but that's
dude.
not
Shut
news
up.
at all, really.
Like if you find Ho-Oh, like when Ho-Oh comes out, he changes this color of the sky because and then when he leaves, the sky is still clear because he left his mark on the sky. That's the shit I get erect for.
Quite frankly,
Did you know that the Gengar and the Nidorino fighting at the beginning of
Madara's got
the
it's funny as
Pokemon
fuck.
original is Giovanni's and the third Elite Four members Pokemon fighting together?
What the fuck?
that clearly likes Pokemon. Made a fan's dream Pokemon game. Why can't Nintendo instead get Scarlet to run like that? Well, I mean, I definitely think that that's a lot of the reason why Nintendo's acting like this. Because basically there's egg on their face, right? They've been making Pokemon all along.
Oh
and
my
it runs like
God.
shit now. Fuck.
Please.
Macaulay Culkin has been cast in season 2 of Fallout, and he's going to be a recurring major character in season 2.
Is that bad? Why not?
So annoying.
Well,
So-
we like Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
You know, that's news, but who's he playing?
He's cool.
Well, they're not revealing that yet. So that's
Okay.
not really news.
Okay.
It is, though.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. We get to decide
Super
what is and
Bon
is
Sean
not news.
So what are your opinions on rice?
Apparently.
I like rice. I'm a strong believer that
Oh yeah. All right, let's try to make this fun. What's the stupidest question we could ask? Like, okay, let's try to get some stupid as shit questions going. All right, that's how we can save this.
Okay.
What's your feeling on polyester or something like that? Like how a shirt style. What's your feeling on what's your ideal breakdown of material on a sweater? Like 75% polyester or something like that. What's your favorite type of cloud? Let's do that. Nurbrew got it. Nurbrew got it. What's your favorite type of cloud?
All brown rices are inferior,
Do you
and white
prefer
rice is an
the room
abomination.
temperature to be 67 or 72?
And why?
I think he's trying to make a really stupid bad joke, and it's stupid and it's bad. So I'm not even going to entertain it. Retro Danny, how you doing? He says, hope the PS5 Pro
it's
is not a paperweight considering it costs.
It's what are your opinions on race? I'm a strong believer that all brown rices are inferior to white rice. It was a race.
$400. Yeah,
nice
I'm
one,
curious.
Super Bonchan. Nailed it.
Today we're going to firsthand do testing with this thing. I'm going to try to push it. I'm going to try to go 4K 60 frames. They refuse. They won't listen to the people.
Okay, please.
Are we going to upgrade our Thanksgiving meal this year? No, we're doing our usual. We have a roast, a turkey breast
My
roast.
mom has sent me a
with
roast.
gravy, and we have some sides
My mom
that are
is
going to
still
be coming.
sending it.
And then we're going to probably get some more. So we'll probably have some kind of potatoes. We'll probably have some kind of a vegetable. We'll probably have some stuffing, some cranberry sauce, some rolls, and
vegetable,
butter.
one single carrot.
Nothing crazy special, but it's a
We're
nice
gonna
meal,
have a
right?
stuffing.
It'll be raw, one carrot in the middle of the table. No one eats it. It
Dude,
sits there.
I swear to fuck, the home cooking vlogs that we watched last night, dude.
Yeah.
He puts on. I might have to find them and show them to you. It's just a quick like skip juice gathering excuse. But
Yeah.
He made these. They made these skewers, and they are the saddest fucking skewers I've ever
I've
seen.
never
in my
seen
life.
that one. I don't think.
Dude, it's wow. I've never seen any of them either.
Issues
It's
with
insane.
ads on YouTube. You can go
I'll
YouTube
I'll
Premium.
keep
and
watching.
Let's just do
avoid
it
the
this
ads. I don't know
Thursday,
what
and
to
then
tell
we'll
you.
just watch it again.
Absolutely.
Do the same show twice, but I'm there.
Oh, good call.
What makes a game timeless to me? For me, games
Oh
that
my God,
games that
yeah.
have become timeless classics to me
It's
are
good.
games that stood out in their moment in time for a
Yeah,
reason.
definitely.
Oh, that's a unique take
Like a
because I
timeless
like
game
the
to me
ones that
would
are
be Super
shit.
Mario
I like
World.
those.
Yeah.
I think
Why?
those ones are the ones that are.
I like
best.
the games that are a
At
dime
the
a dozen
time
at
was
their
like
time.
the insane
That's my
epitome
favorite.
I don't
of everything
appreciate
that had been
genius
put
in its
into, like,
time, actually,
2D
so I like that
platform
one.
and just blew it out of the park. It had groundbreaking.
Blew it out of the park. P-Wop.
Blew it out of the park.
He just blew it out of the park, honey. It's just
P-Wop, hope you're watching. Blew it out of the park.
Amazing audience. A giant game with tons more levels than any other platformer ever before, right? Right? And it was the launch title of the console.
we got to get another one gift there for
everyone
that.
who owned an SNES was able to play
And another
arguably
one.
the best platformer
And
of
another
that
one.
time period on it. So it's timeless. Like to this day, I still go back and play
Timeless.
it whenever I get a chance because it's just that game that I think of that's synonymous with platforming greatness. You know what I
Definitely.
mean?
Yep.
Is he talking about
You know, just one thing it
Mario
didn't
right
do,
now?
it didn't just
Astrobot. Yep.
the
what?
status quo. It pushed it. It pushed it to its
Status
limits
quo.
and tried to do more.
Status quo.
Right? Added new technology. Remember, it had the scaling stuff. I forget what it was called.
Cool.
Or like something mode graphics or something like that. I can't remember what it was
Mode
called. But it
7.
had like, the
I
backgrounds
will
remove and
beg.
stuff. They never really
Don't you
done
back
that
on me.
in a
I
game
need
before
that.
like that.
Kick support.
But they added all kinds of elements and things. You know, some of the games
Donate
today.
subs now.
Well, we're just
You
going
wanna
to do
keep
another
up
shooter.
with
We're going to do another
YouTube, don't
team-based
you?
online
Right
shooter. We're
now.
going to do a looter
All right,
shooter.
let's
We're
stop.
going to do a battle royale. We're going to do this. And it's just like, so here's what the genre needs. Check off every box.
Nobody's
Check off
talking
this
to
box.
me.
We check off this box. We check off this box. Then when you
I
play
am
the game,
being ignored.
it might be all right, but it kind of
There you
feels like
go. We're getting
soulless,
there.
right? Like Concord. That's what everyone said. The game felt like it was soulless, like it was just a product to be bought and consumed.
This meal
rather
log
than
video
game
is
to
only
be
a minute
enjoyed
long,
on
by
its
the
own
way.
merits
Okay,
and
we can watch
cultural
that.
value.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's get a minute.
just
Games
desperately,
need to
I'm
have that uniqueness, that
starving
level of
for skip
uniqueness
juice
in,
right now. I
in
need
cultural
sustenance.
value for me to truly
All right, here we
enjoy.
go.
I just
So I
look
guess
at
One
how
minute
fucked
field
up
trip. 1 minute field trip.
Look how fucked up these skewers are. Okay, see if you can count the number of things that are fucked up about.
Oh
this.
my God! How spread apart is everything? Oh my God! You got a chasm in between all the shit.
Tell me what you think is on these skewers. Just take a quick look at that and tell me what you think that's
All right,
made of.
So we got some sort of beef style, some sort of green bean style.
Okay,
Green beans?
That's potato.
You put green beans?
It's kind of an oddball.
They are potatoes. Yes.
Okay. And then we got some tots, some tots here.
Yeah. Excuse me, those are Parmesan tots, please. Okay.
And look at the strange V shape here. Was it Valentine's Day with the V tots? Those are rare.
Oh wow, hard.
See the V tot?
Holy.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 1 minute. Let's watch this.
All right, another home cooked meal.
from Leanna. What she did, she combined a few things. We've got the Parmesan tots that we've had before, but we have a new item, skewers.
So what you do with those is get the tots from Walmart and frozen, bake them up, and then just put Parmesan cheese on top, and then you got Parmesan tots. Sound good?
But then I put them in the microwave after that.
Oh, okay,
so the cheese melts on down to it, okay?
Ah, gotcha, okay.
It's chopped up steak that actually you can buy at the supermarket to put into stew and stuff like that,
So
but it makes it a lot easier for skewers.
Some
You
of
just
them
stick 'em
are
on there.
vertical, like some of the steak pieces are oriented vertically and others are horizontally.
That's
you know
true,
what I'm
too.
saying?
And also, you should not use stew beef for skewers because it's very tough.
No,
That's why it's stew. That's why it's stew.
Real bad meal.
It's stew meat for a reason. That's because it's very tough.
And I think that's asparagus that's also skewered on there.
Okay, nice.
Combined with Yukon Gold potatoes.
Actually, these are fingerling.
Oh, fingerling.
Oh,
gold
fingerling.
potatoes.
Oh,
and
funny that was.
asparagus.
Hold on a second.
And we have a custom-made
wait till I'm done
sauce
recording
for,
talk
for
about that,
dipping.
please.
It's a
Custom?
Dijon barbecue steak sauce type of thing.
So you just mix it up.
Type situation, type deal.
You have got to get this in its own bowl. Come on, honey. This cannot be on the plate.
Obviously.
Ridiculous.
No, I'm glooping it on the table. I'm glooping it right on the plate, right next to the tots.
That's disgusting. You need its own. Get a ramekin. Get a ramekin in here. Come on.
Come on. The ramekin is the most important dish in your house. Once
disgusting.
you have one, you'll wonder you ever lived with that one, honestly.
Yeah.
Really.
Barbecue-y. It's very good.
It's a ramekin. It sounds like a Pokemon.
Different visual presentation.
It's
and
homemade.
Decided to put the sauce directly
spell
on to her skewers while I decided to put it as a side for dipping. So we'll see. But it looks good.
Check out
Smells
the
good.
tot discrepancy
And I
too.
love the
Oh my
Parmesan.
god! Small.
What's the tot? The tot discrepancy is massive. We got 8 tots over here.
The tot ratio is nuts on this one,
We had
dude.
those before, so we'll see. how
Holy
this one
shit!
turns out as well, but I think it's going to be probably another one that
We got triple the tot
to
density
our
over
repertoire.
here.
Easily triple the tots.
She look at that face says it all right here. She's loving this, loving life. Okay.
Eyeballing those
a
tots.
timeless game for me.
I got
Doesn't
4
even have to be
tots.
groundbreaking necessarily.
Give me some of your
like
tots,
for
Phil.
example, if I'm playing a game
Okay.
and something happens in it that's so unique, like Alan Wake 2 had the crazy dance number. That's a whole level of the game.
That looked really cringe, and it broke the immersion.
The dance number.
or anything like that. But
Yeah,
that
like in the
level will
Music
stick with me
Man.
forever, and that's kind of a timeless moment that I'm going to remember.
And that
to the
game
end of the
failed.
day that I
It still
die.
hasn't gotten its money
It was
back,
like one of the
let alone
most
made a
unique
profit.
moments you ever had in a video game. The Alan Wake 2 musical level 100% will be. You know, and that's kind of makes it timeless.
On his
So,
deathbed,
there
the
you go.
doctor's just
Do
asking
something
him that
truly
before you
unique.
go.
Timeless
Original.
moments. I'm trying to think of one of myself, a timeless moment like that. I'm trying to think. I here's one that's going to age me a bit. But I do remember when you went to the Dark World, Link to the Past.
Yep.
That was probably a good one. I was like, what the fuck? You
Or
gotta
Metal
be
Gear
kidding
Solid,
me.
where
There's 8
Psycho Mantis
more.
read your memory
I
card.
remember figuring out that I could jump, like I could wall jump out of the pit in Super Metroid.
Oh, okay.
And-
that was one. That's
Yeah.
one.
Fun,
A lot of those moments in Super Metroid
challenging.
for me.
The second cat
Interesting.
reveal. Thank you, Mr.
And
Extravagant.
something
That's
that will
another great
stand
gaming
out from
moment
the
for me.
past, and then you become
yeah.
kind of a timeless moment, right?
Right?
That's my take on it. You could disagree, but that's how I feel about it. I think that's the truth of the matter.
I remember. Okay, this is one that's less likely, but Spy Party. When I was playing Spy Party for the first time, and I was waiting for the clock to run out. That means I won the game, and I could feel my heart pumping in my chest because I was going to win the tournament or whatever of that time, and I could feel
that's
my
an awesome
heart
feeling.
pumping.
Okay.
Spy Party's awesome. If you haven't played it, play it,
Call me
guys.
cringe if you call me cringe if you must, but clearing
Do I ever
Heroic
think that I'll
Lich
have
King for the first
call-ins?
time on 25-man Ice Crown Citadel when
Okay.
Wrath of Lich King was brand new.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
My heart rate was going up at that time too.
Big
I
MMO
literally
raid
woke up my
battles were
girlfriend
always a
at the
lot of fun.
time. I ran to the bed and I was like,
Especially if you've never done them
I
before.
feel like I could kill the Lich King. And she's like very happy. She was very happy for me. So you know.
With your types of girlfriends, how do you wake them up? What do you like? Make sure
audio,
you
audio,
don't. Here's
audio
the thing.
versions mostly, like signals and bells and stuff.
But you
and
can't
alarms.
be too aggressive because then you might pop her, though, right? You have to be a little soft.
No,
Oh,
they make them a very durable material. They're human beings.
Okay. Just making sure.
Or
Okay.
co-host
Okay.
on my politics
just
show.
like-
You
just
shall
take it
see.
easy,
It's a
please,
maybe.
okay?
I'm leaving all.
Do you try to set her up like she's so shocked that she sat up? Do you actually manipulate the body to make pretend?
She was like that when I got in there. Okay,
Oh, okay,
I
just
did
making
not set
sure.
that up in advance.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, okay.
Let's just move on from this topic,
The
please.
first 2 shows definitely won't, but eventually we may get there. Okay.
You just got to be careful.
Would I consider eating Italian chocolate on DSP Tries It? I mean, if there was a way to get it. I don't even know what Italian chocolate is. I've never seen it, I don't think. Right?
That's an idea.
Absolutely not.
Instamat says, I'm so old, I don't know what medical grade silicone is. Yes, I don't.
Spent $10 and he got Bloodborne digitally. That's cool.
Great
Good
with
to
Dark
know.
Wolf.
I should
Beating
have it,
Johto
but
was
if I
only
don't
half
have
of the way
it,
in
I'm
Gold
just gonna
Silver.
get it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Very good call on that.
I remember, the Elite Four in the first
Do I have
game was
plans
like
for
a
Christmas?
big fucking hype moment. Because like those days, you don't know the best shit, man. Like now it's like you know the best shit, but I didn't at that
I'm a very
time.
powerful gamer.
Okay.
My first playthrough of Pokemon Blue, I beat with 2 Pokemon, a Venusaur at like level 70 and an Articuno at level 76.
Oh, okay.
So
Look
I
at you.
ground the
Try
fuck out of
hard.
those 2.
Yeah,
no,
I don't
it's
do that.
stupid. I was a moron. I literally just like played the same one Pokemon the entire thing, and then I used the Master Ball on Articuno because I liked him so much, and I just played those 2 forever. Yeah.
Well, for those who don't know, maybe some of you
I
are
use
newcomers
mine
to my
on
content this
Zapdos
year.
because I thought like Zapdos was like the like baddest fuck dude ever. So that's what I did.
I always do a Christmas marathon.
But I did catch Mewtwo legit because Articuno froze him. So.
During said marathon,
Dude, I can't
we
believe
do
I
a variety
remember
of
that
games
much.
based on things you guys nominate and vote on, very similar to how I just did my Halloween marathon. Christmas is usually a bit more open because there's not a theme, like there's not a lot of Christmas games, right? Usually it's whatever's hot. Like some people say, hey, do Warzone or do some multiplayer in Call of Duty, maybe do some fighting games. Hey, here's a game you're playing, play a little bit more of it. Traditionally, the last few years, we actually played some Bethesda games. Like it would be the opportunity to play my first installment of a Bethesda game. Like,
man, today's been boring, hasn't it? We're looking for other shit to talk about.
We would play
trying to see like
Skyrim,
so strong too.
Fallout 3.
I'm looking at my
or,
Steam list
you
now
know,
for other
Oblivion.
moments.
And then
But
we
it's
see
not-
if it's good. I actually
It's
play
only
it
Steam,
as a full
though.
gameplay through next year. Hey, maybe this year we do
Hey,
Fallout London.
I genuinely have like completely
Now,
ignored
also
everything
on
he's
Christmas,
talking about.
I know.
during my
No one
marathon,
cares.
I dress up in various holiday attire. I have a
Oh,
series
cool.
of like Christmas sweaters and things that I wear over the course of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, this year I have something special planned. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to spoil it.
You can't
but
stop
I have
yourself
I bought it at
from
Costco yesterday for
blowing more
$200.
money.
special planned for Christmas.
Even
It's
more
all
sweaters
booze and food.
that you wear once
You know what? I
a
bet he
year.
would buy like a Santa stand to go behind him. You know those things they sell at Costco? Like there's like $200 stands of. I bet it's something like that.
Are you sure we're not thinking Santa
Very cool.
costume?
So
Very
yeah,
cool,
Christmas
whatever it is.
marathon, it's usually held right before Christmas. Okay, right before. It's not on Christmas because I want Christmas off to be with my family. It's usually right before, like the day or two
family
before.
one day off
of
each
one
year,
person.
I try to
Uh-huh.
schedule it like it's a couple days early, so that way, you know, I'm
You
not.
know.
Oh, I'm doing a Christmas marathon on Christmas Eve when everyone's busy. Get your asses there, and I'll be upset if people don't show up. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I try to do it a couple days before. So
Okay.
we'll see. You know, I didn't even look at December schedule
he
yet
keeps
this year. I don't know what the
clutching
timing
the
is on
V
everything.
of his
Yeah.
shirt.
Well, obviously, yeah.
'Cause
we
it's
He's
like
would
worried
do
about it
that.
going.
You know,
Yeah, he doesn't want to
depending on
reveal
how
too
it
much.
goes.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I can have some
Doesn't want you to be
extra
looking at his
time
shirt.
off to be with my family around the holidays would be nice. Maybe get an extra day or two in there. Right?
That'd be
Sure,
nice.
It'd be
You
nice
keep
if
the
we have
support
Christmas,
up.
Then another day off too. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Keep the support up, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Get your asses in
Now
here. I'll
that
be
sounds
pissed.
like bank error in your favor. Actual brother says, I bought a Series X from Amazon. Somehow they accidentally sent me 2. So now you have an extra one. Well,
It's not a bank
just
error
be
in
sure
your
they
favor,
didn't
then, is it?
Charge you for 2. But hey, is it error in your favor, right? That's pretty
Big up-
crazy.
So you're
Oh,
saying
lyrical
you wouldn't just
thesis.
send that back, huh? Okay.
Lyrical thesis. That's toxic.
No. Mrs.
Enclave
Claus is
Soldier, I've
heavy
never
too.
played Final
Okay.
Fantasy 14.
We are. Let's see. What percent of the best streak is this
act
goal?
a bit rude
Yes.
when people ask me questions. Absolutely.
It's,
That's why
20%
everyone has
of the
completely
way
disowned
through,
me
I think.
as a creator. Everyone hates me.
Of course.
And
Extreme
doesn't come by, doesn't hang out,
exaggeration.
Doesn't enjoy the content. This is why, because I'm just constantly rude to everyone around me. You're
It's
absolutely
more about
correct.
the begging thing, but yeah.
And you are rude to everyone around you, so
Yeah.
That's why you have no
I enjoyed
friends.
Death Stranding. I thought Death
You,
Stranding
you
was
notice
one of
how
the
he
most
didn't
unique,
mention the fact that he has no friends.
well-written, riveting plots I've ever experienced in a game.
Shut up.
It also had some of the most boring, trite, meaningless gameplay I've ever experienced in a game. So it was kind of like a combination of the absolute
I'm
best
really
and
pissed
worst.
off now.
Overall,
You
I
played-
did like
you
it.
played Death Stranding?
But like at
No,
the
I
end
have
of the
not.
day, I felt like I was
Okay,
suffering
well,
getting through the
you just-
game.
let's just
But
say
when
you
I
just
finally
completely
finished it
missed
and
the
the
exact
plot was completed,
point
I
of
was
the
like,
fucking
wow,
game.
that actually was a great plot. So
If
I
Adrian's
felt
out
like
there, she's
it was
screaming
worth
right now.
the hardship of the journey to see the end of it. You
Yeah,
know
the
what I
best
mean?
goal, the best streak was tips only. So you have to do some math on
What's
that.
the name of the
but
pixel
whatever.
board behind me? Divoom.
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 Pixoo. Pixoo. 64.
Pixoo.
Divoom Pixoo 64. The 64 by 64 pixel screen.
Okay, thanks.
Habib Gaming has gifted a membership to the community and went to White Mojo Wolf.
Thanks,
The
Habib.
second furriest animal on Earth. Do you know what is the Super Banchan says a particular rodent, the chinchilla, is the second furriest animal on Earth. Do you know what is the furriest? Yes, my hairy ass. It's the furriest thing.
Bro, go fuck yourself, man. Take
yeah?
a weapon
Enclave Soldier says
and utilize it
effectively.
Yeah, for that kind of
Now
thing.
using Unreal for Death Stranding 2. Cool.
He is swaying like crazy right now.
Come on, what's your favorite kind of cloud? We got to get there.
The PS5 Pro comes
He's
with 2
he's
terabytes
answering
of
all
storage.
questions.
That's good.
It shouldn't be that hard.
The PS5
Do you
base
prefer
is one,
cinnamon or
right? Only
nutmeg?
one. But then a lot
Yeah.
of that is taken up by the OS, so it's less than 1. So that's good that this comes with 2 terabytes.
Okay.
Habib Gaming says, I'm disappointed with the PS5 Pro's design. Are you now? You mean the
Are
physical
you now?
design? We're about to unbox it, and we're going to
So
take a
can
look at
we
it.
start
I
that
haven't even
now?
looked at the thing yet.
I got to be out in
So I
50
guess we'll see
minutes.
together what I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't have to, but I would really like to.
Yeah.
be.
I have the base
Maximum.
PS5 here.
We already
unhooked
talked
it, and
about
we're gonna
this part,
compare base
brother. You did it 3
PS5
times.
to the PS5 Pro. Form factor, weight, all those things.
How many times he said form
So
factor
this'll
and
be
weight now?
interesting.
He said form
Legitimately
factor
6.
At least 6.
Oh, sneaky, huh? Not going to happen.
No.
Just because the audio didn't pick it up, I saw it.
You think your
The
noise
PS5
gate's going to protect
base
you
is
forever?
only 825 gigabytes, says Adam. Wow, that is pretty lame.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, he already has a piracy is good. He's just waiting for the build the hype. You see this hype right now?
Retro Danny says,
Oh,
your
yeah.
soundproofing is riveting to look at with your lights. I know. Blue Pin Bill and make
Autism.
It's such
I
an
don't care.
awesome, eye-catching, and interesting
Did you
background.
really
It's
take
amazing,
that seriously,
setup.
Philip? He
It
just
looks
said
so
the
good.
soundproofing
It's
is
such an
riveting
awesome,
to look
eye-catching,
at.
interesting background.
He took
You're
that
not bored,
seriously.
right? It's not a
We're still
boring thing to
going.
look at. It's cool.
Dude, how
Excellent.
do you think background?
Oh, I know. Why Mojo Wolf says, I've been watching Phil 3 years. It's amazing how much his setup has improved. Dude,
I love the idea of him
a
just
year and a
sitting
half
there,
ago,
like when
I
the
was
stream
on a
goes off, he
fuzzy
just
as
spins
shit
around in the chair and just
webcam
stares at
where
the
you
lights
couldn't see
against
me.
the
I was in
wall.
blur,
Yeah, look how
right?
riveting this
You didn't even
is.
know what I looked
Whoa,
like,
honey,
honestly.
did you see that?
A lot of people have misconceptions of how I look because the webcam was so
No, they didn't.
poorly defined. I had no backlighting, no ring lighting.
He's talking
nothing.
about when people would try to get him like remove the background, by the way. People had misconceptions about how I looked because of the background. Holy shit.
Oh, you might have thought I looked ugly because I had a worse quality camera, but now I have a really good quality camera, and you can see that I'm really ugly.
Real, I mean, my backgrounds were kind of crappy, right? So I got more serious. I got what it is when you get people who support
What it is,
you.
You got enough money. You already had enough money to burn
Holy.
before, but you just chose not to spend it until you got
what about the
way more money to burn.
He's about to talk
matter-
down about this, but it's like, what about
Yep.
the first time that happened, huh?
Uh-huh.
What? Through thick and thin. And when you get people who, no matter what people are saying about you, appreciate you, right?
Oh my
You-
God.
You get through those tough times and things started to get a little better. I was like, oh, I can do a little improvement here. Then people started donating stuff, like a new webcam and stuff. Like, sure, I'll do it. I'll
I'll
do what I can with the donated stuff. But then as soon as you notice the absolute moment that extra money started rolling in, I immediately put it into the setup. I got the better lighting, the better soundproofing, a nice, I will always reinvest if I can do it. And that's the thing, like many years I couldn't because I was in a situation with the bankruptcy and everything and things were going
And the
poorly.
mobile game addiction, which is still happening.
Every time I had an opportunity to get ahead, they would screw me, right?
Oh, it was the trolls again that screwed you, not the WWE champion.
Finally starting to do good.
Yeah.
Oh, get
we made
Phil
him say
kicked
the
out of
N-word
Twitch partner
on live on
program.
stream.
Great.
Made him beat off live on stream, too.
And kicked out of the Twitch partner program for things he said himself. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, this thing's going good. Oh, fucked over that income for him. And it happened over and over. It was
How about
ridiculous. So finally we got to a point now
champions?
where people like me and are supporting me and we're doing things differently now. I'm starting new initiatives, new shows, everything, right?
New
and things are working
initiatives.
out.
He's like a politician. We're doing new initiatives here. Oh, there it is.
I'm very happy.
DS Project 2025.
Eat a lunch meat sandwich.
How many of those today?
So slick. Actually,
Okay.
at least 20.
Immediately after
I've
spending
never had foie gras,
200,000 on
no,
Hogan's. Ooh,
All right. Let's end the.
What was that? Huh?
I've never had foie gras. No,
foie gras.
All right, let's end the show, guys. We got over 100 likes on the stream. Thank you for that. We got a great amount of viewership on YouTube. Thanks, no matter where you are.
Because the PlayStation 5. I mean,
and I think let's end the show. So just a quick reminder. Again, I'm not here tomorrow. All right. Okay. But I will return on Sunday. On Sunday's podcast, we're going to talk all about how today went. Expect that there's probably going to be some highlights and things from today's content, perhaps. As I give my honest thoughts about everything. You guys see some highlight clips here on the channel. So you got some stuff. If you can't be here all day and you don't want to watch hours and hours of raw content, I'll try to make some nice highlight clips for all of you. And we'll go from there. And I can't wait. Wow, even later today, we're doing some fun Japanese food.
You like how?
Thank you all for allowing me.
You like how he's sitting there jacking himself off over his tip total? I mean, it's not even like the tip total. It's like all a bunch of different shit combined that he's not even factoring in the percentage that gets taken out by YouTube and shit. But as much as he's jacking himself off on it, half of that money is already gone buying stamps. So, oh my God, we're so felted. We're so crushed.
To do what I love for a living.
Give me a break.
Thank you for letting me do it. What I do for a living, guys. Thanks so much.
Please have a good one. I'll see you Sunday.
Now? Where are you moving somewhere?
No. Thanks. Let me do what I do for a living. Like a shark in a pond.
Yeah, his name's Call of Duty Streams. He's a detractor.
No. Shark in a pond.
Okay,
like a
folks.
bit. Oh.
Well, guess what? It's time. This is not the screen I need.
Whoa.
What am I doing? We need this. I gotta go full screen.
It's time.
We're gonna be doing unboxing and everything
It's
first.
time.
Get rid of this.
Frogga?
You don't have this CNR set up, or okay?
Brother, this is supposed to be your spectacular once in a lifetime PS5 unboxing stream.
So really quick, I'm gonna use the restroom.
What?
So I will play you some funny clips while I'm over in the bathroom.
Over in the bathroom?
When I come back in a couple of minutes, it's time. We're going to do the live unboxing. We're going to compare the two consoles.
You let him slam on that
Hook the
one?
sucker up. Get her.
Oh shit!
It's time. We're going to do the live unboxing. We're going to compare the two consoles. Hook the sucker up. Get her going.
Did
and
I miss
go from
it?
there.
Yeah, you did miss it.
So enjoy
okay.
these
We'll get
clips.
that one.
I got it. I got it.
We got it. We didn't miss it.
That's why they got me in the crow's nest.
Yeah. All right, 208. Let's go live. Not back yet. Great.
It's so funny to cut back to live and he's just gone.
Not there. Okay.
Not even using the break sign. Nothing. We're seeing the funny videos though, so that's nice.
These are hilarious. Wish we could bring these days back though. They were the best.
Yeah, for real. Okay, try opening the door of the car. Open the door of the car.
War Dog Leader in the house says account tweets till 4 a.m. He's awake till 4 a.m. I told you he couldn't resist talking about it. Also, what breakdown is he talking about? I have seen zero. The breakdown of the 100 follower account on Twitter. That's what he's talking about. Everyone's putting their eyes on us.
That account is breaking down the multi-hundred detractor community.
Yes.
We are all having meltdowns.
As Papa Polecat agrees, melting down over the 5 follower X account. And he's up to 100 now, but I'm sure 90% of them are detractors themselves, actually. You know what I mean?
No, that would be ridiculous. How funny would it be if this account had more followers than DSP?
Copeside Phil says, what he wouldn't tell you is the account gets no attention. All his followers are detractors. His tweets also get ratioed. That being said, gets thousands of views. Big ups, Copeside Phil. But no one cares about us. And if we get Thanos out of existence, no one would care, I think, right?
You're also a bunch of hairy guys who talk gossip like girls, too.
Yes,
don't
forget that part.
Hairy men.
Notofox says he's late every day because he watches WPIG.
That's literally what I'm saying, dude.
No, I don't think so. I think he can't resist the Twitter stuff. I think he's very in tune with Twitter, but I don't think he's watching shit. He might watch highlights that the Flying Monkeys sent him. You know what I mean? I agree with that.
I'm just gonna say DSP News had the Detractor Beam tweet pinned for a very long time. So,
well, I think that's an injured simp there. You know what I mean?
Probably. Well, obviously, who could blame him? Who could blame him for that? At least, right?
War Dog Leader says you always make the goals. You always make the goals if you cast a wide net. That cast as big a net as possible.
Guys, I will take literally anything you give me. Throw garbage at my house. I'll count it.
He was definitely watching one time when he privated that video about the candles. I mean, that was definitely one time. But Mickey Thornton House. Yeah,
glad I got to be a part of that.
That was such a wild moment. That privated the video. Oh yeah, Terrace Game. We were streaming live about an old candle video where it's very funny. He talks about how much money he's spending on candles and stuff, and the video went private as we're watching. It went private. And then after the stream, he unprivated it again. So nice.
I mean, that's ad revenue right there.
Yeah, you don't lose the ad revenue.
Fuckers.
Mickey Thor says he might have a brain tumor. Mickey Thor. Well, yeah, I don't think you're a doctor.
One can only hope.
That's one theory many people are having.
That's why his head looks all carved up after haircuts, because they just don't bother to shave his head first, just to get in there.
P-Wop says, he just limbed me for asking to name one person who agrees he's changed for the better. Guess he'd rather censor me than prove it. Yeah, P-Wop, that's a detractor comment. You got to you got to say something like, in that case, I just heard someone say something positive about you. Do you have any other examples, Phil, or something like that? I probably wouldn't work either, though.
You need to couch them in compliments, right? Like, you need to talk like him. Say, hey, Phil, you have the popularity. Your popularity is like a runaway locomotive. Where's your money
something
go?
like that.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Paca Pasiti says, you missed last night. Ingrid said she had tried to draw with her toes. You know how much you love your feet. That is so disgusting. I'm not going to check that. Could you give me the timestamp for that?
To tell ALT Insider about that, guys. He has a show to run today, and he's driving this, and I can't have him looking up all their other stuff. Okay?
Was that last night?
Let's just keep this moving.
Last night? Was it towards the beginning, middle?
9:37 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Thank you. Copeside Phil, I really don't, by the way. I can't emphasize this enough. I do not have a foot fetish, guys. I prefer jewelry with shoes on, because the conversation goes too much to the feet when we should be emphasizing her other features, guys. Please.
I'm reminded of a Shakespearean play called Much Ado About Nothing, where some guy says he thinks the guy doth protest too much. So figure that one out.
Copeside Phil says, who? No one is saying anything about detractors. I know no one actually is, but except for detractor news, The dude said,
Worski and PPP also. Those guys are circling the wagons on that.
They're not though.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Just block and move on.
They're saying more negative shit about DSP. And now, like Philip, everyone knows about they said, trying to get any contact out of Phil, it's a slog, guys. Phil is sucking his ways. That's the most recent talk we got about Phil, and he also doesn't believe about WB champions down from the rafters. So
yeah, as long as they don't directly say a swear word towards him, then it's all gravy in his book.
Yep.
Are you guys ready for this? So I should probably tweet out that we're about to do the unboxing, should I not?
Nah, not really that important. Let's get skip juice, then we can watch until 5. The dude says if he's successful, why not go on vacation then? Because
he wouldn't be earning money, stupid.
Yeah.
How's he gonna earn money if he's on vacation? Okay.
Please. Tony T says, big shout out for the pig himself, Detractor News. Yep, Tony T, big up for our shout out to Philip. Thank you so much, Philip, for the shout out. Yeah, Pendant Sin says, big ups, old man and cat, you made it. No, he didn't say detractor.
We made it. What?
We still got to get the detractor beam shout out. We'll get that. We'll get there.
That's true. Yeah, one day.
Punished as Agnes says, my insane mantra, Phil Burnell is a gouty pig roach. Oh, that is an insane mantra. That's a cool one, though.
And you're pissed, actually, that you're saying that. You're flipping out and you're mad at him.
Mantra plus karma. So some saying like that. Anyway, Dare Bear says, his head looks like a thumb. Very, very direct there, Dare Bear.
Absolutely true.
Yes, that's true. Derp Level Critical says, I'm more into you paying me for flying over you. Oh, yeah, that's what he likes about the flight sim. You pay me and I'll fly over your house in the game.
Says, we're going to Gary, Indiana today, guys. We're flying over Gary, Indiana.
Vike says, ALT, where did you take Kat to eat last night? Quit the fan fictions, please. I did not take her anywhere. Yep. Jay Wusso says, Dracula Flo special needs brother. Dracula Flo special needs brother.
It's what VSP looks like with the shades on. It's like Dracula Flo's special needs brother.
Quasar says, is that much effort? Is it that much effort to stop by the PO after? Post office. Post office. Post office. Yeah, it isn't, Quasar. It isn't. You're right.
Does DoorDash the whatever he's sending in the mail off? Take this to the post office for me, please.
The dude says who he mailed to with all those stamps. Oh yeah, who's he mailed to with all those stamps? He's mailing all the spoons out to detractors. The dude. That's where he got to do it.
Finally.
Mickey Thor says he's got a lot of spoons to mail. There we go. Same joke there. Big ups, Mickey Thor.
Good.
Kinker Ting Ling says PS5 heavy as hell, and that is only 10 pounds. Thank you so much for the net weight. We're going to hear about the weight, though. Don't worry. Movie Sign says first time ever on DSP Gaming. We will compare the smells between the PS5 and the Pro. Sounds good to me, dude. All right, let's go.
I hope so. You should get in there and give it a good smell for you.
Compare it to the baseline PS5, so I should probably tweet out specifically, hey, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, please. Yeah, so let's watch the viewership. The viewership already dipped since the podcast ended, so yeah, let's get it back up there. Come on, guys.
He was on break for like 10 minutes.
Wasn't he? Kick on 38.
Yeah, Dick of Prey.
This is meaningful content. Big ups, who's popping?
It's not free.
No, Jappa Panis. We heard it. Get fucked. Who's popping? I did not hear that. Jappa Panis, but I believe you.
I'll take your word on that one. I did it.
P-Wop's got it.
Bunnies.
P-Wop's on
Obviously.
it.
He's listening.
Hold on a second.
And here we are here.
Grazing Poro says Taco Bell goal. They're about to put another toilet out of commission. Big ups, Grazing Poro.
Join.
The gout's going to go through the roof, too, by the way.
No.
Uh-huh.
We're getting a flare-up incoming.
Okay.
Good Lord.
K-chan, door. K-chan. Yes.
Chill and have a good time. I am. So we got over 100 likes.
Time.
Thank you so much. If you're on YouTube and you're enjoying yourself, please give the stream a like. The engagement is key. It helps me out a lot.
We're gonna beg more or not?
Licky! For those on Kick, I hope you're enjoying. Thanks for watching my content. And,
why does he apologize for burping, but then he goes...
Oh, did you hear the door? I thought I muted myself.
Oh, I thought only I heard that. Fuck, I didn't want to say anything.
He muted the video, but didn't mute his microphone.
My son opened the door, came in a second, saw I was streaming, then just ran out the door without closing it. So I said, door! Door!
Oh, that's good.
It's awesome.
I've done that before.
Hold the door!
You're getting felted IRL now. This is leaking back into those.
It was not a bit.
On the Kick side.
It was not a bit.
Everything helps on the Kick
What was
side.
that?
Subs and gifted subscriptions on the Kick side. Tips. Everything helps a lot.
Now.
Appreciate all of your support. I really do. And that you get a live shout out and animation if you do contribute in some way. All right?
Okay, cool.
A live shout out.
Started here, everybody.
Oh, amazing.
Jasper the Cat says, is Gordita Supreme Phil's pet name for cat? Easy, Jasper. I will spray you.
Jade, thank you. Jade says I look good with the new haircut. I appreciate that.
Supreme.
Are you gay, Jade?
Will there be
Probably.
Xbox Series X upgrades? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to do another Xbox console.
Check my industry insiders on that one.
When
I
I
don't
play
think so.
Killzone, if they
No,
remade
my,
them,
research
if they
indicates
remade them,
no.
I'm not going to play the original PS3 versions or whatever, but I would play the, if they remade them for the modern. Still here.
Fuck you and fuck your remakes,
PS5
man.
Pro Day. My PS5 Pro has arrived, and it is time for me to start exploring. Now, to be fair, I have my old baseline.
Ooh, baseline.
PS5 right here with me.
Baseline edition.
As you can see, this was the disk drive version of it, and I literally used it once ever. The disk drive, that is. The console I used quite a lot.
Shut the fuck up. I'm bailing. This is an Atlas the Bookkeeper video. He just has no content. He has nothing to talk about. He doesn't understand the news. He literally reports the news incorrectly. He's like, okay, they just made these patents after Power World came out. It's like, no, they didn't. If you did an extra minute of research, you would know this. I haven't watched Atlas in a while. Later, Suburban High. Have a good weekend.
I'm gonna do a clip because this is the God's honest truth, and a lot of people don't know this. So I just want to make this known. And by the way, don't worry, I'm not gonna blow up anyone's spot or anything here because some people might be like, "Whoa, he's gonna say something? I didn't say he could talk about that." Well, don't worry, I'm not gonna drop any names or anything. Okay. So where are we at? Around 40 minutes in. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, people have been asking me recently what happened in regards to you doing interviews on the Level 1 podcast, right? And other topics like that. Like you seem to have gone back to you're doing a lot of gameplay now. You're not necessarily doing some of the content like you said you had been interested in doing. I just got asked on stream, what's the status of doing an interview with Wings of Redemption? What's the status of doing an interview with Boogie? We'd like to see those interviews, even if it means going through Keemstar to get them going, right?
Before he starts his incredibly long response and repeats himself multiple times, I want to remind everyone that this question has already been answered. He's already explained that he's no longer interested in pursuing interviews due to the unprofessionalism that other content creators have demonstrated. He's also expressed that he'd rather focus on gaming as the casino bump wears off and he inevitably is forced back into his normal audience, and they expect gaming. I just wanted to make all of that clear so that I could tell you that this segment should not exist. Anybody still asking after the interview should be either referred back to previous content or met with a short but to the point response. Just based off of his preamble though, I'm sure that you're well aware by now that that is not going to be what happens. So please enjoy DSP divulging far more information than he should and giving trolls online more ammunition than he should.
Okay, here's the deal. So basically, I put a heck of a lot of work in the months of August and September and the first half of October into trying to schedule and even wrangle people to be interviews for this show. Okay?
I'm sure they love being talked to.
When you get interviewed on this show,
like
there's
that.
good viewership, right? Like we get thousands of viewers for those interviews, and they get good viewership as well on the channel, and a ton of people clip them and talk about them. So it gets you good notoriety.
Example,
it gets a buzz
please?
going in the online community when I have people interviewed on this show.
What are you talking about?
But the thing is, it takes a hell of a lot of work to make it happen. And sadly, because of who I am, people just don't make themselves available as if I were someone else. Allow me to explain, right? As you know, for the greater part of a decade, I've had haters, trolls, detractors, whatever you want to call them, who harass everyone associated with me on the internet.
No, they just inform them
right?
about
And
things
so,
they might not know about
when you are going to appear on this show as a guest for an interview, you have to understand the amazing amount of harassment you might receive as a result. No exaggeration, every single person, the 4 people in a row that I interviewed on this show, all received mass harassment from my detractors.
Guess what? 0 of them say that they were harassed. None of them have ever said themselves that they have been harassed, but according to DSP, all of them have been harassed. Sure.
Contacted and thrown. Oh, you gotta talk about this topic. You better fucking talk to Phil about this. You better do this. Why didn't you do this? How dare you do this and this and this and this? It's like, what the fuck?
Autism.
All they want to do is come on the show and talk with me in an interview. And it could be about any topic. You know, each person was unique. Keemstar, Stuttering Craig, June the King, and then Tolomeo. All were 4 completely different people.
None of them said that they were harassed.
Correct?
Okay.
I didn't even know how some of the interviews were going to go when they went down. It could have went different directions, right? But the problem is when you are now going to appear on the show and you know that now this means weeks of systematic harassment. They're going to come to your content and streams. They're going to come to your forums. They're going to come to your Discord. They're going to go to your social media.
None of them said that any of this happened.
Idiots are going to come harass the shit out of you.
DSP never puts words in people's mouths.
That scares a lot of people. All right?
All right.
At first, I had a few people who were very interested to do an interview, and then they basically saw how the other interviews went down and the level of harassment that some of these people went through and said, I don't want to deal with that.
And this is exactly what I meant when I said that he was going to divulge far more information than he should. Because he is outright admitting publicly here for everyone that online harassment and trolling is actively hurting his business and his future projects. How after all of this time, 16 years of being a content creator, has he not realized that that's kind of the last thing that he should be admitting to? You might have noticed though that he said that people who he had lined up were interested until they...
So they're not actually being harassed. According to literally 0 of them, they have been harassed. But DSP tells you that they've been harassed, and then he complains that people don't want to be on his show. Like, why would you want to? If you actually listened to him and took him seriously, you would think that you would be harassed if you've been on his show. But that isn't actually happening. So he's torpedoing his own chances of getting people on his show by lying about what happens whenever you're invited on. But he wants to blame other people. Sure.
saw how the other interviews were handled, and then he went on to talk about trolls online. Just the way that the sentences were structured, it almost makes me think that after he did a few of those interviews, people who may have been interested before realized that his operation was subpar at best, and that they'd rather not take the risk of being associated with the guy who jorked his peanuts on stream. DSP is of course incapable of even considering this, of course, because, you know, he does everything correct and nothing wrong, remember? So obviously it was the trolls who have made everyone dislike DSP, not his own actions. It really is just a miracle that the detractors have managed to infiltrate every single group that DSP has ever tried to be a part of since pretty much the beginning of his life. It's crazy how that works out.
I had people lined up for it and then they backed out. Okay? Now, in the regards of people who are not necessarily involved with internet drama, there's two particular people, okay, who I've actually wanted to do like an interview with for many, many years, one of which I really, really respect, okay? Someone who I've known for a long time, someone who I feel like if we sat down and we had a candid interview about certain topics, it could actually blow up in regards to the internet talking about various things, okay? Because I don't think anyone's ever had these discussions before. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to, I don't want to blow up anyone's spot or whatever, okay? So I'm talking with this particular person for months, all right, about this and how it would go down and everything. And basically what keeps happening is this person, again, they don't understand the internet hate against me. They don't understand how the detractors were. They just keep hearing new things, new toxic things about me every week from fucking detractors and shit, right? So one week it's this, oh, Phil did this, and the next week it's Phil did that, and next week it's Phil did this, and next week it's Phil did that. And it's none of it's true.
What is,
like literally, it couldn't be further from
the
truth.
It was this and that.
If it couldn't be farther from the truth,
none of it's
then
true.
It should be easy to explain, right?
No,
so what is the issue? Could it possibly be that this mysterious person is being sent full clips of you entirely in context with no additions, and that they're coming to their own conclusions? Oh, God forbid. Even if you side with DSP on this, though, even if you believe that unsuspecting victims are being tricked into hating him simply because of the malicious trolls online, what does that say about the guest that he's interested in bringing on? This mysterious person has supposedly been in direct communication with DSP for months, if you believe him, and he's apparently being swayed by mouth-drooling detractor videos? Why would DSP be willing to give that person his audience's attention? Clearly, he has demonstrated already to not be the best intellectually. I mean, he's watching detractor content, and only the lowest of the low would do that.
For example, one of the things that scared them off was over a month ago on my React show, DSP versus the Internet, there was a clip. Someone had submitted it, and it was a VTuber, all right? And I guess this VTuber was playing Street Fighter 6, and another VTuber matched up with them, and they're playing them, and they're freaking out. Now, I don't even understand the context of the clip, and my chat's trying to explain to me, I guess both of these VTubers had been in like a tournament or something, and so for them to play and match up randomly was incredibly rare luck that this ever would happen. So that's why the VTuber's freaking out. I said, all right, this is kind of interesting. I'll watch. I'll see if they're any good. I'll commentate. And I'm watching it, and I watch a couple minutes of the clip. But this VTuber just keeps screaming at the top of their lungs.
That's a lie. That's not even close to true. And anyone who's seen that clip would know. Literally all she was doing was laughing. Literally just laughing, but according to DSP, he has to just completely lie about it in order to justify his angry, insulting, cruel, rude response. Literally all she was doing was laughing, but she was screaming at the top of her lungs. Of course, Phil. This is why nobody fucking wants anything to do with you, you fucking lying fucker.
Rating. Imagine if the whole podcast was this. And I didn't have a voice limiter on. Imagine if it was just screaming, screeching. Okay? So after watching this for like 2 minutes, I was like, guys, I'm sorry. I literally can't keep watching this clip. It's actually giving me a headache. Like, it's bothering me. I'm not trying to insult the person. Just they talk so high pitched and so loud, constantly screaming.
Just talking like any woman would.
And I want to just move on to the next clip. Okay? And that was literally it. Like, that was literally 100% it.
You know what I liked about her? She didn't go.
Started spreading it all over the internet, saying DSP hates VTubers. Here's him being totally bigoted and prejudiced against VTubers, and it's not what happened at all.
None of them
It
said
could have been
that.
any clip I was watching and someone was screaming at the top of their lungs and it hurt my ears. I would have said the same thing.
Oh my God, bro.
It didn't matter that it was a VTuber. It doesn't matter if it's a male or a female or somewhere in between. It doesn't matter what the color or race or creed or whatever. It could have been any single thing. If it's that high-pitched of a sound, it's going to hurt my head, and I don't want to watch the clip. I'm going to move on to the next, and I have the right to do that. It's my react show, right? I don't have to sit there and torture my fucking self with a clip. If it's so loud, it hurts me.
And he just straight up lies about it.
I just want to say that he is really underselling just how much of a whiny bitch he was during that React segment. Were the two VTubers in question being loud and obnoxious in a typical VTuber fashion? Yes, absolutely. But the way that he just had to verbally bring it up and specifically start complaining about getting a headache after just a few moments of exposure clearly demonstrated the contempt that he had for what he was watching. But then he proceeded to go on and continue to complain about the style of voice and the style of content that is so closely associated with VTubing as a whole. So it's no wonder some people came to the conclusion that he just hates that type of content, as he's already stated his disinterest in many of its key elements. If he wants to be upset about the way that people interpret the things that he says, then he should be taking actions to avoid any of these misunderstandings in the first place. He just doesn't though. He frequently puts himself in situations where his words can be taken in a negative way and then gets upset when they are interpreted negatively.
So I'm not kidding you. This person says to me, who I've been trying to get on an interview for months. So I heard now that you're saying awful things about VTubers, and I don't understand why. I don't know why would I want to do an interview with you? You're just someone who's trying to cause problems and stuff. I was like, what are you talking about? Did you even see the clip? Do you even know what happened? This has nothing to do with the person being a VTuber at all. I would have said that to anyone who was being too loud, right? So that's the point. Like, trying to arrange these interviews is like so much pulling teeth and bullshit, and it's because of bullshit. It's not because I wouldn't be a good interviewer. It's not because the interview wouldn't be good content. It's because there's 10 years of shit all over the internet about me. So when you try to get someone to interview, like, I don't want to deal with this guy. Nah, this guy's terrible. I've heard this and this and this about him and this and this.
Those are the repercussions of his own actions, though. Don't let him convince you otherwise. The internet isn't a fair place, I agree, but he's had 16 years to create a perception of himself online, and he's failed to make it one that anybody else would be willing to engage with. And isn't that the way that it's supposed to be? Shouldn't people be allowed to look into your history, or at least all of the things that he's made public on his channel, and decide for themselves based off of that information if they want to deal with him? He really has no one to blame but himself. He is the one that has conducted himself so poorly throughout the years that he's painted himself into this corner. And instead of changing for the better, like he loves to claim that he's doing all of the time, he just instead sits there and whines and cries every time the topic is relevant, because he doesn't want to be held responsible. And it's just pathetic for a 42-year-old man to be acting this way, especially in front of other people.
You guys who are here every day watching my content, you know who I am because you're here every day. You watch it and you support it and you enjoy it. But outsiders don't know that. They tend to believe the things they hear. Or they just hear the next bullshit thing over and over and over.
Yeah, it's literally all just, so what do you think about me?
To the point where, I mean, I get it. Like, imagine every day my detractors make something up about me. I ignore it and I'm fine. Like I'm doing well. Just so everyone knows, I'm doing very, very well. All right? To the point where things are better for me financially. I can now afford things. As you can see, I'm upgrading my equipment. I just got a new washer dryer. I have an electrician who's going to be coming the next couple of weeks to install ceiling fans in my home. I've got other things going on.
Got a broken bathroom filled with mold.
And this is
You've
all
got
great
a
stuff
streaming PC that's
right?
dying and making videos
here
corrupt.
because my detractors don't really affect me in that regard at all. However, where it is hurting me is public image, where trying to cross over and have opportunities, they're not happening. Why? Because these idiots say so many toxic things every single week that people who are outside of this bubble of toxic internet drama don't get it and don't want to be associated with it. And I can't blame them. All right? I literally can't. There's people who I've had talked with or association with in the past that no longer want to do that. They don't want a chance that my detractors will latch onto them and cause them problems. And I totally 100% get it. Why wouldn't I? I'm here in the center of it, so I know what it's like. I could just imagine what it would be like if you have your own thing going on, your own life, your own business, your own internet thing, and now all of a sudden my detractors are going to start coming after you. You wouldn't want to do that, right?
What does that say about DSP, though? That in a world where people are siding with Dr. Disrespect and Mr. Beast, people accused of being child diddlers, that Phil can't get anyone to side with him? And isn't it entirely coincidental that people outside of the Vortex consistently side with detractors and that even he has to admit that that's the case? It's almost like if he doesn't catch them young, no Diddy, he has no chance of convincing anyone of his bogus-ass excuses. Once again, though, it's always the detractors that are making things up daily, if you believe DSP.
So, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. You know, I was working my ass off trying to get interviews every night after work. You know, after my wife went to bed, I was there messaging people behind the scenes. Hey, let's do this, let's do that. Here's how we'll make it work. Let's get a schedule going. Let's do that. It was a nightmare. And then again, the straw that really
we
broke
saw
the
the
camel's back was
DMs,
last month
Phil.
with
You were
Boogie,
terrible at it.
I'm working with this guy for weeks and weeks to do this interview, and he's just not working with me. I need him to simply tell me the date and time. I need him to simply tell me his Discord so I can send him an invite. I simply need him to accept my invite request. And it's like insane amounts of work to get this guy to even fucking respond.
Insane.
Right? Now, Wings has outright told me he wants to do the interview. 100%. He wants to do it. But he said that he would, because of everything going on last month with the surgery and everything.
He said,
that he was going to get back to me on when he's ready. He hasn't yet. So maybe he never will. Maybe I need to go after him, right? But to be honest,
cringe. Why hasn't that happened?
I just haven't worked on it, nor have I really cared. Being completely transparent with all of you, I just don't really care right now. I'd much rather focus on my content. Let's make my content better. Let's find games people want to see, right? And play them.
Working his ass off, meaning messaging other adults about a video call. Think about how easy your life has to be if scheduling an entirely optional video call is your big stressor of the day. This is why I always say that I can't even imagine DSP working a real job, because he legitimately thinks that direct messaging and equally pathetic lolcow is hard work. Like, yeah, DSP, that's real back-breaking labor that you're doing there. How can the dents ever repay you? I do have to take a second though and appreciate that for once, DSP has finally made a smart decision and has decided to stop making content that he personally doesn't feel he cares about enough. That has been advice I have given him many times throughout my videos, so I'd be out of line to not at least give him a big ups for that. Now, of course, when I said that, I was hoping he'd get the message and just stop streaming entirely, as it's very clear he only cares about the money. But hey, the end of the level 1 interviews is an awfully good start, and who knows, maybe this time next year, DSP Reacts will be going the same way.
Let's focus on improving the React content. Instead of it being a weekly clip show, let's really work on making a long form show work. Right? So let's brainstorm, let's work on that. And I have all the stuff. I don't know if we're going to get to it today again. You know, we're going long term here. Every day I say I'm going to get to it and we're going to talk about it, and we never do, right?
Right.
So we'll see. Let's see what happens. But basically, the way I see it is, I think eventually I will get back to interviews when I feel like it. I just don't feel like it right now. I'd much rather focus on my own shit than trying to wrangle people, because that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm in Red Dead Redemption, I got a lasso, and I'm trying to wrangle the wild horse and then tame it to get it to come to do a fucking interview, and it shouldn't be like that. Like, really, it shouldn't be like that at all. It should be, hey, do you want to come on? Yes. Okay, here's the schedule. Here's the slots. You want to come on one of those? Yes, I'd like to come on this one. Okay, send me your Discord. Okay, here it is. All right, we're set. Talk to you next week when we're ready to go.
I'll always find it odd when he complains about not being able to get to certain topics or do certain things when he makes his own schedule and picks his own topics. If he really had something to talk about, if it was that important, he could just go another 30 minutes and get it done. When a problem can be solved that easily, I don't know why he would continue to push it off to cause more issues in the future. Unfortunately now, though, I once again have to agree with DSP, because he is right when it comes to scheduling scheduling people to come on for your content. It should be that easy, at least for the most part, because people who want to work with you, people who like you, people who value you and your time, they make time for that. They stay true to their word and will find the time because it's also important to them. And I think that that's honestly why DSP is having as much of an issue as he is when it comes to getting people to come on his show. Despite what he claims, there just isn't a very large incentive to do anything with him at all. It doesn't exactly take a doctorate to realize that the only people who care about DSP are trolls at this point, and if the creator in question isn't interested in a toxic community like that, why would they give him the time of day? I think that he's just so in denial that he can't see it for what it really is.
Instead, it's like, message, wait 3 days for a response. Then they respond and they're confused. You got to clear up their confusion. Then you got to talk about that. Why is it 3 weeks before I even start talking about getting them on the show? Like, forget it. Fuck it. Really, it drives me fucking, like, absolutely insane.
You have no clout.
And just for the record.
No one cares about you.
All right? And again, this is not particularly aimed at any person. All right? There have been multiple ideas regarding me interacting with other people. All right, on the internet. People who sometimes have had history with me, people who you think you would love to see this happen, DSPX, whoever, right? And these ideas have been worked on and proposed, and every fucking person has backed out. Every single person has backed out. And it's been a bunch. It's not one or two, it's a bunch.
And just listen to the way that he seethes when he says that too. He is pressed because other people have better things to do than talk to him. It's just so funny to me the level of importance that he ascribes to himself and then just expects everyone around him to agree with. I would imagine that it would suck to want to work with someone that doesn't feel the same and doesn't reciprocate that want. But what you don't need to do is go on your stream and make a big to-do about it. All he had to do in this instance was swallow his pride and keep it pushing, but he just wasn't capable.
So people are happy to talk about DSP whenever it means that they can punch me. Okay? If it's, I could just make fun of Phil today and make money.
I thought nobody did that anymore.
Right? You know, think of Review Tech, right? I mean, he's definitely one of them. But basically, if it means that I can take a cheap jab and I could beat up Phil today and blood is squirting out of him and I make money, that's great. But now, Phil is willing to do actual crossover events, conversations, to actually have a chance to like respond, to defend myself or go back at them. No one's interested. Oh, so you only want to address Darkside Phil when it means you get the free punch and the free jab. The moment that I have the ability to clap back, you're a pussy. Yeah. And it's not one or two. It's been a bunch of people who the idea has been presented. Hey, Phil's willing to do crossovers now. Phil's willing to do events now. Phil wants to have a conversation.
They can say whatever they want on their platform, and you can say whatever you want on your platform. They don't owe you an opportunity to bitch at them for making fun of you.
The fuck out.
Wait, now we're calling people who don't want to work with Phil pussies? I thought they just couldn't communicate effectively or were getting dissuaded by trolls. Now there's other people who have been talking shit on DSP for ages and they don't want to come on the show? Why would he want them to come on in the first place? I'm not at all surprised to hear though that people are more willing to talk about him in their content rather than be a part of his content. DSP can be an interesting and odd topic for many people. It's no wonder they might bring him up or joke about him in passing. But being a part of his content, actually talking to him, dealing with everything that goes with DSP, that's a level of commitment that I just don't think most people want. I'd guess in all seriousness, there's really only a handful of people out there who would even consider it, and all of them would be trolls and detractors in some way.
So again, these people who are on the internet, who for years have been bullies, you have to question, why are they internet bullies? Because it's easy. Because when it's just you talking and there's no response, guess what? It's an echo chamber. And you get all these people who like that idea of bullying the person or whatever, right? There's no opportunity to clap back or respond. But now, the tables have turned. Hey, let's do this for real now. Let's have a real back and forth. Let's have a real opportunity for a discourse or a discussion. Oh, no. Can't do that. Oh, okay. Great. So anyway,
That's how you get people on your show. You just call them pussies.
I really do hate to interrupt again so soon, but the way that he's talking, it sounds like he wants to have detractors on the show. Of course, that's not actually the case. He's going to walk that back here in a bit, don't worry. But nonetheless, that's what it sounds like. Aside from RTU though, I can't think of who he's even talking about, aside from maybe Max, but Max isn't even out here talking bad about DSP like that, because Max is actually a successful streamer and very busy doing his job. Phil seems awfully confident right now though, doesn't he? He's out here trying to confront people about the things that they said about him. He's calling them out in videos. Just a lot of bravado coming from the dark side Phil camp. It sure would be a shame if every time someone pushed back on him, he folded like paper or talked himself into an incoherent, nonsensical circle. I guess we should just be counting our blessings if that's never happened though, right? Right?
That's why. If you're wondering. And by the way, no, again, I just want to make this clear. It's not directed at any one particular person or whatever, because you know people will make shit up. I have not said a single word. I have not blown up anyone's spot. I have not done that. But I know people are questioning me now. Phil, it's almost mid-November. You're not doing interviews. You're not doing crossover events like you said you would. I don't understand what's going on. It's not me. It's literally not me. It's like the internet has become a bunch of fucking pussies. Really. They just don't nothing to do with DSP, because you know what it is? They know now that I have a voice and I have points. You know, I have a podcast where I'm making good, valid points about shit that people are agreeing with.
God.
Fuck, I don't want to deal with that guy. I wanted to deal with the guy who everyone thought was a buffoon, who no one would listen to, because then it would be easy pickings for me. Oh shit, it's not easy pickings anymore? Oh, fuck that. I want nothing to do with them, right?
No,
well, fuck
I have
off.
no
then,
clue what you're talking
say,
about.
Right?
Literally no clue.
I guess that's life. What can I say, right?
Present some evidence.
Have you ever heard another person talk about themselves the way that DSP does? It just makes me, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, cringe. It's actually a physical reaction when he does segments like that, where he sings his own praises and talks about his own resurgence or whatever. It's just so shameless every time. No, DSP, no one is running away because you have a voice now. Nobody wants to do collabs with you because the only circles that you're still relevant in are the circles people would rather not be associated with. It really is simple as. I mean, just think about some of the people that DSP has already collabed with. Keemstar, only prevalent in drama and lolcow circles. The Kino Casino, also really only prevalent in drama and lolcow circles. Stuttering Craig, a man who's pretty much only relevant for right-wing grifting in video games at this point. As you can see, these aren't exactly A-list celebrities. DSP isn't collabing with Ludwig and then wondering why nobody else wants to reach out to him. He's talking to Keemstar, for Christ's sake.
Anyway, so there you go. That's what's going on. If you were wondering.
Is that the other Ludwig?
You know, will I ever
attention.
get back to... Anyway, so there you go. That's what's going on. If you were wondering, you know.
Wondering why nobody exactly A-list celebrities. DSP isn't collabing with Ludwig and then
the other one.
Will I ever get back to interviews? Will I get back to special crossovers? Perhaps. Okay, but
the other one, the douchebag one.
No, exactly right. Maxwell says it's because your reputation changed. They all wanted to talk to you before your comeback started. And they were all begging to get you in an interview. Numerous examples. Now they suddenly don't want
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
They wanted to talk to you when you were less popular, but now that you're more popular, they don't want to talk to you?
All he wants to do is interview me. Then I say, hey, this is it. Come on my show. And he's the ultimate pussy and won't do it.
He literally said he didn't need to anymore because the side scrollers did everything that he wanted to do. Like, it became redundant after Craig wiped the fucking floor with you. He literally said this.
But then he continues to do the one-sided narrative shit on his streams, but he won't have the conversation with me. If you won't come on my show and interview me, or I interview you, or we go back and forth, then you have no right to then do what you're doing on your content, on your streams. You don't. You just don't have the right.
He has the right to do whatever he wants.
Sorry, you forfeit the right to validly criticize someone when you run from them like a fucking coward. All right. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thinking about it now, if DSP really wanted to have Boogie on and was even considering doing lolcow Live in return, why wouldn't he just go on lolcow Live first and confront Boogie there and make him lock in a date and time right there live on stream? It would almost make for good content. I know that the answer is because DSP is not legitimately considering going on lolcow Live and never really was. But if that's the case, why would Boogie ever work with DSP to begin with? So that he could not get paid? Lord knows DSP DSP isn't going to be sharing any of that money. Tangent aside, despite what you just heard DSP say about that being all he had to say about the topic, it was not in fact all that he had to say about the topic, because of course it wasn't.
Oh, this is hilarious. Hold on a second. Someone in chat says, all of your detractors are willing to sit down and have an interview with you, like Duty, Snort, Raw, they're open invite, stop lying. Who said I want to talk to them? No. I'm not talking about internet nobody detractors. How could you possibly confuse the two? I'm talking about people who are notable YouTubers, who have followings, who make livings doing it, who go viral for the content they make, shitting on me. That's who I'm talking about. Somebody.
Gundam?
Not fucking internet detractor nobodies.
I just want to clarify that there is not an open invitation to DSP from Atlas. I just want to correct the record, even though I wasn't listed explicitly, but this is him just confirming that he's clout chasing. He's looking to do content with people who have a larger following than him, who may have made a small joke at his expense in the past, so that he can confront them and take advantage of the fact that they really don't know much about him at all. I mean, talk about picking the easiest target, I guess. He's really gonna show the internet how cool he is when he confronts their favorite streamer and the streamer doesn't even know what he's talking about. How could anybody have a negative opinion of him after that? But who exactly does he have in mind when he's saying all of these things, if not detractors? Is he expecting PewDiePie to answer for making a DSP joke years ago? If so, that might be the most insane thing that he's ever thought. Is he expecting Matt McMuscles to come on and explain all of the sneaky references that he puts into his videos? Fat chance that's gonna happen.
Literally no one wants to talk to detractor nobodies. No one, right? We entertained Duty for like half a second 2 months ago. And that was it. There's no point to giving these people attention. They are literally no ones.
Can literally
no one
make
cares about them or what they
compilations
say.
of him
I'm talking about
Duty.
these people who have brought me up time after time after time after time after time in their content as the joke, the butt of the joke, the whipping boy. But now DSP is willing to come on and talk with them. Let's do a cross.
He sounds like he's talking about Gundam, but as far as I know, DSP has not tried to get Gundam on, and Gundam has not tried to talk to Phil.
Crossover event. I'll go on your show. You come on my show. Let's do this. Let's have a special. Let's have a neutral ground to appear on. Oh, no. Can't do that. Well, then why the fuck did you talk about me for years? Now
you're a laughingstock.
That the ground is becoming more fair. Oh, no. I can't do that. Okay, Mr. Million sub YouTuber, Mr. Gets hundreds of thousands of views on every video you put out, particularly ones about me that crap on me. But now that the tables have turned, and people want to see me clap back.
Well, I guess this was before Rich deleted his million sub YouTube count, but 800,000 is almost a million. I mean, he's rounded up to that point before on other things.
You don't want that opportunity. You want to shut down that avenue. Okay, well, that's on you. I mean, it's pretty disingenuous. That's what I'm talking about.
You don't know what disingenuous means. It sounds like he's just talking about RTU again, and I'm sick of it. I just want to go 1 week without Rich being a topic. Please! Anyway, we're going to be moving on positively.
No one is talking about my detractors. No one wants to talk about my detractors or talk to them. They're losers. They're complete wastes of life. If they disappeared from the planet today, literally no one would
even care.
No one.
Again, they get more viewers than
you. Oh well,
you.
move on. So why the fuck do I care? I don't. I never will. You will never see me like you do. With a tractor and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
So,
anyways.
Well, never say never, DSP. You said you wouldn't ever work with Keemstar, and then you did it anyway. I'm sure somewhere down the road, maybe as he's making his final streaming exit, he will talk to some detractor somewhere. Maybe it'll even be hosted by the fantastic, as always, ALT Insider. One can hope. That is going to be the end of the video, though. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you in the next one. Be safe. Goodbye.
Thank you, Atlas. Why would anyone talk to me? Okay. No, you don't have enough people. He just wants to steal other people's audiences because narcissists never doubt their own ability to persuade, of course, because he's a raging, mentally ill, narcissistic cunt-twat. Kumquat. Who do we got to go raid? I'm about halfway done with this new Gundam video. Well, it's less than halfway. I'm tired. I need to take a nap, and then I'll get up and I'll keep editing. I'll probably have more to do on it tomorrow, but I'll be here tomorrow, most likely. Quite likely. Thank you, everyone who stopped by and hung out. Thank you, TRPG Gamer. Thank you, White Foods for Harris. Thank you, King Didi Duke. Good content, by the way. Suburban High, Moeitis, Bearded Biscuit, everyone who resubbed, or subbed, Zarazabusa, Ecdysis, Christopher Raccoon. Let's see who to go raid. We got Kershey. Kershey's having her 6-year stream anniversary. And, hey, and Mate's playing. Of course, you have to give priority to our VTuber sibling. Let's see. It's our audio.
PS5
May the good luck guide your way.
Pro. I can't.
Later, Lonely Sully. See y'all tomorrow.
There are no can'ts that I can. I am out of can't.
Be seeing you around then. Bye-bye.
You know it's going to be something simple, right? And it's not going to be busted, and we're just going to do all of this. Just the theatrics of wasting everybody's time. That's really what it is. Oh my god, who's raiding Ludwig, you motherfuckers? If I could get down on my hands and knees and hit you with a sandwich, I would, right now. You're here at a terrible time. We're literally watching DSP troubleshoot a fucking PlayStation. He'll be back eventually, don't worry. Don't you worry about me. Worry about Planet Express.